Chapter 87, a song called Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth, blasting along. Young Master Jones, are we just going to let it go? The servant next to Jones looked behind and called out in approval, unwilling to ask. Haha, let it go? How could I? Jones gave a slight smile, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. During this time, hasn't the Japanese Cherry Blossom Organization been trying to befriend the Jones family? Then let them get rid of that kid. Young Master Jones is awesome. The Sakura organization is extremely powerful, and it can even be ranked among the top 3 in the land of Fusong. With them on the case, the boy is dead. Then, the servant looked behind him in the direction of the celebration, and a coldness flashed in the corner of his mouth. To say that such a chess genius was eliminated can be considered a great loss to China. You go contact them about this matter, Jones said to the servant who followed him, and it was clear that he trusted him quite a bit. Yes, Master Jones. The servant bowed respectfully, his eyes flashing with coldness. That brat dared to offend you, old servant, and I will make him pay the price. The following day, Yangchang No. 1 Middle School celebrated its anniversary. The school principal, Zhao Ziyue, had been waiting with the teaching directors for a long time. When a stretched-out version of the Pagani appeared in their field of vision, they all brightened up. Squeak! Soon, the car stopped at the entrance to the playground, and many students from Yangchang No. 1 Middle School looked over. Look, the heavyweights are here. A stretched-out version of the Pagani. What kind of luxury car has the school invited? Ahem, I don't know if you guys think it might be a certain celebrity. I feel like it must be a goddess, and if I could get an autographed photo, that would be even better. Nonsense, it must be a super handsome appa. The students were talking excitedly, and finally a figure appeared in the middle of the field after pushing open the door and getting out of the car. After seeing the person coming, the students exploded on the spot. This is Yishin, my god. Many of the girls were full of excitement on their faces. That was their Prince Charming. A legend in the music world, their idol. Teacher Li is here. Principal Zhao greeted Li Wanning warmly, then his gaze fell on Yichen. Yichen, long time no see. Yichen is the most promising student at their Yangchang No. 1 Middle School, and now he has several songs that are all over the internet. Hello, Principal Zhao. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Principal Zhao's gaze fell on Lin Shirin, who was wearing sunglasses, and the little guy. Who are these two? This is my daughter-in-law, and this is my granddaughter. Oh. Upon hearing Li Wanning's words, Principal Zhao and his entourage looked at Yi Chen in surprise. This kid is only about 20 years old, and his daughter is already this big. Of course, if they knew that the girl wearing sunglasses was the current little diva of the music scene, they would not know how to react. All little. Yi Chen's family was surprisingly seated in the VIP seats, attracting the attention of many excited students around them. From their respective perspectives, the male god looked extremely handsome. If this was their future boyfriend, it would definitely be the happiest thing in the world. Hee, Daddy, I'm going live. The little guy clicked on the live broadcast with a smile, and Yichen smiled in return. He would support the little guy as long as he liked him. Of course, that was only if it didn't involve matters of principle. In this room, the beautiful teacher host on the stage's gaze fell on Yichen, and her face flushed slightly with excitement. Today is the 80th anniversary of Yangchang No. 1 Middle School, and we are fortunate to have invited the male god of love songs, Senior Yichen. Next, let us invite Senior Yichen to sing a song for us. What do you say, everyone? Yes. Clap, clap, clap. The applause was mixed with cheers, and they had finally seen the male god once, so they would not let him go so easily. Principal Zhao Ziyue smiled slightly, not surprised by the scene, because it was all within expectations. The fans in the live broadcast room also understood a little when they saw this. This is where Yishin is, and it seems like he is being forced to sing. Hey, I'm really looking forward to it. It looks like a school celebration. Don't guess, I'm going. This is my alma mater, Yangchang No. 1 Middle School, and Yishin is actually an older student. The invincible little cutie is so cool. This is the rhythm of letting us watch the concert online. Yishin's songs have gone viral all over the internet. I remember he even beat up the vice president of the Martial Arts Association. He's talented in both the arts and academics. He's truly worthy of being this little beauty's idol. The number of live broadcast fans is currently skyrocketing, and it will soon break 10,000. In particular, when Yichen stood up from his seat, the number of fans soared even faster. Obviously, they realized that Yishin was about to steal the show again. Put the backing track down for me, thanks. Yi Chen walked past the vocal music teacher. The vocal music teacher from Yangcheng No. 1 Middle School was flattered and felt like the USB drive in his hands weighed thousands of pounds. He flashed a charming smile, which made the young, beautiful vocal music teacher blush. For a moment, she felt as if she had experienced the taste of love, and her heart was pounding violently. At that moment, Yi Chen had already strolled onto the stage. Next, this song is dedicated to every junior here. It's called Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale. Then, the vocal teacher played the accompaniment, and the magnificent scene of the Forbidden City appeared in the background, with an oriental dragon hovering. I will start with this country. The national bloodline is tens of thousands of miles long. Over the centuries and 600 years, the descendants of the dragon have weathered the storms. This central axis of the capital is like a gentleman's integrity, unshakable. The magnificent video, combined with the perfect singing, makes a person feel proud of their nation. It turns out that their country is so powerful, and they have always felt that they were born in peaceful times. They suddenly forgot that this is entirely a blessing brought about by the country's strength. For a while, many students in the playground were also listening with excitement, as if their blood was awakening. X1314. Baron Demon Cow rewards the invincible cutie with Super Rocket X333. Ace Blood Brother rewards the invincible cutie with Heart of the Universe X166. Ziyu Elanfoam rewards the invincible cutie with Supreme Salute X888. All kinds of rewards are popping up in the live broadcast room like bamboo shoots after rain. The number of followers has already broken the 200,000 mark, and the rate of increase is still crazy. Jiangnan University, Dormitory. The LSP trio looked at the live broadcast screen in disbelief, their eyes full of shock. My goodness, the boss can still sing such a high-class song. It's so majestic, it makes even me feel like a beast. The trio opened their mouths in surprise, truly stunned by their boss's performance. They couldn't help but feel emotional, their boss's performance was awesome. Chapter 88, When I have time, I will go with your father-in-law to your home to propose. On the stage, everyone's attention was focused. Bravo! Principal Zhao Ziyue felt a resonance in his heart as he looked at the video on the background screen and felt many emotions. This song is worth knowing for all students. It perfectly embodies a sense of national honor and pride. Looking at the figure on the stage, Zhao Ziyue was moved from the bottom of his heart, and his pride was not hidden at all, because this was someone from their Yangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Lin Shireen listened to the deafening sound, and it was clear that the song was of a much higher caliber than the current music scene. For a moment, she felt a slight admiration for someone. These dragon scales once resounded like broken ice. A scale, an inch of heart. The story is in turmoil, I can't bear to hear it. Forbidden City, Xingwu Gate. How many vicissitudes have forged the Chinese soul? Wow. The little guy's eyes are wide open and his mouth is agape. Daddy is awesome. Looking at Daddy on the stage, the little guy's eyes are full of the adoration of a little fangirl. Hee, I knew Daddy was the most awesome. Yimu looked at her son, who was shining like the sun, and her face was full of undisguised pride. This Long Lin, however, had once sounded like a resounding crash, like broken ice. The Xingwu Gate of the Forbidden City had seen many vicissitudes, forging the Chinese soul. Awesome, the lyrics, the mood, who else is there in the music scene today? 200,000. 300,000. 400,000. As the song began, the live broadcast room saw an instant explosion of fan value, which broke the 500,000 mark, and all of this happened before Dosha Live had time to push it. OMG, it's so exciting, the lyrics are awesome. It's so majestic, the lyrics are so good that they make those young pop stars look bad. Yishin's move of taking the little heifer to visit his family is awesome. Damn, this is even more exciting than the previous song Rolling Pearl Curtain. If I had this talent, I wouldn't have to worry about not getting a girlfriend, would I? Yishin, I love you, I want to keep you in my heart, oh. The fans in the live broadcast room were flying past with all kinds of barrage, and the scene was unprecedentedly boiling. Indeed, this song, whether in terms of structure, lyrics, or charm, is enough to dominate the entire music scene, and even the little divas of the music scene are no match for it. As soon as the karaoke platform discovered this song, it immediately called Lin Shireen, but unfortunately it was not connected. However, at the same time, the fans in the live broadcast room were in awe. Shanghai, Li's Villa. Snap. A middle-aged man crushed the wine glass in his hand, and the crimson red wine flowed down his fingers. Yi Chen, what a singing genius. This man was none other than Li Haoyu's father, Li Chongyang, who was still seriously injured and in a coma. From Mad Dog, he learned that the person who had injured his son so badly was none other than Yi Chen, so this is why he paid attention to every move that guy made. If you don't die, I won't be called Li Chongyang. Snorting coldly, Li Chongyang's face was gloomy, and he immediately made a phone call, calling everyone and telling them to go to the sheep farm with him immediately. I'm going to kill that brat. Who? Li Chongyang hadn't finished speaking when he felt a chill down his back, and he swiveled his head to look behind him. There, behind him, was a beautiful figure that had appeared without warning. It was the Bloody Rose, Zhao Ziyan. Do you want to do something to Yi Xiao? Zhao Ziyan's mouth curled up into a sneer. I'm afraid you won't get that chance. Who the hell are you? Li Chongyang's face was grave. There were quite a few experts outside his villa, but the fact that the woman in front of him could come here without making a sound already said it all. Could it be that you are that son of a bitches? Snort. Li Chongyang's words had not finished when there was a flash of a blade. The next moment, blood sprayed from his neck, and Li Chongyang had already become a corpse. After Yi Chen's special training, Zhao Ziyan's strength had improved by an unknown amount. And this was thanks to Yi Xiao's special medicinal bath, which could eliminate all injuries overnight. Anyone who speaks rudely to Yi Xiao will die. Li Chongyang, who had looked at the pile of corpses on the ground, then disappeared in a flash, leaving behind the sound of his voice. It was time for a change in the sky of the demon capital. The moment after Li Chongyang died, many of the Li family's businesses in the demon capital changed hands for the first time, and the one behind the manipulation was precisely Kunping Security. After all, the Li family's various industries were a piece of fat meat. On the other side, the school's celebration was over. You brat, you did a good job. Yimu's mother's mind flashed back to the scenes that had just played out, especially the envious looks from her colleagues before she left, which made her happier than when she became a special grade teacher before. Today, it can be said that her son has earned her face. For this alone, she can brag about it at school for at least half a year, no, at least a year. With a son like this, what more could she ask for in this life? He, of course Grandma. The little guy chimed in at this time, and Daddy is the best. Isn't that right, Mum? While talking, the little guy asked his mother, who had already taken off her sunglasses to reveal her stunning beauty. If you say so. Lin Shireen said with a divided heart and mind, and in the meantime, she did not forget to give someone a hard time. Obviously, this guy is going to cause trouble wherever he goes. Would it kill him to be low-key? Seeing the appearance of her daughter-in-law, Yimu thought of something and smiled. Since you have both received the certificate, the next step is to get married. When we have time, I will go with your father-in-law to your family to propose. A proper marriage with all the formalities, this step cannot be skipped. Hearing her mother-in-law's words, Lin Shireen couldn't help but be stunned. This mother, no, it's not necessary, is it? Just the thought of going to her family to propose made her dread the idea. Hey, silly girl, how can this not be necessary? Yimu looked at her daughter-in-law with a reproachful expression. That brat made you suffer for 4 years, and this is some compensation for you. Grandma, you're blushing. Lin meow meow. Hearing the little one's words, Lin Shireen's face turned red and she glared at the girl. Ye's mother, however, smiled. This wonderful feeling is nothing but the joy of family. That afternoon, Yi Chen drove the two of them to the airport in Yangchang. Ding dong. When they arrived at the VIP waiting room, Yi Chen received a message from his brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, have you guys returned yet? There are a lot of people on the chess network inviting you to a game. Help me level up a bit more. Kisses JPG. Lin Shireen couldn't help but look over as she read the message from her brother-in-law. What are you plotting with Xiaoan? You're being so secretive. Nothing, the kid just opened a small account on the chess network and asked me to help him level up and look cool. Lin Shireen, Phew. What vulgarity, you've corrupted Xiaoan. Glaring fiercely at a certain guy, no wonder that brat hasn't been getting along with her lately, he's playing with this jerk instead. She feels like her family status is getting lower and lower. What should she do? Chapter 89, Chess Skills Reappear, Pushing Aside the Chess Academy Elites. Ding. The host triggered a random task, and the account of the Mischief King won 300 consecutive games, and was rewarded with the plot of land for the #1 demon capital, along with 50 billion renminbi. Yi Chen, who was about to type a reply, suddenly heard the voice of the system task in his ear. 300 consecutive wins? Is the system crazy? Okay. For the plot of land in the demon capital and 50 billion renminbi, Yi Chen typed back with his backhand. Meanwhile, at the Lin family villa. Yes. Looking at the message from her brother-in-law, Lin Xiaoyang jumped 3 feet in the air and immediately perked up. Go for it, brother-in-law, beat those challengers. Ha ha ha. In an instant, the corner of Lin Xiaoyang's mouth revealed a satisfied arc, and her smile reached the back of her ears. Ding dong. Just then, Lin Xiaoyang's little follow trumpet account sent a push message: the Mischief King has accepted the challenge of Yijian Qingcheng. Wow. Lin Xiaoyang was stunned when he read the message on his phone. After a moment's thought, Lin Xiaoyang went to the room. At that moment, there were already several hundred people watching the game, apparently attracted by the automatic recommendation of the chess network system. After all, there aren't many people who can win 100 games in a row. The Devil of the World, what a domineering name. Yes, but this guy has won 100 games in a row, so his chess skills must be pretty good. Look, his opponent, sword falling from the sky, isn't bad either, with 200 wins, 10 losses and 20 draws. This game is going to be interesting. The hundreds of people who had entered the room were tapping away at their keyboards and commenting, and even before the game had started, the atmosphere was already getting heated. By the time the game started, the number of people in the room had already broken the 1,000 mark. On the other side, the Imperial Capital Chess Academy. The training venue, where the elite of the chess academy gather, and the leader is Vice President Xiao. Here, an elite is having a real battle with his opponent, the Devil of the World, who is himself the swordsman of the city, and this is his trumpet. This person is Feng Yuan, a professional 6th Dan chess player at the chess academy, and he is considered to be a mid-level elite. However, at the moment, Feng Yuan obviously dared not be the least bit careless. After all, that guy had the strength to defeat Vice President Xiao Tian, and there was no better practice partner. Feng Yuan, relax. Just play at your usual level. Vice President Xiao was coaching Feng Yuan from the sidelines. Facing such a master was undoubtedly the quickest way for them to improve their chess skills as quickly as possible. Yes, Vice President Xiao. He let out a deep breath. Obviously Feng Yuan was still quite nervous. The other elites of the chess academy also stared at the screen, not missing a single opportunity. After all, watching this kind of game was also quite beneficial to them. Pat. Feng Yuan made the first move, placing the black piece on the sky. Obviously, Feng Yuan's move was very conservative. After all, the devilish monster opposite him was very strong, so he didn't dare to be reckless. Seeing this, Vice President Xiao nodded slightly. Just then, the white stone snapped and fell, and it was clear that the other player had made his second move. 5 or 6 minutes later, the game reached move 68, and Feng Yuan's brow was furrowed, clearly indicating that the situation had been unilaterally crushed. I lost. Click to admit defeat. Feng Yuan gave a bitter smile. This player was too strong, far beyond my ability to defeat. Next, hurry. Vice President Xiao directly used Feng Yuan's trumpet to issue an invitation to battle, challenging the worldly devil with a single sword. On the other side, in the VIP waiting room at Yangcheng Airport. Oh. Seeing the opposite side's one sword to the sky challenging him again, Yi Chen was taken aback. The little guy looked over as well, and said, "Hey. Dad, what about that one sword to the sky challenging again?" Lin Shireen looked at someone calmly. This guy was showing off again and was not even waiting for the plane. That's fine. Yi Chen was anxious to complete the task quickly, so naturally he would not refuse to click to agree. After a few minutes, the battle was settled. Once again, swordsman of the city was defeated, and he had to kneel twice in a row. The elites of the chess academy took the stage one after another. For 10 rounds. 50 rounds. 100 rounds. Soon, 200 games had passed, and one sword clears the sky had lost all 200 games. This operation really stunned the audience, which had now broken 100,000 people. My goodness, who is this guy? One sword clears the sky. What a terrifying perseverance, losing more than 200 games in a row. It's terrifying. However, the devil is really tough, having won 300 games in a row. Lin Xiaoyang in the Lin family villa watched her brother-in-law's operation. He is really something, just like I expected. Hey, that one sword to conquer the city is really good. He's already reached the 3rd level of professionalism. Just as expected. After watching someone operate, Lin Shireen glared fiercely at Yi Chen. As she had guessed, what she couldn't imagine was that one sword to conquer the city had lost more than 200 times. If it were an ordinary person, they would have given up after 10 times at most. Hey! Seeing that the screen showed that one sword to enchant the world had not continued, the little guy tilted his head curiously. Lin Shireen glanced at the little guy. Not inviting a challenge? Does this girl not think that her father is already stealing enough of the limelight? Meanwhile, at the training hall of the chess academy. That devil, he really is amazing. He is completely unbeatable, his chess skills are amazing. Indeed, even the headmaster can't beat him. Hey, haven't you seen Vice President Xiao lose no less than 20 times? Without a doubt, the elite players of the chess academy have had enough practice against the masterful Huan Shi Wang Mao. The end result, 0 wins, 208 losses, and 0 draws. If this scene were seen by the outside world, it would definitely shock everyone. The last line of defense for Chinese chess, the elite players of the chess academy, have been wiped out. That Huan Shi Wang Mao. Vice President Xiao looked deeply at the information on the screen about the troublemaker. Nickname, Troublemaker. Win rate, 309 wins, 0 losses, 0 draws. Rank, Professional 3rd Dan. Slightly, took a deep breath. During this time, the chess academy has not spared any effort to find out the identity of the troublemaker by using their connections, but still haven't been able to find out. It really makes one curious. I wonder what the result would be if the president were to spar with him. If this unruly devil joins the chess academy, it will definitely be a blessing for the chess academy. Vice President Xiao thought so, and if he knew that the unruly devil was only in his early 20s, he wondered how he would react. Possessing professional 9th Dan chess power in his early 20s, he can be imagined how explosive he is. Right. While Vice President Xiao was deep in thought, an elite of the chess academy thought of something. A professional 3rd Dan can cross regions to challenge, so I wonder if this unruly devil will fight chess players from various countries. Oh. The elites of the chess academy, who also realized something, could cross region to challenge each other. Thinking about this, the crowd couldn't help but their eyes sparkle. With the temper of the devil, I'm afraid that they will surely push the chess players of various countries like a mudslide. That kind of scene is quite exciting, let alone. Chapter 90, The Complete Annihilation of Moriyama Yohito. The Sakura organization is furious. Jiangnan Airport, not far from an abandoned factory. Somewhere high up. At the moment, there are no less than 10 people gathered, and each of these people has a cherry blossom tattoo on their arm, and they are all members of the Sakura organization. At the head is a key figure in the Sakura organization, Moriyama Yohito. This person is extremely powerful, and even if he were placed in the 7-kill organization, he would be enough to rank in the top 10. At the same time, he is also a 4-star killer of the Sakura organization. Lord Moriyama, everything is ready. A subordinate of the Cherry Blossom organization looked in the direction of the airport exit with a fierce glare. That Yi Chen absolutely cannot escape our assassination. Very good. Moriyama Yohito nodded with satisfaction. Killing the Yi Chen is naturally very easy, but remember not to be careless. After all, when it comes to this, Moriyama Yohito thought of the reminder from the senior management of the Cherry Blossom organization. This assassination is of extraordinary significance, and it is an important consideration for our organization to get on with a certain family in the United States. A certain family. Hearing Moriyama Yohito's words, dozens of assassins behind him all felt a shock in their hearts. This was something that the organization's top brass had been planning for a long time. It was just that this kid had offended someone. How could the family on that side make such a condition? Get ready, everyone. Moriyama Yohito waved his hand, and then told his subordinates to get ready. Naturally, the sniper here was only part of the assassination. Just in case, they had set up 3 assassinations this time, which showed how seriously they took this mission. My friends from Fusu, I think it's better to stay here. Ha! Hearing the sudden voice, Moriyama Yohito's face changed, and then he looked in a certain direction. A group of people suddenly appeared, and they surrounded them in the first instance. The one in charge was none other than Zhou Guoping, the head of Kunping Security. It seems that the Sakura organization hasn't been in this area for many years. Zhou Guoping looked at Moriyama Yohito and spoke with a smile curving the corners of his mouth. Moriyama Yohito, 31 years old, a 4-star assassin for the Cherry Blossom organization, with a cruel nature and unscrupulous methods to achieve his goals. He has the title of Blood Slaughterer, and his greatest achievement was assassinating high-ranking politicians in Fusang. Who are you? Having his identity easily revealed, Moriyama Yohito's face turned cold, and at the same time he gave his subordinates a wink, ready to strike at any time. Ha, it doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that your Sakura organization shouldn't have tried to take action against Yi Xiao. This is a good place to bury the bones. Zhou Guoping naturally didn't waste any words with Moriyama Yohito, looking calmly at the group of people who were itching to act. He slightly raised the corner of his lips in a mocking smile and waved his hand, killing them, not sparing a single one. Ha ha. More than 20 people immediately started to act together, and Zhou Guoping watched quietly from the side as the two sides engaged in combat in an instant. Pa. After a little more than half a minute, everyone in the arena except Moriyama Yohito was dead. This kind of record made Moriyama Yohito full of disbelief. The most terrifying thing was that the opponent had 0 casualties. More than 20 people surrounded Moriyama Yohito in the arena, and it was a dead end. Kill. His eyes were bloodshot, and Moriyama Yohito naturally knew that he was dead. He started a deadly raid in a certain direction, and more than 20 people watched the short man from Fusan like a cat playing with a mouse. A few seconds later, Moriyama Yohito died of blood loss. Before he died, he couldn't believe that there were so many masters comparable to 4-star assassins in a small Jiangnan in China. Quietly, the field had already turned into a hell. Cherry Blossom Organization? Zhou Guoping looked at the 10 or so bodies in the field and didn't expect to come up against foreign forces so soon, but it was not a bad opportunity to test his combat effectiveness. There were more than 20 people in the field, but in fact they were only 1/10 of the number of people that Yi Chen had trained like demons. With a wave of his hand, Zhou Guoping ordered everyone to evacuate the field, while leaving a few people behind to clean up. The only pity was that he had not been able to find out the reason why the Cherry Blossom Organization had intervened. Yi Chen did not know about this scene. Wow. After leaving the airport, the little guy sniffed the air, finally back, hee. Obviously, the little guy was super happy on this trip, especially after seeing his father make such a big splash on the chess network. The familiar smell, it's still nice here. Lin Shireen let out a sigh of relief. Meeting her future in-laws in Yangcheng had ended so quickly, it felt like a dream. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of winning 300 consecutive matches as the Mischief King account, and the reward is the plot of land at number 1 Magic City, with an additional 50 billion renminbi. Yi Chen also heard the voice of the system at this moment, which caused an intriguing curve to form at the corner of his mouth. Then, he called up the attribute panel. Name, Yi Chen. Age, 21. Skills, God-level cooking, God-level music, God-level martial arts, God-level bone-setting massage, God-level chess, God-level calligraphy, God-level medical skills. Items, Apollo Helios, Ferrari LaFerrari, Lamborghini Venom, Kowloon Villa No. 1, 100% shares of Kuanping Security, 100% shares of Mirage Entertainment, 3 lucky cards, 100% shares of K-Song Music, 49% shares of Lin's Group, 100% shares of Shark Fighting Live, and the plot of land for the No. 1 Demon Capital. Wealth, 1,370.8 billion renminbi. Attribute panel wealth value has exceeded 100 billion for the first time, which makes Yi Chen quite happy. Of course, the one who is most happy is the plot of land at No. 1 Demon Capital. You have to know that this plot of land is a place where every inch of land is worth a fortune in the Demon Capital. It covers an area of more than 10 square kilometers and has a market value of over 100 billion. It would be a pity if the plot of land at No. 1 Demon Capital was not put to good use. Yi Chen arched his lips. The business plan he had long thought about was time to implement. You guys go back to the villa first, I'm going to the company. Lin Shireen was not surprised to hear what the guy said. After all, she had long known that this guy was the boss of Mirage Entertainment, and that was why she had accepted the Rose Cafe and the Junlin Hotel so readily. After all, this guy was not lacking in these things. That daddy needs to hurry back. The little guy waved at his daddy, and then Tian Lang drove off towards the villa. Ding dong. Not long after the mother and daughter left, Zhou Guoping sent a message saying that Yi Xiaoying's Sakura organization had sent an assassin to deal with you, but it has been dealt with. Ha! Yi Chen was taken aback when he saw the message from Zhou Guoping. The Sakura organization? That's interesting. Yi Chen muttered, and then continued, it seems like there are more and more opponents. But that's what makes it more interesting, isn't it? He deleted the message and then drove the Lamborghini Poison towards Mirage Entertainment. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Sakura Cherry Blossom Organization in Fuso. What? Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, the senior member of the Sakura Cherry Blossom organization immediately became furious. Is Mori Yanagin a waste? He can't even handle such a trivial matter. Solving the Ji Chen is the top priority for the Sakura Cherry Blossom organization, otherwise they wouldn't have sent a 4-star killer there. Hideyoshi, you go to Huaxia. Make sure you get rid of Yi Chen. A high-ranking member of the Cherry Blossom organization gave the order, and immediately sent a 5-star assassin to the task. He quickly glanced in the direction of China, making friends with the Jones family, and not allowing for any mistakes. Chapter 91, Kunpeng Group is established, and changes begin in the demon capital. Phantom Entertainment, President's Office. Yi Xiao, you're here. Upon seeing the person coming, Lu Menjing hurriedly stood up from her seat, her slender and graceful figure fully revealed. She dared not delay her own boss for even a moment, after all, this was her benefactor. Seeing the furnishings of the office, especially the large floor-to-ceiling windows, I have to say the view is quite good. How is it going? Yi Chen asked with a smile, looking at the veteran who had been with him since the beginning. It's going okay. After a pause, Lu Menjing continued, saying that the company was now on the right track and developing quite well, and this month's revenue was set to reach a new high. That's good. Yi Chen nodded, knowing full well Lu Menjing's abilities, but he had a more important task for her this time. Menjing. Hearing her boss's words, Lu Menjing perked up. Yi Xiao, what do you say? I have an idea. I want to merge a number of companies to create a group. Would you be interested in being the group president? Create a group. Hearing her boss's words, Lu Menjing was stunned. Yi Xiao, do you mean merging companies? That's right. Yi Chen nodded slightly, and then revealed his hand. So far, in addition to Mirage Entertainment, I also own 100% of Kunpeng Security, the karaoke platform, 49% of Lin's Group, and 100% of Dosha Live. Together, these 5 companies form the Kunpeng Group. Of course, the Lin Group is not considering anything for the time being. Upon hearing her boss's words, Lu Menjing was stunned. Whether it was Kunpeng Security, the karaoke platform, or Dosha Live, they were all worth no less than Mirage Entertainment. The boss behind them was none other than Yi Xiao. My goodness! In an instant, Lu Menjing's horizons immediately opened up. It was just that merging so many companies into one group was no easy task. As for salary, at that time, how about doubling your annual salary to 10 million? Lu Menjing, hiss. Upon hearing Yi Xiao's generous offer, Lu Menjing immediately gasped. An annual salary of 10 million is a small goal in 10 years. Yi Xiao, Lu Menjing was honestly tempted, but I'm afraid I won't do a good job, after all, such a big project. Don't worry. Yi Chen waved his hand slightly, the CEOs of major companies are extremely capable, and I will let them cooperate with you fully. You only need to oversee the whole situation. Gulob. Lu Menjing swallowed her saliva when she heard this. Is Yi Xiao asking her to help him run his business empire? Who? After a little while, he let out a deep breath. Lu Menjing's beautiful eyes became determined. Yi Xiao had recognized her talent and helped her. She clenched her fists tightly. Yi Xiao had such trust in her, and she would not let him down. She secretly made up her mind that the best way to repay him was to take care of his business empire. By the way, Yi Chen then took out a document, which was a photocopied contract. This was the contract for the purchase of the land for the One Magic City, which the Kunpeng Group would then develop. What? Looking at it, and after seeing the details of the contract, Lu Menjing's mind suddenly exploded. The land for One Magic City, this had actually been bought by Yi Xiao. Rumor has it that this is a place that no one in the business world dares to set their hands on, and the value alone is over hundreds of billions of yuan. Indeed, this move has caused Lu Menjing to be a little shaken, even more so than the creation of the group. A plot of land worth over 100 billion yuan, that is the existence of every inch of land in the center of the city, within a radius of 10 kilometers. Yi Xiao is so arrogant. No wonder he has to create the group, otherwise without a certain scale, he cannot control the wolves and tigers from all sides. With such a big move, I'm afraid even the city will be turned upside down. Yi Xiao, the plot of land for the Devil's Capital number 1 is coveted by all the major families in the Devil's Capital, and... After a pause, Lu Menjing continued, the situation in the Devil's Capital is complicated. When the Kunpeng Group develops the plot of land for the Devil's Capital number 1, there will definitely be many people who are jealous. I'm afraid I won't be able to control those people. After so many years of working in the business world, Lu Menjing knows that it is extremely deep and that if she is not careful, all her efforts could go to waste. She herself doesn't mind, but she is afraid of failing Yi Xiao's high expectations. If there is trouble in the city, you should go to Kunping Security's head of the Shanghai branch, Lei Bao. He will assist you throughout the process of establishing the group and developing the plot of land at One Magic City. Head of the Shanghai branch? Upon hearing this, Lu Menjing's eyes lit up. Yi Xiao had already made preparations in advance, so he could get twice the result with half the effort. Of course. If Lu Menjing knew that earlier on, Golden Shield Security in the Demon Capital had already been completely taken over by Kunping Security, I wonder how she would have reacted. You have to understand that even if Golden Shield Security was not as good as Kunping Security before, it was not that much worse. With the business empire laying out the Demon Capital and Yi Chen controlling the situation behind the scenes in Jiangnan, wouldn't that be wonderful? Meanwhile, an unprecedented move was underway in the Demon City. Lei Bao had long ago chosen the address of the Kunpeng Group headquarters, which was right next to the Demon City No. 1 plot. The building had the eye-catching words Kunpeng Group on the outside. With Lei Bao's manipulations, everything was ready, only Kunpeng Group needed to officially move in. Ding dong. Lei Bao, who is sitting comfortably in the Kunpeng building office, receives a message on his phone at a certain moment, and the plan begins. Four words appear in front of Lei Bao's eyes, and the person who sent the message is Yi Chen. Yes, Yi Xiao. Lei Bao typed back respectfully, and then his eyes flashed with excitement. It was time to get to work. At this moment, Lei Bao got up, smoked a cigar, and looked into the distance of the Demon Capital. Who would have thought that he, who used to be a petty boss in the Jiangnan region, would now become the head of the Kunping Security branch in the Great Demon Capital? Damn, back then, fortunately, I didn't offend Yi Xiao in a fit of anger. Looking back, Yi Xiao single-handedly picked on their tiger gang, and it is still vivid in my mind today. It can be said that Yi Xiao is his big brother, Sister Jian, and his benefactor. A little emotion. Extinguishing his cigar, Lei Bao dialed the phone of his trusted subordinate. Hey, Operation Kunping has begun. Pass the word down, whoever dares to fail at this time, I'll waste him. Yes, boss Lei Bao. The henchman opposite gulped and swallowed, and immediately began the plan that had been prepared in advance. The first step was to swallow up all of the Li family's assets and place them under the Kunpeng Group's name. The sudden operation ended before anyone in the City of Demons could react. A change of regime that overshadowed the sky quietly began with the establishment of the Kunpeng Group. Chapter 92, the crisis is imminent as the party is underway and the talented writer is being beaten up. The villa at Kowloon No. 1. Squeak. With the familiar sound of brakes, the little guy who was playing on the lawn outside the villa beamed with joy. Daddy is back. With little feet, he ran into the arms of his father, who had just got out of the car. Daddy, why are you only just back? Although they had only been apart for a short while, Meow Meow missed him terribly. On the lawn, Lin Shireen couldn't help but smile as she watched the two men snuggling up to each other. She was getting used to this feeling. Oh yes, Yi Chen. After the two men parted after their tender moment, Lin Shireen thought of something. I'm going to a karaoke party tonight and need a male companion. Will you go with me? Now that they're officially engaged, she couldn't go to a party and hold on to another man's arm. Karaoke platform? Upon hearing Lin Shireen's words, Yi Chen was taken aback. It seems that the karaoke platform has been doing well recently. Good. But when you come back, you have to treat your man well. Spit. Hearing the unscrupulous words of a certain guy, Lin Shireen gave a light spit and rolled her eyes. This guy really made her feel like strangling him in a few words. Night fell, and the Junlin Hotel was in full swing. It turned out to be the venue for the karaoke platform reception, and now the owner of the Junlin Hotel was Lin Shireen, the bride price given to her by Yi Chen. Of course, no one knew that the boss behind the karaoke platform was Yi Chen. When they arrived at the reception venue, they were surprised to see that quite a few people had already arrived. Shireen, long time no see. Just then, a young man in a suit came up to them. His name was Zhao Koan, the second young master of the Zhao family in Jiangnan. Zhao Koan had always been in love with Lin Shireen, even though she had a child. None of that mattered, after all, Lin Shireen was really too beautiful. Zhao Koan, we don't know each other well. It's better if you just call me by my name. Naturally, Lin Shireen wouldn't negotiate too much with other men, let alone Zhao Kuan, who was her suitor. Yi Chen, let's go over there. As they spoke, Lin Shireen's snow-white body was pressed against someone's arm, and Zhao Kuan's lungs were about to burst with anger. He had been courting Lin Shireen for such a long time and had never received such treatment. What makes that kid so special? Zhao Xiao, what's wrong? At this moment, a young man with a somewhat elegant temperament came up to Zhao Kuan and looked at the two people close to each other not far away, realizing something. Don't worry. I'll help you get back at him later, and I'll make sure the kid loses face. The elegant young man was named Shang Guanqi, a talented young man with a small reputation in the Jiangnan Writers Association. Naturally, he was happy to be able to get close to Zhao Kuan. Brother Shangguan, thank you. Zhao Kuan looked coldly at Yi Chen. Naturally, he knew about Shang Guanqi's literary talent, and with him stepping in, he was sure that the kid would be publicly humiliated. Shang Guanqi was full of confidence when he heard this. He immediately took action, obviously unable to wait to see someone in his power. Everyone! Shang Guanqi called out to attract everyone's attention. At this reception, I, Shang Guanqi, am not talented, but I will take this opportunity to recite a poem. I hope you will give me your advice. Oh! Sure enough, as soon as Shang Guanqi said this, he successfully attracted everyone's attention and then began his plan. This poem is called Untitled. He pretended to be deep in thought, building up the mood before he spoke. The sound of the rain and the east wind is faint. Lightning rumbles outside the lotus pond. The golden toad gnaws at the lock and burns incense. The jade tiger draws the silk and draws water from the well. Jia's wife peeps through the curtain at Han, the official's young wife. Bravo! Zhao Kuan clapped his hands in approval at this point, and so did the rest of his friends, although they didn't understand the poem. What a line, 1 inch of love, 1 inch of ashes. The atmosphere was electric, and everyone looked at Shang Guanqi with more admiration. This guy is worthy of being a genius of the Jiangnan Writers Association, he's got some skills. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost set, Shang Guanqi revealed his true colors. His gaze then fell on Yi Chen. He had heard that Mr. Yi was quite talented and that several of his songs had become popular on karaoke platforms. He wondered if he could recite a poem with us to add to the mood, although if Mr. Yi couldn't recite one, that was fine. Obviously, Shang Guanqi was very targeted. If Yi Chen really couldn't recite one, he could take advantage of the situation, which was his strong point. Really? Seeing that Shang Guanqi is eager to be slapped in the face, if I don't help him, I would be letting the two down. Then, I will show you my ugly face. After saying that, Yi Chen took a porcelain wine pot and poured a cup of wine, then drank it all in one go, quite heroic. The name of this poem is Jing Jingju. An invisible aura suddenly opened up, and at that moment, it gave the illusion that Yi Chen had turned into a literary master of a generation. Such a change made Shang Guanqi feel uneasy. Playing the fool. Let's see how long you can pretend. He snorted, clearly not believing that this kid could compose any good poetry, and that he was just being stubborn. Don't you see the yellow river's water coming from the sky, rushing to the sea and never to return? Don't you see the white hair on the old mirror, like green silk in the morning and turning to snow at night? When life is happy, one must make the most of it. Don't let the golden cup remain empty in the face of the moon. I was born with talents that must be put to use. 1,000 pieces of gold spent, and they will come again. Since ancient times, the sages have all been lonely, only drinkers have left their names. The meaning of being carefree and open-minded made the audience gasp in amazement. This poem is better than the last one by more than just a little. Each sentence conjures up a scene in the mind. It's wonderful. Naturally, there were many people in the audience who understood poetry, and their gazes on Yi Chen had changed. Lin Shireen, on the other hand, rolled her eyes at the guy reciting poetry and let him pretend again. Then, Lin Shireen looked at Shang Guanqi. She wasn't worried at all that this guy wasn't a match for that bastard, and she just waited for a good show. Zhao Kuan listened to the guy's poetry in the audience. Although he didn't understand some of it, he felt that it was much better than Shang Guanqi's. This, no way. As for Shang Guanqi, he was stunned and couldn't move, his face burning with pain, as if he had been slapped hard by Yi Chen. Damn it, this script is wrong. Damn it, that kid underestimated him. In an instant, Shang Guanqi looked at Yi Chen with an unfriendly gaze. Not only did he fail to humiliate the guy, he also stepped in shit himself, losing both the wife and the soldiers. Zhao Xiao, I. Shang Guanqi wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Zhao Kuan's cold snort. he felt a chill in his heart. It's over. The plan to get involved with Zhao Xiao has failed. Damn it, it's all that kid's fault. For some reason, Shang Wanqi took it out on someone. But at the same time, a venomous gaze from a corner of the reception had been watching the scene for a long time. Just let this kid get a little bit of the limelight, and it will be his death later, jeering. Chapter 93, A Trial of Strength, the Divine Healer Takes a Master. Nizi, I'm going to the bathroom. Yi Chen glanced in a certain direction in the dark, obviously sensing a flash of murderous intent from there. You spit. Angrily glared at someone, and this guy knew he was being inappropriate. However, this scene made Zhao Kuan's eyes flash with cold light. Yi Chen lifted his foot and went in the direction of the bathroom, and the cold gaze of the poisonous snake-like figure in the dark darkened by 1 point. As expected. Not long after approaching the bathroom, a figure appeared like a ghost in the distance, and an extremely weak aura surged from that person. Your life, Guisha, want it. Snort. Without further ado, the figure of Guisha flashed and quickly approached, but before it could get close, a figure blocked Guisha's attack. Ha! The ghost killer looked at the pretty figure in front of him and couldn't help but be stunned. Bloody Rose. It's you. Your strength is such that you were able to block one of my moves. Indeed, looking at Zhao Jian in front of him, the ghost killer was quite surprised. Immediately afterwards, more than 10 figures from the 7 Kill organization appeared around them. Each of them was not weak in strength, and in particular, 2 of the top 10 killers on the hit list had arrived. Fight to the death. Kill. Without any further ado, the Ghost Slayer once again charged towards the Blood Rose. The kill order from the 7 Kill organization meant that this woman was worth as much as the mission itself. Ding ding ding. Accompanied by the sound of intensive clashes of weapons, the Ghost Slayer became more and more alarmed as the battle continued. However, at a certain moment, the corners of the Blood Rose's mouth curled up, her blade flashed, and the Ghost Slayer's eyes widened in disbelief as he let out a puff of air, his neck spilling blood before he turned into a corpse. Gulp. The other people from the 7 Kill organization saw this and their faces changed. How could that Blood Rose be so strong? Do it! Zhao Jian glanced at the others and, with a low voice, dozens of figures, like the arrival of death, instantly annihilated the entire 7 Kill organization. Clean up the battlefield. Zhao Jian shouted at her subordinates, and soon the bodies were moved and the bloodstains were cleaned up, as if the ghost killer and his group had never existed. Yi Xiao. We just intercepted some information about the Killing 7 organization. The person who hired the Ghost Slayer and his group is Kai Qianyu, the chairman of Kai's real estate. Oh? Yi Chen frowned slightly when he heard this name. Do I have a grudge with him? The several waves of killers from the Killing 7 organization obviously wouldn't have acted like this if they didn't have a huge grudge. Young Master Yi, before you, at the Junlin Hotel, you beat Kai Kunken, causing him to be frozen out of Mirage Entertainment, and you can say that his reputation was ruined. Listening to Bloody Rose, Yi Chen was taken aback, and it suddenly occurred to him that there did seem to be such a thing before. You handle this matter. Yi Chen nodded slightly and commanded Bloody Rose. Yes, young Master Yi. Bloody Rose respectfully responded, then flashed away from the scene, and the farce ended there. Back to the reception. Old Lu. Quick, doctor. A commotion blocked Yi Chen's path. He looked around and saw an old man with pain all over his face, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. The doctor also rushed over at this time. After some examination, the doctor looked unpleasant. Miss Lu, old Lu's old illness has flared up, and he must have surgery immediately, otherwise. Make way, the great Dr. Gao is here. Just then, the miracle healer Gao Yuanshan arrived. As a master of medicine with a renowned reputation in Jiangnan City, he also looked grave after taking his pulse. How is it, miracle Dr. Gao? Lu Sueki was full of anxiety. Naturally, she knew her grandfather's body very well. Today, on his big birthday, he had drunk a few too many cups, and unexpectedly, it had triggered an old illness. Cough cough, Lu Lao's condition is very serious. I'm afraid there is no way to save him. I can only prescribe some medicine to barely prolong his life. Having said that, Gao Yuanshan sighed, and Lu Sueki's pretty face turned white. Dr. Gao, I wonder how long I can continue to live. At most, a month. Gao Yuanshan said after a moment's thought, looking at the scene of the hesitation. Yi Chen shook his head slightly, feeling quite itchy. This old man has rare and difficult illnesses. I can cure his illness. Just then, the people at the karaoke platform reception also looked over and happened to see the words Yichen said. Cut it out, putting on airs. Zhao Kuan sneered, obviously not happy with Yichen. Yichen, are you crazy? Lin Shirin held back Yichen, saying that even the expert doctor and miracle healer Gao Yuanshan were no match for him. He could cure it, and although the guy's massage skills were good, they were a different matter from medical skills. I've got it. Yichen then went to the middle of the field and took out the golden needles with a flip of the hand. Wait. Gao Yuanshan looked at Yichen and said, My friend, you can say whatever you like, but you must not say anything reckless. Lu Lao is a highly respected person, and if anything happens to him, you will not be able to bear the consequences. No problem. Lu Lao looked at Yichen and smiled slightly. I'm an old man with very little time left. I'll try to treat a dead horse as if it were alive. Grandpa, you. Lu Sueki was anxious, but Lu Lao didn't care and just smiled. My friend, let's begin. The golden needles flashed, and then precisely landed on all the major acupuncture points of the old Lu. If this disease can be cured, wouldn't there be no more incurable diseases in the world? The expert doctor looked at the scene and snorted. Shut up. Gao Yuanshan glared fiercely at the expert doctor. What do you know? My friend, this is the 9-turn golden needle method. After the needles were applied, Yichen looked at Gao Yuanshan and said, Do you know the 9-turn golden needle method? Obviously. Ordinary people would not know this acupuncture method. Cough, it's embarrassing to say. I once looked it up in an ancient book, but it was a fragment. At this point, Gao Yuanshan fell to his knees. Master, can you teach me the golden needle method? This scene made everyone stunned. Dr. Gao actually wanted to take him as his master. I'm not interested in taking disciples. Yichen glanced at Gao Yuanshan. The reason he intervened was simply that he was itching to show off his skills. However, he could give you a few prescriptions. With that, Yichen wrote down a few prescriptions. As Gao Yuanshan looked at them, his pupils suddenly narrowed. Each of the prescriptions was extraordinary. He then kowtowed a few times. Thank you, master. Immediately afterwards, everyone's gaze on Yichen changed. Grandpa, how do you feel? Lu Sueki asked with concern, because she could see that her grandfather's complexion had become much healthier. Grandpa Lu felt that his breathing had improved a lot, and the pain in his stomach had also disappeared. I feel better. What? The expert doctor hurriedly examined Grandpa Lu upon hearing this, and quickly came to a conclusion. How is this possible? He's actually better. Zhao Kuan's eyes widened upon seeing this. How is this possible? How is that guy's medical skills so good? Lin Shirin was stunned at this moment. The old man was really cured by him. Everyone came back to their senses, and Yichen had already left. I know, this old man is Lu Feihu, the general of the Jiangnan Battle Department. With a loud roar, Zhao Kuan, who had not left, looked at Lu Feihu in surprise. That brat had had a stroke of luck and had saved such a big shot. Chapter 94, The Authentic Lanting Preface shocked everyone. Ding dong. Leaving the reception, the phone in Lin Shirin's sports car rang. Hello, Mom. Grandpa's birthday banquet, great. I know. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shirin suddenly remembered and turned to look at someone. Yichen, tomorrow is my grandpa's birthday banquet, and my grandpa wants to meet you. Having said that, Lin Shirin's face flushed slightly. When she was young, her grandfather doted on her. Oh. Upon hearing Lin Shirin's words, your grandfather? Lin Shirin nodded, saying that her 70th birthday banquet would be held at the Imperial Hotel tomorrow, and that she hadn't seen her grandfather in a long time. Okay, I'll ask Menjing to prepare a gift. Yichen nodded, having heard that this girl's grandfather was also a treasure appraisal master, and that the gift for this girl's grandfather could not be lacking when they met for the first time. The next day, at the Imperial Hotel. One of the few hotels that can rival the King's Hotel, the hotel was currently full of various luxury cars in front of the hotel, including Pagani, Lamborghini, Bentley, etc. Obviously, the people who came to celebrate Lin Shirin's grandfather's birthday today were either rich or powerful. Not long after Yichen's family entered, two figures appeared in the field. Damn, that guy really came. Zhao Kuan looked at the three people who looked like a family and his eyes burned with anger. Zhao Xiao, that kid is just lucky as shit. I didn't think that Lin Shirin was that popular and she found a pretty boy. Shang Guanqi said with hatred on the side. Last time he was interrupted by Yi Chen, this time he must do well. Yi Xiao. As soon as they entered the birthday party, Lin Mu's voice came over, greeting them to come over. Dad, Mom, you're here so early. Lin Shireen looked at her parents welcoming guests, obviously arriving quite a while before them, and then gave someone an imperceptible glare. If it weren't for this guy's delay, they would have arrived quite a while earlier too. Brother-in-law, you're really handsome today. Lin Xiaoyan gave a thumbs up at the handsome brother-in-law, and Yi Chen rubbed his brother-in-law's head. Lin's father looked at his reluctant son-in-law, Yi, and said, there are quite a few people here to celebrate Grandpa Shireen's birthday today, and none of their gifts are light. Are you ready with your gift? The father-in-law looked at his son-in-law and asked with concern. Before he and Lin's mother came, he had specially prepared a nice gift for Yi. Lin Zining had wanted to bring the 100 horses painting, but in the end, he didn't want to part with it. Don't worry, Dad. I will definitely make Shireen feel more at ease today. Yi Chen said with a smile, thinking about his gift and laughing. Humph. Seeing the whole family laughing and chatting, Zhao Kuan sneered coldly. I'll see if you can laugh later. Old Mu, I wish you a happy birthday and good health and longevity. This is a small gift, not a token of respect. Then he brought up his gift, and inside the resplendent brocade box lay an emerald bangle. Ooh. As soon as this object was revealed, it immediately attracted a shock from the people around him. This emerald bangle looks so good, I'm afraid it's worth 3 million yuan. The people around him were shocked and changed color. Mu Lao's good friend, the president of the Jiangnan Chess Association, also nodded, saying, Mu Lao, this bangle is really enviable. Ah, it's okay. Mu Lao smiled slightly, then looked at Zhao Kuan with great satisfaction. Zhao's boy, you're thoughtful. Give my regards to your grandfather. Yes, Mu Lao sure. Zhao Kuan successfully attracted the attention of everyone, and then his gaze fell on Yi Chen. He said, intentionally or not, I heard that Shireen is here with the great talent of the music world tonight. I wonder what kind of gift Mr. Yi brought for Mu Lao sure. His intention was not hidden at all. Shang Wanqi smiled coldly, so it's finally that brat's turn. I'll have to see what kind of decent birthday gift he can come up with. Oh. Old Mu also looked around the room, his eyes settling on a handsome young man. It was the same young man who got his granddaughter pregnant 4 years ago. But now it seems that even his son-in-law has reconciled with him, so it seems that this young man is no ordinary person. Daddy, that person is bad. The young man heard Zhao Kuan's words and pursed his lips, looking at Zhao Kuan coldly. In her opinion, anyone who caused trouble for Daddy was a bad person. Yi Chen gave a faint smile, rubbed the little guy's head, and then handed over the scroll in his hands, wishing Mu Laofu a long life like the East Sea and a long flowing river, and a life as long as the Nanshan evergreen pine. Ha, you must be Yi Chen. You're very kind. He had more or less heard of Yi Chen's fame. He was said to be a singing prodigy, and also extremely talented in writing. Then, the butler by Mu Laofu's side opened the scroll. It was about to begin. Zhao Kuan's gaze fixedly stared at the scroll, unable to wait to see the boy make a fool of himself. Shang Wanqi was also watching the scene. Many of the other people at the birthday banquet felt the same way. After all, Yi Chen's identity was somewhat extraordinary, and it seemed that he was quite close to Mu Laoshir's granddaughter. Could it be that this boy is in a relationship with Mu Laoshir's granddaughter? Thinking of this, every gaze turned towards Yi Chen's eyes was full of envy and jealousy. Not to mention Lin Shireen's stunning looks, she was also a top-tier young diva. Just the connection with Mu Laoshir alone made countless people fall in love. As the scroll unrolled, Mu Laoshir's smile gradually faded, replaced by solemnity. This is the real Lanting preface by Jiangnan Chess Association President Shen Tiancheng. Boom! As soon as Shen Tiancheng said this, the whole room trembled. Although Shen Tiancheng is the president of the Jiangnan Chess Association, his eye for valuables is famous throughout Jiangnan. Xiao Yi, this is too precious. Mu Laoshir was also full of solemnity, and his breathing could not help but quicken a bit. The authentic Lanting preface is invaluable. Even the market price is up to 300 million, and it is priced but not sold. Good boy. Lin Zining was really shocked when he saw this scene. He looked at the scroll in disbelief. This kid is so wasteful. Lao Lin, is this really the authentic Lanting preface? Lin Zining took a deep breath. The style of the painting and the writing cannot be wrong. Ling, do you know that if this is the authentic Lanting preface, it will definitely fetch a sky-high price of over 300 million at auction? Wow. Lin Xiaoyan listened to the discussion of the crowd and looked at his brother-in-law with a changed expression. This guy, he knows from textbooks that the authentic Lanting preface is a national treasure. His brother-in-law is awesome. He actually gave the national treasure to his grandfather as a birthday gift, and no one can compete for face. Lin Shireen watched her man's operation and also froze in place. The authentic Lanting preface, is this guy crazy? Chapter 95, Zhao Kuan's conspiracy, in full swing. The authentic Lanting preface. Without a doubt, this move was like a king's bomb that shocked the entire audience. Impossible. Shang Wanqi's eyes bulged to the extreme. The authentic Lanting preface. That kid really exists. Damn it. Zhao Kuan's face turned cold, and at this moment, his face once again burned with pain. It was worth at least 300 million, which meant that the birthday gift that bastard had brought was at least 100 times as valuable as his. Crunch. At this moment, Zhao Kuan's teeth were crushed, and he even wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. In an instant, he had become a clown. Hey, Dad, just take it. The mother-in-law spoke at the opportune moment, saying that this was Xiaoya's birthday gift to you, and it was also a gift of meeting. You still don't know, do you? Xiaoye and Lin Shireen have already gotten married. The mother-in-law's shocking words were like divine assistance. Lin Shireen's face immediately turned red, and Lin's mother felt a stunned silence in the room. Her son-in-law was too generous, and she really liked him. Oh. Upon hearing Lin Mu's words, Mu looked at his son-in-law in surprise. Seeing Lin Ziming nod, Mu's gaze on Yichen changed quietly. This kid is fast. However, in this way, his heartache is considered gone. In an instant, Mu's mood lightened considerably. After all these years, his greatest concern has been his granddaughter's marriage. Good. In that case, I will accept the gift from the grandson-in-law. Mu Laoda directly addressed Yi Chen by his name, which was considered an acknowledgement of Yi Chen's identity. The surrounding people looked at Yi Chen with mixed feelings. What the hell does that brat have? What? Zhao Kuan was dumbfounded, and his mind was in a complete state of shock. Who am I? Where am I? Damn, Lin Shireen actually got a marriage certificate with that piece of trash? How is that possible? Lin Shireen is my woman, she can only be mine. This news was like a bolt of thunder for Zhao Kuan. For a moment, a look of resentment fell on Lin Shireen. Damn it, if I can't have it, no one else can have it either. Lin Shireen. You bitch, since you won't give in, I'll use force. You're the one who forced me to do this. Then. Zhao Kuan felt in his pocket and found Liang San, an aphrodisiac. But he had worked hard to get it, and since he couldn't win the heart of that bitch, he would take her body first. Anger rose in his heart, and evil grew in his guts. Subsequently, Zhao Kuan bribed the waiter, and then added Liang powder to Lin Shireen's cup, and everything was ready. However, what he did not know was that all of this was seen by Yi Chen, who had god-level medical skills and could tell at a glance what medicine had been taken. A chill ran down his spine, and then his gaze fell on Shang Wanqi, who was also smirking, because he also had a big hand in the medicine. Such a powerful medicine, it would be a pity if it wasn't used properly. Subsequently, with a speed that was imperceptible, he quietly switched the drinks in the waiter's tray, and suddenly transferred the 2 cups that Zhao Kuan had ordered to Zhao Kuan and Shang Wanqi respectively. As for Zhao Kuan's use of 2 cups, it was just in case, and of course to increase the success rate. However, he had no idea what nightmare awaited him next. With a hiss, 2 golden flashes of light pierced the 2 men, and the next moment they were stuck under them. The stinging pain came, and the essence of the 2 men had already begun to drain away at a very fast rate. These needles are called Hades needles. Once they are used, the victim's life has already begun to report to Hades, and they can be said to be killed without a trace. Drink! At a certain moment, Zhao Kuan stared at Lin Shireen with wide eyes and drank the wine, and then he gulped down the wine in his cup, oblivious to the fact that the wine in his cup had been drugged. On the other side, Shang Wanqi was doing the same thing. Then the 2 of them glanced at each other and, with evil smiles on their faces, walked towards a room at the back of the birthday banquet. Zhao Kuan's mind had already conjured up the scene of the birthday banquet, and the image of him discussing the true meaning of life with a stunning beauty was exciting just to think about it. Soon the 2 arrived at a room, and this was the place he had agreed with his subordinate to meet. As long as Lin Shireen left the table, they would bring her here. Obviously, Shang Wanqi also wanted to have a sip of soup. Such a stunning beauty, if he could have a taste, it would definitely be a wonderful thing. Hey! As time passed, Lin Shireen didn't wait for him, but instead felt something unusual happening to her body. Shang Guanqi felt the same way. This is not good. Zhao Kuan thought of something and was about to leave, but Shang Guanqi directly locked the door, and Zhao Kuan's heart was in his throat. Shang Guanqi, I'm warning you. Daddy, where are those two bad guys? The little guy had been paying attention to Zhao Kuan and Shang Guanqi, and when he wasn't looking, the two of them disappeared, so he asked curiously. Oh? Yi Chen looked deeply at the back, and who knows, maybe they went to exchange feelings. Exchange feelings? Lin Xiaoyong heard her brother-in-law's words and looked full of suspicion, while Lin Shireen gave him a cold stare. You've completely offended them this time. You have to be careful that Zhao Kuan is not someone who takes things lying down. Don't worry. Yi Chen gave a faint smile, I know what to do, and he is no longer a threat to me. That Yan Wang needle was just the first step, and if he continues to output crazily, it will only speed up his death. I reckon that after a battle between the two of them, he will not live more than 3 days at most. Of course, only Yi Chen knows this. It's really lively here. In the midst of the toasting and clinking of glasses at the birthday party, a group of people wearing Geta Japanese wooden clogs barged in. There were more than 10 people, and judging from the aura around them, they were not here for a good reason. Vice President Shun, how have you been? The group of 10 people was led by a man named Tensun Jinzu, the vice president of the Fusang Chess Association. It was obvious that this group of people had come for him. Tensun Jinzu? Seeing this longtime rival, Shin Tiancheng's face turned cold. This guy definitely didn't come here for anything good. Today is Grandpa Mu's birthday banquet. Oh, ha. So it's Grandpa Mu's birthday banquet. Grandpa Mu's name, Tensun, is naturally well known, but after a pause, Tian Sunren's voice continued to come out. Tian Sun wanted to take advantage of Mu Lao's birthday banquet to add some color. I wonder if the Jiangnan Chess Association's chess skills are also as vulnerable as Vice President Shin was 20 years ago. Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, Mu Lao's face looked bad. Tian Sunren was obviously looking for trouble, and he specifically picked Mu Lao's birthday banquet. What an evil intention. Lin Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes at the short Japanese man who deserved a beating, and then turned to his brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, these people are so hateful, can't they be beaten to the point where they won't recognize their parents? Chapter 96 Little Brat, I'll teach your brother-in-law a lesson. How dare you? Shun Tiancheng was full of anger. Tiansun Rinzo, are all of you Japanese people so rude? Rude? Hearing Shin Tiancheng's words, he then looked full of sarcasm. Why, is Vice President Shin's entourage too useless today that they dare not spar? You. President, I'll do it. Shin Tiancheng was about to say something when a member of the Jiangnan Chess Association behind him looked at the Fuso group with a bad expression on his face. Who will you play first? Oh. You've got guts. Tiansun Rinzo looked at the man from the Chess Association and smiled slightly. Ichiro, you play with them. Yes, Chairman Tashiro. Then behind Tashiro Hanzo came a young boy of 13 or 14, which made Shin Tiancheng's face even more solemn. He knew that Okada Ichiro was the genius chess player of the Fuso clan. Although he was only 13 or 14 years old, his chess strength was comparable to a professional 4th Dan, and his chess moves were strange. He was not inferior to a professional 5th Dan in a game. Obviously, these people had planned this long ago. Although the members who accepted the challenge had the strength of a professional 4th Dan player, they were likely no match for this Fuso genius. Sure enough. A quarter of an hour later, Okada Ichiro's face revealed a mocking smile. This is the extent of Chinese chess, worthless. Without the slightest bit of courtesy, he directly provoked. Damn it. Lin Xiaoyang looked at the teenager, who was about the same age as him, and hated the thought of going up to him and strangling him to death. However, at a certain moment, he thought of something. With your chess skills, you are much worse than my brother-in-law. Lin Xiaoyang's voice resounded in the silent birthday party venue, and all the gazes fell on him at the same time, which made Lin Xiaoyang swallow his saliva. Dong. Lin's mother gave her son a brain-cracking blow on the head. You brat, what are you talking about? Lin Ziming also twitched his mouth slightly. Is this little bastard crazy? Does he know what kind of occasion this is? Oh. Feeling the focus of everyone's attention, Tashamori Hanzo suddenly fixed his gaze on Yi Chen, as did the Fusa genius, Okada Ichiro. "Young man, you seem to be quite good at chess?" Tashamori Hanzo said with a laugh, clearly not taking Yi Chen seriously at all. "It's okay, I know a little." Yi Chen smiled slightly, this brat is really getting on his nerves. Lin Shireen glared fiercely at his younger brother. I'll deal with you later." Ichiro Okada looked at Yi Chen and narrowed his eyes. "Interesting. Why don't you play a game with me? If I win, you can tell everyone how incompetent your Chinese chess skills are." Pushing him step by step, this short boy from Japan looked like he really deserved a beating, but he didn't know that he was getting further and further from the path of death. "Oh?" Hearing Okada Ichiro's words, this short Japanese boy was really a bit offensive, although he had the qualifications to be arrogant. "What if you lose?" Yi Chen slightly raised the curve of his lips, and when Lin Shireen looked at that curve, her beautiful eyes slightly jumped. "What is that guy going to do? Why don't you continue?" Yi Chen smiled lightly, knelt down, and apologized to Mu Lao and the Chess Association. "Kid, you." Tianxin Renzang's eyes went cold. This guy is ruthless. If Okada Ichiro kneels down and apologizes if he loses, such humiliation to a young chess genius will undoubtedly ruin his rhythm. Good. Okada Ichiro heard the rousing speech and agreed without thinking. Lin Xiaoong saw this and sneered coldly. "Damn, little brat, my brother-in-law will never let you off the hook." The bet was made, and Tatamori Hanzo wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say it. Even if Okada Ichiro loses, he will not be allowed to kneel, no matter what the consequences. After all, Okada Ichiro is not only a genius of the Fusa Chess Association, but also a member of the Okada Zaibatsu family. The two stood facing each other, with a chess game in front of them. Yi Chen arched his eyebrows. "I'm 7 or 8 years older than you, so let's do this. I won't bully you, and I'll let you win by 8 stones. Looking at the chessboard in front of him, a familiar scene appeared. The last time, he had beaten the genius from the United States named Jones, and this time it was Okada Ichiro's turn. Arrogant. Okada Ichiro heard what Yi Chen said and narrowed his eyes, but he did not refuse because he wanted to defeat the bastard in front of him as quickly as possible, and make him kneel and apologize. Daydreaming. Pop. Pop. 8 pieces fell onto the board in succession. To everyone's surprise, Okada Ichiro had not held back at all and had used his full strength. Even a professional 5th Dan player would not be able to win against such a gap of 8 pieces. Pop. A crisp sound came out, and Yi Chen twisted up a white piece and set it down. Lin Mu then asked her daughter, Lin Shireen, how was Ye's chess skills? A pawn. Hearing her mother's words, Lin Shireen thought for a moment and said, not bad, I guess. He once had a 300-game winning streak on the Chess Network. Chess Network? 300-game winning streak. Upon hearing her daughter's words, although she didn't know much about chess, she knew about the Chess Network, and being able to score 300 consecutive wins there meant that his chess skills were definitely extraordinary. Hey, don't worry, Mom, my brother-in-law will definitely beat that boy from Japan so badly that his parents won't recognize him. Lin Xiaoyang said in a timely manner, but it attracted Lin's mother's disapproval. You big dummy, if your brother-in-law becomes the target of everyone because of you, I'll personally get rid of you. Lin Xiaoyang's calf muscles twitched at the sight of her mother's grimace, and it was obvious that he was quite traumatized by her lecture. No way. Just then, a voice of disbelief came from Tenzin Hanzo, his eyes wide with surprise. In just a few minutes, the young man had completely reversed the momentum and was already taking the initiative, allowing Okada Ichiro Hachi to still be like this. This person's chess skills are probably above Okada Ichiro's. Taijima Jinzu's face turned cold. He wanted to forcefully terminate the game, but he knew very well that this was a taboo in a chess match, and it would have a greater impact on Okada Ichiro. He couldn't afford to gamble. Kid, you lost. After more than 10 moves, a flat voice sounded in Okada Ichiro's ear, followed by a crisp sound and then a white stone settled, stunning Okada Ichiro and ending the game. A divine move. Shin Tianchang's eyes sparkled as he watched the sudden move. The members of the Chess Association all looked at Yi Chen with changed expressions. This guy, Yi Chen's chess skills are so high, this kind of duel is enough to be written into textbooks. You can't. Okada Ichiro was full of disbelief. He was the chess genius of Fusu, how could he lose? Absolutely impossible. Ha, what? You have to accept your defeat if you make a bet. Now. Looking at Okada Ichiro in front of him, he did not spare him at all because he was a teenager, and he knelt down to apologize. Boom! As soon as these words came out, Okada Ichiro's mind rang out. He never thought he would lose, but kneeling down to apologize was definitely an insult to his character. Tanemori Jinzu took the lead and was about to go up. Kid, don't go too far. Pop! Before Tanemori Hanzo could finish his sentence, Yichen slapped Okada Ichiro directly, knocking him to his knees. Say it again. Apologize. Chapter 97, System Mission, Reward Black Hanging Kill God Order. Apologize. With the pain in his knees and forehead, coupled with endless humiliation, Okada Ichiro's face was grim. I'm sorry. With all his strength, Okada Ichiro said the most humiliating sentence since his birth, and Tanemori Jinzu's face turned as dark as it could get. Kid, you've got guts. Tanemori Jinzu looked at the scene, which had become a foregone conclusion. Yichen, right? I'll remember you. Go! Tanemori Jinzu's face was ashen, and the Fusa chess players behind him felt a burning pain on their faces, as if the 2 slaps had just been dealt to them. The Fusu group left in disgrace. Clap, 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 seal. My friend, you're amazing. Shin Tianchang looked at Yi Chen with shining eyes. That Okada Ichiro was a Fusa chess genius, with strength comparable to a professional 5th Dan. To defeat him so cleanly, your chess skill must be at least professional 6th Dan. A professional 6th Dan at the age of 20. This is undoubtedly a chess genius that comes around once in a century. With such talent, it would be a pity if he doesn't join the chess academy to serve the country. Shin Tianchang, who was eager to show his appreciation for talent, let out a small sigh of relief. My friend, how about joining the chess academy? The people around him were taken aback. Shin Lao is directly pulling people in. What is this operation? This. Upon hearing Shin Lao's words, Yi Chen was also taken aback. Joining the chess academy is not an option. Wouldn't that affect the time he spends with his wife and children? Old Mu, what do you think? Shin Tianchang looked at Old Mu with some pleading in his eyes. After all, Old Mu was the boy's grandfather, and he should always give him some face. Ha, Old Mu rarely poaches people. In that case. After pausing, Old Mu continued, how about you join the chess academy, but your freedom is not bound by the academy? Of course. Upon hearing this, Shin Tianchang agreed without thinking. After all, as long as Yi Chen could join the chess academy, it didn't matter if he was bound or not. After all, he was considered a member of the chess academy. Okay then. Hearing that grandfather Lin Shirin had gone out of his way to persuade him, Yi Chen reluctantly agreed. After all, it didn't restrict his freedom, so he might as well just have a title. Great. Shin Tianchang immediately made a decision, and then took out a chess academy badge from his pocket. Yi Chen, you are now a member of the chess academy. I will contact the chess academy later to have them enter your information. After some skillful operations, as if afraid that Yi Chen would run away, the members of the chess association looked at Yi Chen with envy in their eyes, and the guests at the birthday banquet were also full of emotions. Who would have thought that this birthday banquet would have evolved into such a situation? After a while, they left the Imperial Hotel, but as soon as they left the door, they encountered a young man, who was none other than Li Qi. Plop. Master, I have fulfilled your conditions. After Li Qi finished speaking, he got up and started doing push-ups. Lin Shirin was stunned. Is this the same young man from the demon capital? 5. 10. 20. Very soon, 300 were completed with ease. Who knows what Li Qi had been through during this time? Puff. Seeing Li Qi finish the push-ups, Lin Shirin laughed unkindly. You have your moments too. Yi Chen. Cough cough, since you have done it, you will be my disciple from now on. Yi Chen covered his head and had a headache. How could this young man be so stubborn? No one else would have persisted. Really? Master, please accept your disciple's worship. Dong dong. Several consecutive headbutts showed Li Qi's excitement. The suffering these days has not been in vain. You can get up first. It's not proper in public. People come and go from time to time. Yi Chen coughed dryly. He didn't expect to have such a disciple so confusedly. Hey, it's Master. Li Qi laughed, then got up. Master, it turns out that my wife is a top pop diva. Li Qi has met the Master's wife. Li Qi, who has good judgment, only then greeted Lin Shireen, but this title made Lin Shireen's face slightly blush. Right, Master. Li Qi thought of something at a certain moment. Tomorrow is the day of the Jiangnan International Martial Arts Exchange Conference. I wonder if you are interested in participating. Oh? Upon hearing Li Qi's words, Yi Chen was taken aback. International Martial Arts Exchange Conference? Forget it. Yi Chen was about to speak when the voice of the system quietly entered his ears. Ding! The host has triggered a random task, pushing aside martial associations from various countries, with a reward of the Kill God Order and a bonus mysterious blind box X1. Note, the Kill God Order is a special license issued by the Empress of China, and the bearer of this license has the right to kill anyone under the Master's command. Hearing the voice of the system, Yi Chen could not help but freeze. The Killing God's Decree? A special license issued by the Empress of China, with the right to kill without permission? Obviously, Yi Chen realized something when he heard this. This is some kind of cheat code, and it's a good one. And on top of that, there's the mystery blind box, which never fails to disappoint. Okay. Thinking about it, Yi Chen naturally wouldn't refuse. I'll be there tomorrow. Really? Li Qi was overjoyed at hearing this, and took the opportunity to introduce his master to his father. Father will definitely be surprised when the time comes. Haha, then I will wait for my master's arrival tomorrow. Li Qi scratched his head, smiling humbly, while Yi Chen did not know that this cheap disciple he had taken in was still the young master of Taiji Gate. Wow! The little guy watched the whole thing from beginning to end, and said, Daddy, you have a disciple. That's great, Daddy is awesome. The excited little guy was thrilled, and then thought of something. By the way, Daddy, will you take me to the martial arts tournament tomorrow? The sweet and cute voice came out, especially the slightly coquettish expression, which really made Yi Chen not have the slightest courage to refuse. Okay. He spoiled the little one by pinching his rosy cheeks. He felt that at that moment, he must be the happiest person in the world. That feeling was even happier than winning the lottery. Lin Shireen saw this scene and rolled her eyes at the two of them. You, Meow Meow, have spoiled her so much. Poof. None of your business. The little guy was not willing to lose out, hugging his father to declare his sovereignty. He then kissed his father, and then made a funny face at Lin Shireen. This scene made Lin Shireen angry and laugh at the same time. This girl has gone too far. Does she really think that with that lecherous man backing her up, she won't dare to hit her? Chapter 98, with me, Yi Chen, martial arts will be suppressed forever, like a long night. The next day, the Martial Arts Exchange Conference. Squeak. At the entrance of the venue, a car pulled over to a parking space and the door was pushed open. Master. As soon as the family got out of the car, Li Qi came up to them, saying, Hello, Master's wife. Hello, little sister-in-law. Good morning, senior brother. The little guy responded with a very funny voice, while Lin Shireen nodded slightly. Then Li Qi skillfully led the family to the VIP seats at the front, and this scene immediately attracted the attention of Tai Chi's headmaster Li Lansheng. Headmaster Li, what my son is saying about the master, is it possible that it's that young man? Shaolin Abbot Huaining said with his hands together, obviously full of doubt on his face. Cough cough, if there are no accidents, it should be that young man. Li Lansheng's old face turned red. The young man looked about 20 years old with one eye, and was only 5 or 6 years older than his son, which made him very unhappy. Master Li's son really doesn't play by the rules. The heads of several surrounding factions also spoke out. Currently, the Chinese Martial Arts Association has no president, and they are all only vice presidents. Li Lansheng is temporarily acting as the president. Abbot, it's him. At this moment, a young man next to Shaolin Abbot Huaining stood up suddenly, his eyes fixedly staring at Yi Chen. Some time ago, it was him who defeated the vice president of the Wushu Association of the two countries of Fusang in seconds. What? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gaze immediately fell on Jikong, and Shaolin Abbot's pupils shrank even more. Jikong, are you sure? Of course I'm sure. Zikong took a deep breath and then skillfully played the well-preserved video. Look, this is the video from that day. Dolly Jean Gang Palm. Tai Chi Step. Abbot Huaining and Li Lancheng glanced at each other, both seeing the astonishment in each other's eyes. Abbot Huaining's look at Yi Chen changed significantly once again, and Li Lancheng looked at his son with even more meaning. No wonder the brat was shouting at him to be his master and was willing to break up with me. That young man's strength is probably not inferior to ours. The head of the Baji sect spoke with deep meaning, and furthermore, being able to integrate the martial arts of your two schools like this, his achievements are immeasurable. The most important thing is that he actually knows the mighty Vajra Palm, which has been lost in Shaolin for a century. Perhaps we have a candidate for the position of president of the Chinese Martial Arts Association. Li Lancheng's mind was active at the moment, and his gaze fell on Yi Chen. The guy was only 20 years old and already had such strength, and if he trained for a few more years, what would happen? At the same time, there was a lot of buzz among the fighters from various national martial arts associations. Wow, it's that kid. What a narrow escape. He's dead today. Bastard, I will avenge that day no matter what. As the heated discussion continued, the champions of each country's martial arts association immediately focused their attention on Yi Chen. Obviously, their respective powers were above the vice president of the Martial Arts Association, and the only person who could suppress them was the president of the Martial Arts Association. Naturally, their strength was far superior to that of the champion of the stick country's Sanda. When they were famous, the champion of the stick country's Sanda was still playing with mud. The Chinese martial arts world, interesting? The champions of the martial arts associations of various countries all had an arc at the corners of their mouths. Whether in public or in private, that kid was a good opponent. After warming up and sparring for about half an hour, the champion of the Fusang fighters was the first to lose his patience and come to the stage. He glanced in the direction of Yi Chen, and the vice presidents of the Chinese Martial Arts Association said, "Next, I want to take this opportunity to settle a personal grudge." Then his gaze fell on Yi Chen. "Young man, you were the one who didn't give Vice President Fusang any face in public. I heard that you are quite strong, come up on stage and spar with me." Wow! When these words were spoken, there was an uproar from all the countries. The eyes of the Huaxia side fell on Yi Chen, and soon someone recognized him. Wow, isn't that Yi Shen? The little guy also opened the Invincible Cutie live broadcast room at this moment. What is this place? That Japanese guy is so fierce, challenging Yi Shen? Yes. I know that Japanese guy, he's Yuchikyu Yumekawa, the Japanese champion of free fighting for 3 consecutive years, extremely strong. Good guy, is this lineup the scene of an international martial arts exchange conference? Oh no, Yi Shen's previous actions will definitely anger the crowd. Hey, the bench is ready, just wait for Yi Shen to show off. The number of followers in the live broadcast room also soared past the 100,000 mark as the heated discussion continued, and the number of followers continued to rise by tens of thousands. It was clear that Yi Chen's celebrity effect had truly caused an unprecedented phenomenon. This is bad. Tai Chi Master Li Lancheng and the others heard the sudden words of the Fuso boxing champion, and their hearts trembled. They forgot about the previous incident. Master, this. Li Qi was also stunned. He obviously didn't expect the boxer champion of Fuso to directly make trouble, and the conflict was directly aimed at his master. No harm. Yi Chen smiled slightly. If others are clamoring to come to the door, wouldn't it be a shame not to fight and disappoint their enthusiasm? Take care of your master's wife and younger sister. After saying that, Yi Chen picked his way up the stairs. Li Qi gulped and swallowed. Good guy, is the master going to fight? 100,000. 130,000. 150,000. Soon, the number of fans in the live broadcast room broke the 300,000 mark, and at that time, Yi Chen happened to arrive at the ring, facing the Fuso boxer champion across from him. Kid, I can't tell you're famous, but that's good. The champion of the Fuso fighter, Uchikage Yumekawa, sneered coldly, and let me end your aura with one punch. Poof. Uchikage Yumekawa was extremely fast, and smashed a punch with terrifying power towards Yi Chen's chest, while preparing a roundhouse kick just in case. Obviously Uchikage Yumekawa had not been overconfident in the slightest. Boom. Meichuan Naiku just thought he had succeeded and sneered, but instead a terrifying force hit his chest. A cracking sound of bone breaking was heard, and Meichuan Naiku's eyes widened. The extreme pain caused him to break through his limits, causing him to directly crash through the protective net and then fly backwards for more than 10 meters. Wow! Li Qi watched his master such a dope record and stood up suddenly. What a great Tai Chi push! This is awesome, so much more powerful than when he beat the champion of the stick country Sanda. The little guy's live broadcast room instantly exploded. Holy cow, this is awesome. Yishin is mighty and domineering, well done. Is it Tai Chi again? But it's much more powerful than before. Haha, many champion boxers, let me hear you boo again. With Yishin here, martial arts will be suppressed forever. It's like the long night. Ha ha. In an instant, the live broadcast room was in an uproar. As for the Fuso champion, Uchikoshi Yumekawa, his eyes widened, and then his head tilted and he fainted on the spot. He had suffered multiple crushing fractures all over his body. It was a ruthless attack. Chapter 99, one person ends the martial arts competition, and the Sakura organization starts to die. Well done. Li Lanqing saw this and a gleam of brilliance appeared in his eyes. This reversal was so satisfying. The heads of each martial arts school were also interested at this moment as they watched the fight in the ring. It seemed that this year's International Martial Arts Exchange Conference was a bit different. Kid, arrogant. At that moment, the champion fighters from various countries rushed up together. Obviously, they could see that Yi Chen's skills were extraordinary. About a dozen champion fighters just ignored martial arts ethics and charged towards him. Wow! So shameless. When the fans in the live broadcast room saw this, they all cursed the champions of various countries. Damn it, even if you are afraid of Yishin, you don't need to do this. Pop. Before the fans could even spit out their words, a palm straightly knocked the champion of the stick country boxer to the ground, causing a huge tremor in the ring. This boxer champion followed in the footsteps of Meichuan Naiku. Pop. 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 Under the golden hair, the heads of the masters of the various schools of the Chinese Martial Arts Association were dumbfounded, their faces full of disbelief. Powerful Vajra Palm. Baji Quan. Tai Chi Step. The unique skills of each school were combined and integrated, and they directly beat the champions of the various countries to a pulp. They were so comfortable being beaten one after the other. Ji Kong looked at the arena and took a deep breath. My goodness, oh no, Amatba, that benefactor is so powerful. Ghoul. Li Chi swallowed a mouthful of saliva, looking at the scene in the ring where the champion of each country's boxer was being beaten like a chicken or a dog. His heart was so excited that he couldn't help it. Well done. He is worthy of being my master, Li Chi. The cow is flying in the sky. Reward the super cute little cutie with Super Rockets X1666. Lonely, fed to the dog rewards the invincible cutie heart of the universe X888. Bitch, blowing up the sky rewards the invincible cutie blue Demonis X1888. Tang Boho lights mosquito coils rewards the invincible cutie dreamlike starry sky X999. The little guy's live broadcast room fans were also excited beyond measure. One after another local tyrants emerged in an endless stream, all venting their excitement. Holy cow, Yi Xinxiang is invincible. In an instant. In the martial arts exchange arena, the champion boxers from all countries fell to the ground unconscious, and the vice presidents of the martial arts associations from all countries were all dumbfounded. Holy shit! Are you kidding me? Is that guy even human? This is no exchange at all. The strongest champion boxers from all countries were wiped out, and they would only be humiliated if they went down. Daddy, you're the best. The little guy looked at the field, cheering excitedly, in such a manner as if she was afraid that no one would know that it was her papa who did it. You, calm down. Lin Shireen pushed her sunglasses up, her identity could not be revealed, at least not at this time. Humph, why should I calm down when papa is so awesome? The little guy said unconvinced, which made Lin Shireen's brow furrow. The girl did have a point. With this level of strength, you want to challenge my Chinese martial arts? Go back and practice for 10,000 years. Yi Chen glanced at the elite fighters from various countries and the vice president of the Martial Arts Association, saying, your martial arts are utterly defenseless. Pa! The vice presidents of the martial arts associations of various countries felt their blood rise, and not spurting blood was their last remaining dignity. What if that bastard really wanted to kill him? This kid, he's got some balls. Let's go. The first person from the Fusang Martial Arts Association to hate it was gnashing his teeth, getting up and leaving. Before leaving, he glared at Yi Chen fiercely. That guy really thinks he can act so recklessly just because he is good. If this kid doesn't pay a price, they are not people of the Dainichi Empire. As the Fusang Martial Arts Association left, the same was true for the other national martial arts associations. 66666, awesome Yi Shen. The power of Yishin is so awesome that it's breaking the sky. Yishin, please accept my bow. All the martial arts associations, that kid is not from Blue Star. Yishin, I haven't even started fighting yet, and you're already down. A martial arts prodigy held back by the music industry. In a short time, the number of followers in the little guy's live broadcast room has broken the 1 million mark, which is outrageous. Is that guy's skill better than I thought? Lin Shireen watched the actions of a certain guy, and her whole body was unsettled. The champions of various countries are all highly prized, and each one has fought their way to the top. But in front of her own man, he is still vulnerable. If that guy spent it on water bills, she would be. Thinking about this, Lin Shireen felt a wave of fear, her face flushed, and she didn't know what she had thought of. Ding dong. Just then, Yi Chen's phone received a message. Lin Xiaoyong is in my hands. If you don't want to die, come to the abandoned building on the outskirts of Jiangnan City by yourself. Well. After receiving a text message, Yi Chen frowned. Just then Zhou Guoping called. Hello, Yi Xiao. We just received information that the 5-star killer Takahito Hideyoshi of the Cherry Blossom organization has kidnapped Lin's younger brother, presumably to force you to comply. What should I do? This concerns Yi Xiao's brother-in-law, so Zhou Guoping cannot afford to be careless. I am already aware of this matter, and I can handle it personally. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes. For the safety of Lin Xiaoyu, it was naturally best if he went himself. Cherry Blossom organization, since you want to die, I will grant your wish. At this moment, Yi Chen's eyes filled with murderous intent, as it was clear that the Cherry Blossom organization had crossed his bottom line. Half an hour later, on the outskirts of Jiangnan City. The abandoned building had been taken over by Shinden Takahito of the Kill 7 organization, who had also brought with him thousands of Cherry Blossom organization experts, each of whom could take on 10 ordinary people. Squeak! The sound of a supercar came to a halt, while Lin Shireen and her daughter were escorted back to the Kowloon villa. Of course, everything was carried out in secret. Lord Haydn, the kid is here. A 4-star assassin from the Cherry Blossom organization narrowed his eyes. This time, they were determined to kill the kid. For this mission, they had mobilized thousands of assassins. In addition to Haydn Takahito, there were 3 4-star assassins, 33-star assassins, and 302-star assassins. The remaining 700 were all 1-star assassins. The lineup can be described as the Sakura organization's unprecedentedly powerful. Ha! Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Hideki Hidenori narrowed his eyes, and then his gaze fell on the unconscious Lin Xiaoyang. This kid is indeed very important to that guy. As he spoke, Hideki Hidenori's mouth curled up into a vicious arc. The target this time is related to the Sakura organization's cooperation with the Jones family, and there is absolutely no room for error. Pass the order down, prepare yourselves, and kill on your own. Hidenori 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 Haiden. Chapter 100 Yi Xiao subdued the 5-star killer Xiao Tianwarren. Abandoned unfinished building. Assassination on your own? The corner of a Sakura organization sniper's mouth curled up. He was still a 3-star killer, and of course there were 10 snipers on this trip, but he was only one of them. Die. The sound of a gunshot rang out, and a sniper's bullet came rushing at Yi Chen, who ducked his head to avoid the bullet. What the hell? Everyone's face paled at this sight. That guy actually dodged the bullet. Damn it. Do your best. The 10 snipers were about to pull the trigger when a golden light came from afar and approached quickly. Before they could react, they were pierced through the forehead and fell lifeless. After killing the 10 snipers, Yi Chen killed 10 people at a time, slaughtering the Sakura killers who were coming at him like a flood. After a minute or so, thousands of Sakura killers were wiped out by Yi Chen alone. Then he came to the scene. His face was solemn, and he pinched Lin Xiaoyang's neck to threaten him. I didn't expect that his strength was so high. But if you dare to move again, your woman's brother will become a ghost under the knife. As a 5-star killer, Xiao Tianjining obviously felt the pressure from Yi Chen's body. No one had ever posed such a threat to him. This person is extremely strong. Are you so sure that your knife is faster than mine? Yi Chen shook his head slightly, and kicked Xiutian Wujinging 10 meters away with one foot, and it stopped only after it hit the ground hard, and countless ribs on Xiutian Wujinging's body had been broken. As for the unconscious Lin Xiaoyong, he had already been rescued by Yi Chen. Pop! Xiutian Wujinging spat out a mouthful of blood, and looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. How is that possible? He had no idea when the guy had made his move, and he had already been kicked flying. His chest was sunken in, and blood was gushing from his 7 orifices. Shou Tianwu Ringgong had never been in such a sorry state before. At this moment, he realized why this guy in front of him had the guts to come alone, and that none of them posed the slightest threat to him. But how? How could there be such a terrifying being in the world? The next moment, Shou Tianwu Ringgong reacted, and he realized that Yi Chen had already come up to him at some point. Ding! Congratulations, the host has redeemed the servitude card X1, which cost the host 100,000 renminbi. Use. With a flip of his right hand, the servitude card turned into a white light and disappeared into the center of Haidenabu Haidatani's eyebrows. Immediately afterwards, Yi Chen felt an inexplicable connection with Haidenabu Haidatani. Haidenabu Haidatani, I have seen the master. With a thud, Haidenabu Haidatani knelt down on one knee, even though countless bones around his body had been broken. This effect is good enough. Yi Chen naturally knew how seriously injured Xiutian Wujinging was at the moment. This guy was also his first subordinate who would never betray him. The 9-turn golden needle penetrated Xiutian Wujinging's acupuncture points, and then a mysterious energy repaired his injuries. The sound of bones cracking and healing could be heard, and his injuries had already recovered as before. Thank you, Master, for healing your subordinate's injury. Shou Tianwu Ringgong's eyes shone with light. After the slave seal, his thinking had changed. His subordinate had just offended his master, so he hoped that the master would punish him. No problem. Yi Chen waved his hand and said, Get up. In the future, call me Yi Xiao. Yes, Yi Xiao. Shou Tianwu Ringgong respectfully responded, and Yi Chen then began his plan. Do you know who hired you this time? Yi Chen was quite curious. The Sakura organization had gone to such lengths to take action against him, and no one would believe that they didn't have any ulterior motives. Return to Yi Xiao. Hignori 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 Haydn. This cooperation is particularly important to the Cherry Blossom Organization, so the senior management of the Cherry Blossom Organization has sent subordinates and thousands of assassins to assassinate Yi Xiao. Oh? Yi Chen was taken aback upon hearing Hignori's words. The United States? The Jones family? Yi Chen thought of the arrogant American teenager from the scholarly family at the sheep farm before, and it seemed that the servant beside him called him Master Jones. Upon thinking of this, Yi Chen understood why the Cherry Blossom Organization was so generous as to want his life. Young Master Yi, I wonder if you would have your subordinates return to the Cherry Blossom Organization and kill the senior management? Hignori 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 H. Yes, Master Yi. Upon hearing his master's words, Hideyoshi Hignori narrowed his eyes, and various methods of taking control of the Cherry Blossom Organization already came to mind. As a 5-star killer himself, he had great power, and although it would be difficult, it was not impossible to take control. That's right. Hideyoshi Hignori thought of something. Yi Xiao, the Cherry Blossom Organization is backed by the Okada Foundation. If you want to take control of the Cherry Blossom Organization, the Okada Foundation is a major obstacle. Okada Foundation? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen pondered for a moment. I will arrange this matter. After you go back, I will send you some helpers. Yi Chen thought that Zhao Menghu has almost taken control of Yangcheng now, and after a moment of contemplation, he said that with the cooperation of the 2 siblings and Shou Tianwu Ringgong, they will be able to take control of the Cherry Blossom Organization. It would be even better if they can take control of the Okada Foundation at the same time. Thank you, Yi Xiao. Xiao Tianwarengung heard his master's words, and his eyes immediately sparkled. Although he didn't know who Yi Xiao had sent, he was definitely extremely powerful. Go. Yi Chen waved his hand slightly, and Xiao Tianwarengung bowed and bent down, saying, "My subordinate retires." Swish. Under the flash of his body, Xiao Tianwarengung left the scene as if he had never appeared. However, shortly after his departure, figures appeared in the arena, led by Zhou Guoping. "Yi Xiao, are you okay?" When he arrived in the arena, Zhou Guoping's face changed when he saw the dead bodies of the experts from the Hibiscus clan all over the ground. Many of the experts from Kunping Security also looked at their boss with changed expressions. My goodness, it's only been a short while, and the boss has already killed thousands of assassins from the Cherry Blossom organization by himself. And from the look on his face, it seems that he was not even slightly injured. It's hard to imagine how strong the boss is. It's fine. Yi Chen shook his head slightly, then looked at Zhou Guoping and asked, "By the way, has Lao Zhao returned yet?" "Oh. Yi Xiao, Zhao Minghu just returned yesterday. Do you need him for something?" Zhou Guoping did not dare to take the slightest bit of credit and reported respectfully. Yi Chen nodded slightly, and there is nothing to it. In that case, you can tell him to go with Jian to Fuso and help Hidenori Haiden to take control of the Cherry Blossom organization. Hidenori Haiden to take control of the Cherry Blossom organization, this. Zhou Guoping looked at the scene and saw no trace of the five-star assassin Hidenori Haiden, and his eyes narrowed as he thought of something. "Yi Xiao, did you subdue Hidenori Haiden?" "Go." Yi Chen waved his hand slightly and left alone. As for Lin Xiaoyang, he was sent back to the Lin family by the Kunping security guards. Zhou Guoping's pupils suddenly shrunk as he looked at the figure of his boss. My god, the five-star killer of the Cherry Blossom organization has been subdued. How did Yi Xiao do it? Chapter 101, Angel Yan, the first commander under Keisha. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of pushing aside the martial associations of various countries. Reward the Killing God Order, and a mysterious blind box X1 is included. Not long after leaving the abandoned factory, Yi Chen heard the sound of the system's reward being credited to his account, and he felt quite good about it. The system detected that the host has a mysterious blind box. "May I ask if you wish to open it?" A humanized voice from the system asked, and Yi Chen controlled the opening with a mental thought. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the ability to appraise treasures at the god level. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the 3,000 beautiful angel guards. Note, comes with the angel queen Keisha. Wow! Yi Chen was stunned when he heard the rewards for opening the mysterious blind box. Holy cow! Forget the god level treasure appraisal ability, and there's a direct arrival of 3,000 beautiful angel guards and an angel queen, Keisha? This wave of manipulation is awesome. Then, bring up the attribute panel. Name, Yi Chen. Age, 21. Skills, God level cooking, God level music, God level martial arts, God level bone setting massage, God level chess, God level calligraphy, God level medical skills, God level treasure appraisal. Items, Apollo, Ferrari LaFerrari, Lamborghini Poison, Kowloon Villa No. 1, 100% shares of Kunping Security, 100% shares of Mirage Entertainment, 3 lucky cards, 100% shares of K-Song Music, 49% shares of Lin's Group, 100% shares of Shark Fighting Live, the plot of Devil's Island, 3,000 beautiful angels, to be activated. Wealth, 1,370.8 billion renminbi. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Chen smacked his lips. Although wealth had not increased, the 3,000 beautiful angels were much better than wealth. Activate. After pondering for a moment, Yi Chen made up his mind. Then Yi Chen landed the 3,000 beautiful angels in the western part of Fusang, while 10 others landed at the Kowloon Villa as the final defense to secretly guard the Kowloon Villa. Ding! Congratulations to the host for landing 3,000 beautiful female angels in the western border of Fusang, and a bonus angel sanctuary. Ding! Angel Yan, the first commander of the angels under Keisha, has arrived at the villa to serve as the butler. Yi Chen, hearing the voice of the system, was taken aback. The first commander of the angels under Keisha, Angel Yan? The butler of the villa? The system is rhythm of messing things up. Meanwhile, in the shadows of Villa Kowloon No. 1. Swish! 10 figures appeared in the field, much faster than Hideyoshi 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 Heidi. However, the aura of each of them is incredibly powerful. Even an ordinary beautiful angel member is several times stronger than Takahito Heighten, and is completely capable of dealing a heavy blow with one move. As for the first leader, Angel Hikaru, both her appearance and figure are the best among the 10, and her combat power far exceeds that of the other 9. Lord Hikaru, the owner's villa is just ahead. One of the beautiful angels respectfully reported to Angel Yen, and Angel Yen nodded slightly, saying, "You may disperse. Unless the master and his family encounter an enemy of irresistible force, you may not appear." "Yes, Lord Yen." Swish. The 9 stunningly beautiful angelic women disappeared, leaving Angel Yen alone in the same place. "I'm afraid these clothes will make the mistress unhappy." After a moment of contemplation, Angel Yen disappeared to a nearby shopping mall. A few minutes later, a beautiful girl in a long golden robe appeared in the field. This person was Angel Yen, and in her hand she was holding a contract, which was none other than the application contract for the villa caretaker of her master, and the person who signed it was Lu Menjing. Of course, all of this was done automatically by the system. "Who are you?" Angel Yen just approached, and Tian Lang raised his hand to stop him. For a moment, he felt that this person posed a great danger to him, but looking at the girl in front of him, the guest, he relaxed his guard, thinking that he had just been mistaken. "You are Captain Tian Lang, right?" Then Angel Yen extended her white, porcelain-like arm and handed Tian Lang the contract in her delicate hand. "This is my contract for applying for the villa butler position." "Oh?" Upon hearing Angel Yen's words, Tian Lang narrowed his eyes. Even though Angel Yen in front of him was extremely beautiful, it could not shake his vigilant heart. After reading the contract, Tian Lang then called Lu Menjing to confirm, and only then did he agree to let Angel Yen in, but he still personally led the way. It can be seen that he is very serious. Angel Yen smiled without saying a word in response. Soon, Angel Yen met with Lin Shireen. "Wow! Aunt Menjing, you've hired such a pretty maid to be the housekeeper, just like an angel." When the little guy saw Angel Yen, he was naturally drawn to her. Angel Yen gave a smile that was peerless and beautiful, and it made the maids lose their focus for a moment. What is housekeeper Menjing doing? Is she trying to shake the position of their young mistress? She's just too pretty, only slightly inferior to the young mistress. That Menjing. Saw Angel Yen, Lin Shireen gave a bitter smile, obviously not expecting Lu Menjing to find such a beautiful girl to be the housekeeper. "Miss Yen, I will trouble you in the villa in the future," said politely, but Lin Shireen secretly warned herself that such a beautiful woman would be in front of her man in the future, and she could not help but be concerned. "My lady is too kind, this is my duty." Angel Yen gave a gentle smile, which made Lin Shireen find it hard to feel antipathy. A person's smile could have such a magical effect, and it was clear that the girl in front of her would be hard to make someone feel hostile. Subsequently, Angel Yen began to give orders about the various regulations for her as housekeeper. Lin Shireen found her capable style even more impeccable, and she had originally been thinking of finding an excuse to get rid of her. This was naturally no problem for Angel Yen. After all, as the first commander of the 3,000 beautiful angels, and the first person under Queen Keisha, her abilities were naturally outstanding, otherwise she would not have become Keisha's right-hand man. Ding dong. At a certain moment, Angel Yen received a message, "Master Yen, the master is back." "Huh?" After seeing the message, Angel Yen perked up. Boom! A beast-like growl sounded. When Angel Yen led the maids out, Yichen had just pushed open the door and got out of the car. "Welcome back, young master." A sweet voice came from the abyss that seemed to attract light like a black hole, as if it wanted to suck people's eyeballs in. "You must be Yen." Yichen knew clearly in his heart that this stunningly beautiful girl was probably the first commander of the 3,000 beautiful female angels, and her strength was unfathomable. "Yes, young master, from now on I will be responsible for taking care of the villa and looking after your and young ladies' daily lives." I have to say that Angel Yan's acting is superb, and there is not the slightest flaw to be seen. Even less would one associate her with the first general under the Keisha throne, whose combat power has exploded. However, with 10 beautiful angels around, it is a good thing that the villa's security will be worry-free in the future. Chapter 102, The Dark-Hearted Hideyoshi Takeda, Who Killed the Cherry Blossom Organization. Kowloon Villa, Study. Plop. When he arrived in the study, Angel Yen knelt in front of Yi Chen for the first time. Yen had just offended his master, so he asked for punishment. With a stunning face and a devilish figure, if he didn't have enough self-control, he might really punish her. Get up. Yen Tian looked at Angel Yen and told her to get up. It was not an offense just now. Do you know why I asked you to come? A plain voice rang in Angel Yen's ears, but it made Angel Yen's face flush. Queen Keisha had told her to do her best to satisfy her master no matter what request he made. Moreover, Angel Yen naturally knew how attractive she was. Could it be that her master wanted her? When she thought about this, Angel Yen's face turned even redder. Her subordinates didn't know. Yi Chen naturally didn't pay attention to Angel Yen's reaction, but looked in the direction of the Jiangnan Kai family and helped me destroy the Jiangnan Kai family. Ah! Hearing her master's words, Angel Yen was stunned. It turned out to be this. What else? Yi Chen looked at Angel Yen doubtfully, but Angel Yen hurriedly buried her head in the mountains. Yes, my lord. I'm so embarrassed. I actually had impure thoughts about my master. If my master finds out, what am I going to do? I'll be too ashamed to face my master in the future. Go. Yi Chen waved his hand, and Angel Yen, as if he had received a pardon, left in a small and miserable manner, afraid that his master would see through his thoughts. This behavior made Yi Chen slightly stunned. Is he that scary? Is he afraid that I will eat him? The Kai family matter is considered settled, and next. Yi Chen then looked in the direction of the United States, to be precise, the direction of the Jones family. The Jones family went to such great lengths to assassinate him, and it would be unreasonable not to teach them a lesson. With a flip of his right hand, a card for the Angels' Sanctuary appeared in his hand, with a number on it, which was the phone number of the Queen of Angels. Fusong, Western Frontier, Angel Sanctuary. Ding dong. Inside a snow-white palace, a stunningly beautiful woman was nestled on the bed. Her appearance was not inferior to Lin Shirin's at all, and she was even more charming. Hello, master. Seeing the caller ID, Queen Keisha's mouth curled up into a charming arc. You finally contacted your servant. Yi Chen was taken aback by the other person's tingling voice. It was a charming voice, worthy of the Queen of Angels. You are the Queen of Angels, Keisha. Yes, master. Queen Keisha gave a smile, and then said, Master is satisfied with Yenko, if not, I will be your housekeeper. You'd better stay at the Angel Sanctuary. Yi Chen let out a sigh of relief. If the Queen of Angels became his housekeeper, he was afraid that Lin Shirin would explode. Sure enough, the master still moved against the Jones family. Good master, I guarantee you will be satisfied. As the Queen of Angels, she naturally knows a lot more information, and she just happens to know about the grudges between Jones and her master. After hanging up the phone, Queen Keisha's smile became even brighter. Summon 1,000 angels and follow me to the Jones family in the United States. The next day, at dawn. At the headquarters of the Hoso Cherry Blossom Organization, Takahito Hidenori returned to the headquarters and just happened to encounter a blonde man scolding a group of senior executives. You're useless. Are you all idiots at the Sakura organization? The blonde man was full of anger. With abilities like these, you think you can cooperate with the Jones family? This person was none other than the servant who had been by Jones' side at the beginning. Even though the servant was so arrogant, and even though he was just a dog barking at the moon, the many high-ranking members of the Sakura organization still didn't dare to say a word. They understood very well. Although the Sakura organization is the dominant force in the country, it is nothing more than an ant in the face of a terrifying presence like the Jones family. When Hidehito Takahata saw this scene, a sinister curve formed at the corner of his mouth, and a bold plan came to mind. If he wanted to take control of the Sakura organization for his master, if the servant of the Jones family died in the Sakura organization, the outcome. Of course, before that, it would be best to let him spread the message. Thinking of this, Hidenori Hidatani's mouth curved up, and he followed the angry servant of the Jones family. About a quarter of an hour later, in a hidden corner of the headquarters. Who? The servant turned around sharply, but found that a ghostly figure had appeared without knowing when. This person was none other than Hidenori Hidatani. Hidenori Hidenabu naturally cited the will of the senior management of the Cherry Blossom organization as a pretext, then sowed discord between the two sides, and then intensified the conflict between the two sides, taking this opportunity to eliminate dissidents. "What are you doing?" The servant of the Jones family was shocked, full of nervous fear, warning you, "I am a member of the Jones family, you dare to touch me, the Jones family will not let you go." Sigh. "I'm just a dog of the Jones family, but anyone who offends my Cherry Blossom organization will die." With one stroke, the blood of the Jones family servant sprayed around his neck, but Hidehito Shodan had a very good grasp of the depth, and would leave Hidehito Shodan almost half a minute to say his last words. And this last word is an important part of sending the senior management of the Cherry Blossom organization to the guillotine, as expected. Hidetaka Hiden, who was fully equipped for acting, takes out his mobile phone and makes a phone call in front of the drowsy servant of the Jones family, Lord Okada. The mad dog has been removed. Then, Hidetaka Hiden disappears from the spot, leaving the servant of the Jones family full of resentment. Seeing it with your own eyes, how can it be fake? And that bastard must have thought he was dead, struggling to hold on to his last breath. "The man from the Okada Zaibatsu of the Sakura organization killed me and avenged me." Exhausting all his strength, he puffed and spit out blood, obviously affecting the artery wound, but the servant of the Jones family had a cruel smile on the corner of his mouth. "I'll be waiting for you in hell in advance." However, he was unaware that this was all a plot by Takahito Hidetani from beginning to end. After the servant left, Takahito Hidetani returned to the scene and looked at the voice message he had sent. The message didn't look fake, and Takahito Hidetani then placed a rivals button in the servant's hand. Then, he pulled the signal flare, and the next moment, the blazing signal flare rose into the sky. Swish! Figures appeared in the field from all directions, and at this moment, there was no longer the figure of Hideyoshi Hidenori, obviously to create an alibi. What happened? Why did someone at the headquarters pull the signal flare? No good, this is the Jones family servant. Bad, the Jones family died in our Cherry Blossom organization. If not handled properly, the Cherry Blossom organization will surely face disaster. In an instant, panic spread throughout the Cherry Blossom organization. Many senior members arrived at the scene, and when they saw the servant of the Jones family dead here, their faces changed. My lords, there is a button here. And there is also the voice from the mobile phone. Ha! Upon seeing the two things in the field, the faces of the senior executives became grave. And when they learned the information in the voice message, Sakura Shintaro, an old 5-star killer of the Sakura organization, was shocked and subconsciously touched the button on his shirt. This action immediately aroused the murderous intent of many senior executives. Sakura Shintaro, how dare you? Come here, kill him for me. Chapter 103, Destroy the Kai family, the Queen of Angels strikes. My lords, let me explain. Sakura Shintake's face was ashen, but before he could speak, Hideyoshi Hidenori snorted, Sakura Shintake, I knew you didn't mean well. Such behavior will surely bring endless disaster to our Sakura organization, and the only way to appease the Jones family's anger is to kill you. You. Sakura Shinwo saw that Hidetaka Hideneo had turned the tables on him. It was this guy. Bang! With a full force blow, he directly injured Sakura Shinwo in a hurry. Everyone, follow me and kill him. Yes, Lord Hidetaka. The Sakura organization is clearly divided into factions, and Hidetaka Hideneo naturally has his own people. At the moment, at least hundreds of people are rushing towards Sakura Shinwo to kill him, with various killing moves coming frequently. The senior executives frowned. Although there were some doubts, they had no choice but to act in such a way as to be on the safe side. Otherwise, if Sakura Shinwo escaped, the Jones family's anger would surely fall entirely on their organization. Obviously, this Sakura Shinmu was an excellent scapegoat. At this moment, no one actually cared who killed the Jones family's servant. What they were concerned about was to distance themselves from this matter. This is especially true for the representative of the Okada Foundation. If this matter gets into the hands of the person in charge of the Okada Foundation, if he makes the slightest mistake, I'm afraid his life will be in danger. For a while, everyone in the Sakura organization harbored their own ulterior motives. Obviously, Sakuraba Shintaro became the best scapegoat. At that time, all the blame would be pushed onto him, and naturally they would be free of fault. Most importantly, Sakura Shinmei has the high enough clearance as a 5-star assassin and is fully capable of doing this. As for the motive, he can be said to be an undercover agent of a hostile force of the Cherry Blossom organization. On the other side, the Jiangnan Kai family. Damn kid. Kai Qianyu watched the video of Yichen pushing his way through the martial arts associations of various countries, and for a moment his face was grave. No wonder the assassinations failed time and time again. It turns out that kid is so powerful. It seems that the 7-Kill organization has also suffered a lot of losses. Kai Qianyu's face grew solemn as he pondered. It was precisely because of his close relationship with the 7-Kill organization that Zhao Ziyan had not been able to find out earlier. Swish! At a certain moment, Kai Qianyu felt a chill behind him. When he turned around to look, he suddenly saw 3 figures appear behind him. The 3 people were wearing golden armor to cover their important parts, and Kai Qianyu's eyes sparkled at their graceful figures. There was no doubt that these 3 people were all stunning beauties. However, Kai Qianyu had no time for that at the moment, because the fact that these 3 people could come here without making a sound was enough to show their extraordinary strength, and his intuition told him that these 3 people were not here for good. Who are you? Kai Qianyu narrowed his eyes, clearly buying time. Once the villa's experts came in, he would definitely capture the 3 women in front of him and serve them well, so that they would know that flowers are red in a different way. Trying to buy time? One of the beautiful armored angels had a seductive curve at the corner of her mouth. Your men. Boom. Then, a corpse broke through the door, and it was Kai Qianyu's trusted subordinate. Impossible. The blade flashed, and the next moment the armored beauty angel had already struck. Kai Qianyu's neck was covered in blood, and he ended his life with horror. Until the end, she didn't know who killed him. Moreover, with just the 9 people in front of him, not to mention the Jiangnan Kai family, they could even push aside the entire Jiangnan faction. He just couldn't understand why Kai Qiankuan, who had always kept his distance from people he couldn't afford to offend, had suffered such a calamity. Boom! At a certain moment, a raging fire broke out in the Jiangnan Kai family, obviously to destroy all traces of the crime. Squeak! Just then, a number of military trucks stopped in front of the Kai family villa, and thousands of elites from the Jiangnan War Department arrived on the scene. The first thing they did was to surround the Kai family villa, which was completely packed. How dare you commit an open assault? Jiangnan War Department General Wei Qingtian was full of anger, but at this time, 9 beautiful women wearing golden armor swept away from the flames. How dare you? Jiangnan War Department Wei Qingtian immediately struck, but was slapped by one of the women, causing him to stagger back, his feet faltering, and blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Green Sky General. The faces of thousands of Jiangnan War Department soldiers turned pale. How was it possible that a casual move had injured the Green Sky General? You have to know. The Green Sky General is the right-hand man of the Flying Tiger General and extremely powerful. No problem. The Sky General of the Blue Sky stopped with a raised hand and ordered, investigate. Find out the identity of the woman in full armor. The complete annihilation of the Kai family is definitely a major event in Jiangnan, and it seems that this matter can only be reported to the Lord General. Withdraw. The Sky General of the Blue Sky gave an order, telling everyone to leave, and at the same time ordered that the news of the destruction of the Kai family be suppressed, in order to minimize the impact of the situation. However, even so, the upper classes of Jiangnan still learned of the matter, which immediately caused a stir among all parties. After all, although the Kai family was not well known in Jiangnan City, it was not weak. The fact that they could kill the entire family with just a few people without a trace still says a lot. However, the Jones family was furious at the destruction of the Kai family. The Okada Zaibatsu, how dare you? As the saying goes, you have to consider the master when you beat a dog. To kill someone from the Jones family so openly is a blatant provocation. If this gets out, how will the Jones family be able to hold on to their position? Come here. Go to the Cherry Blossom organization and bring me the head of their senior management. Smith, the person in power in the Jones family, spoke, then got up and looked into the distance towards the sky of the Far East. We haven't made a move for many years, so don't think that the Jones family has declined. Yes, family head. The Jones family thought the master bowed respectfully, and then led the family's strongest towards the direction of Fusang. Family head, should we take action against the Okada Zaibatsu? At this time, one of Smith's trusted subordinates' eyes flashed with a fierce light. Although the Okada Zaibatsu can cover the sky with one hand in Fusang, they are just stronger ants in front of the Jones family. No need. Smith let out a small sigh of relief. Nowadays, there are many forces coveting my Jones family, and it is not the right time to cause any trouble. Whoosh! Pop! Just then, a gorgeous fireworks display suddenly bloomed above the Jones family. That was the Jones family's level 1 alert. How dare you? How dare you intrude on my Jones family? Swish. Then, figures flashed out from all over the Jones family, gathering no less than thousands in an instant, and each one was a master. Smith frowned and looked outside the manor, and just then, 300 beautiful angels in golden armor appeared in the field, led by a stunning woman in snow-white armor, who was none other than the Queen of Angels, Keisha. Chapter 104, The Jones family suffered a heavy blow, and each wanted to make their relationship public. The angel had a pretty face and a stunning figure. Especially when she smiled, the light around her seemed to dim, and the thousands of powerful people from the Jones family all gulped and swallowed their saliva. What a stunning woman! If they could spend one night with her, they would be willing to shorten their lives by 30 years. Who are you? Smith, the leader of the Jones family, narrowed his eyes. He sensed extreme danger from the woman in front of him, and according to intelligence, this woman's subordinates had already killed dozens of Jones family elites. Who is she? That's not important. What's important is that many Jones family members will die today. The Queen of Angels, Keisha, didn't pay Smith any mind at all. She had just been summoned by her master, and she always wanted a good opponent to get used to the world. Obviously, the Jones family was a good target. How arrogant! Smith snorted, his eyes flashing with cold light. Who is he? The head of the mighty Jones family, he can cause chaos in the United States with just a word. This is the Jones family's home base, and no one has ever dared to make such a threat before. Don't believe me? Let the facts speak for themselves. The Queen of Angels, Keisha, raised the corners of her mouth in a mysterious way, remembering to go easy. Yes, my queen. Ha! 300 beautiful angels clad in golden armor vanished into thin air, and the next moment, a piercing scream came from the Jones family's strongmen, instantly killing and injuring hundreds of people. Who the hell are you? Smith looked at the 300 beautiful angels whose strength was so overwhelming that it made him despair. His face was cold, and he understood very well that this scene had just proven that he had the ability to obliterate, no, even destroy the Jones family. However, he could not figure out how there could be such a terrifying force in the world. I once owed the Okada Zaibatsu of Japan a favor, and now that favor has been repaid. Then the Queen of Angels, Keisha, glanced at Smith. As for who I am, you are not yet worthy to know. After her voice faded, the Queen of Angels, Keisha, and the 300 armored beautiful angelic warriors disappeared from the scene, as if they had never appeared. A strong bloody smell rose to the sky. The Jones family alone had suffered nearly 2,000 casualties, and the family's strength had been directly cut by nearly half. What a ruthless tactic! Smith looked in the direction the Angel Queen had left, still shaken. If the other party really had the heart to destroy the Jones family, he was certain that they would never have a chance of survival. Family head, that woman was hired by the Okada Foundation. A master of the Jones family had a cold face, fearing that even the Okada Foundation would not have expected that woman to reveal their identity. Click! Smith's fists clenched, and hatred soared in his eyes. Just because he could not offend the mysterious woman, it did not mean that he could not offend the Okada Foundation. The Okada Foundation, how dare they? After assassinating the Cherry Blossom organization, have the family's masters go to the Okada Foundation and slaughter everyone in the foundation for me. Yes, family head. Another expert from the Jones family respectfully responded, and then contacted the assassin who went to assassinate the senior management of the Cherry Blossom organization. Family head, something bad has happened. At that moment, an expert from the manor rushed over, his face full of anxiety and gravity. What else is there? Smith's face was gloomy, and in a short period of time, the Jones family had received bad news one after the other. This. Seeing the family head's ashen face, the expert coughed and swallowed. Family head, the young master was killed by those women just now. Boom! Upon hearing this, Smith's mind exploded, his face immediately turned pale, and he immediately grabbed the expert by the collar. What did you say? What happened to Jones' grandson? Without a doubt, Smith's world had come to an end at that moment. You have to know. Jones was his only grandson, destined to be the heir of the Jones family. Now that he is dead, it will also mean that the Jones family will have no successor. His son and daughter-in-law also lost their fertility during a mission. This news is absolutely unprecedented bad news for the Jones family. Damn it! Smith was furious and enraged. Okada Masanobu, I will let your entire family die with you, leaving no survivors. Guards! Count the men and horses, I will personally destroy the Okada Foundation. Jones's death was like the last straw that broke Smith's sanity. The Okada Zaibatsu had made the Jones family extinct, and the only way to avenge this was to take everyone in the Okada Zaibatsu with them. Yes, family head. At this moment, the Jones family members are also filled with murderous intent. They have been suppressed by the Queen of Angels for a while, and they are just itching to kill. However, the Okada Zaibatsu are unaware of this. If they knew that the crisis of extinction was approaching, I wonder how they would react. As time passes, the end of the Okada Zaibatsu is approaching. A big event is about to happen in the imperial capital of China. Yes, this big event is the final stop of Lin Shirin's concert, the imperial capital stop. Of course. This is not a big event, but Yi Chen is going to do a big thing at this final concert, which is to make their relationship public. Everything is ready, only the concert hasn't started yet. The Imperial City Stadium. The venue for this concert, a large sports stadium with a capacity of 200,000 people, and the concert tickets have long since sold out. 100,000. 200,000. 300,000. The number of fans in the live broadcast room has directly broken the million mark, and all kinds of hot discussions are flooding the screen. Wow, finally waiting for the last stop. Well, Yi Chen has been in the limelight during this time. He has been dominating the international martial arts champions like they were just chickens. His moves have gone viral. The god of love songs is also very skilled, both in literature and in martial arts. He is so outstanding that he doesn't give single dogs like us a chance. I support you, Yi Chen, but will Yi Chen appear today? I don't know, but I'm here for Yi Chen. Yi Chen, can you give me some of your high-quality genes? It seems like having a cute baby with the same appearance as you. The buzz of chatter was deafening, and the audience was also buzzing with excitement. Forget about the last concert by the goddess Shirin, and also the recent one by Yi Chen, which has attracted so much attention and has completely become the biggest topic of conversation. Goodness! The Prince Hang LSP trio are in the VIP seats watching the grand occasion. There are 200,000 seats in the audience, and the live broadcast has already broken the 1 million mark before it even started. Tonight is destined to be sleepless. Hee, uncles, this is not the most important thing, is it? The little guy was grinning from ear to ear, and when his father came, he whispered to me that today he was going to make his relationship with his mother public. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, the three men's gazes fell simultaneously on their young niece, and their minds went blank with a loud noise. Public relationship, what the hell? My goodness, is the boss crazy? Chapter 105, the official announcement is underway, and the audience is exploding. With public relations. If this is true, I'm afraid the entire network will blow up. Next, Lin Shirin sang one new song after another, and undoubtedly each one was tailored for her by Yi Chen, such as Invisible Wings, That Year, So Rush, Little, and so on. After the stop, Lin Shirin will definitely become a diva of the music scene with this one move. 1 million. 3 million. 5 million. As the concert drew to a close, the number of fans in the live broadcast room had already exceeded 8 million. This was unprecedented in concert history, and that was when the grand finale began. Yi Chen had long since told Lin Shirin that he would be the last to go on stage and sing, because he wanted to give Lin Shirin a surprise that had been 4 years in the making. On this night, he wanted to make Lin Shirin the happiest woman in the world. At the same time, the huge screens outside the Daidu Sports Center lit up, followed by all over Daidu. As the screens lit up, what appeared on them was the concert venue. Not just Daidu. Jiangnan City, Shanghai. Every city in China that can be called by name lit up countless screens at the same time, and the same was true of Jiangnan University. At this moment, a huge silver screen lit up on the playground, and on it was the handsome and good-looking male god Yi Chen. This is a stage that was set up a few days ago, so why is it suddenly lit up? I don't know, and it's playing Senior Yi Chen. This is the concert of goddess Shirin. Oh my god, could it be that all this was planned in advance? Ah, look at the internet, something big has happened. Countless screens have appeared in major cities across the country, all showing images from the concert. What, this? Suddenly, many students skillfully took out their phones, and then saw the headline news that had gone viral online. They were all dumbfounded, my goodness. At this point, it happened to be their senior Yi Chen singing. Could this have also been planned? What a grand gesture. It's an astronomical sum just to buy the rights to broadcast on so many advertising screens in major cities across China. Do you think Senior Yi Chen is going to make a big move? They knew before that Senior Yi Chen was a hidden godly hero, and now they can't think of anyone else who has such ability except for a godly hero. Cough cough, no way. To operate in this way, it's not just tens of millions, I'm afraid it would take at least hundreds of millions to do so, and that's still a conservative estimate. The sound of gulping and swallowing saliva could be heard coming from the throats of the many students. Although they guessed that this was highly likely, they were still a little incredulous. If this was really the case, then what happened next definitely exceeded the imagination of all of them. The Yangchang scholars community. In the square dance venue, the screen suddenly lit up, which also attracted a crowd of people from the community to gather around, which had never happened before. Moreover, the news that had exploded all over the internet, they were not stupid. Ahem, Yi, what is your son doing? What a waste. Yes, the national advertising rights, how much money does your son have now? Ye's father was also confused by the chatter. Ye's mother looked at the screen in front of her. Yi, I feel that Brad is probably going to use this opportunity to confess to Shireen. Boom. Hearing Yimu's words, Yifu's pupils suddenly contracted, and then he looked at the screen, and then looked at the news that had exploded on his phone. This can't be. That brat, how dare he? Obviously, Yifu had already expected something. His son never played by the rules. If this was true, then their son was going to be famous. Look, Lao Yi, your son is talking. Just then, the sound in their ears interrupted the conversation between the old couple, and they both looked at their restless son, wondering what the hell he was going to do. On the screen, a charming smile appeared on his handsome face. Today is the last concert, I believe many people have noticed. Yi Chen's voice dropped at the live concert, and everyone in the live broadcast room and all over China was dumbfounded. Yes. On the spot, on the stage, Yi Chen's gaze fell on Lin Shireen in the VIP seats, who was waiting for the end of the concert to thank him. This caused Lin Shireen's heart to soar to her throat. I bought all the advertising screens in China so that everyone could witness this moment. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene erupted. The three VIPs, Wang Zihong, fell on their sister-in-law. The eldest brother said, "What is this? I bought all the advertising screens in the country, but I'm not just a spendthrift. Next, I want to dedicate this song, Preference, to Miss Lin Shireen." Amidst the uproar, Yi Chen's voice came out again, and the screen lit up. Every sweet moment of the two getting along with each other appeared, and the song quietly began. Cancel everything from yesterday. Now you're in front of me. I want to love you, please give me a chance. If I'm wrong, I'll take responsibility. I'm not afraid of anyone laughing at me. I believe in my intuition. Wow. The beautiful background on the big screen completely confirmed the relationship between the two, and coupled with the song's gentle narration, even a fool knows that the guy went to great lengths to buy the nationwide advertising rights. For this alone, it's full of sincerity. That guy. Lin Shireen was stunned by the sudden surprise, and her entire mind exploded. She had thought that the guy would give her a romantic confession or announce their relationship on the screen. But she never expected that the guy's actions would exceed her expectations by far. Immediately afterwards, a flood of emotions welled up in her heart, mixed with an inexplicable sweetness. Puff. At a certain moment, Lin Shireen revealed a happy smile that made the surrounding light dim. Couldn't the guy just tell her in advance? The shy look made Yi Chen's mouth curve up. This was exactly what he wanted, otherwise how could it be called a surprise? Jiangnan University, the playground. Holy cow, what do I see? Yi Shen is actually with Goddess Shireen. Cough cough, not only that, Yi Shen also has a daughter, who looks a bit like Goddess Shireen. Could it be that? My goodness, no way, Yi Shen and Goddess Shireen have had a baby. A loud noise, a sudden explosion. A scholarly family, square dancing area. Residents. Yi Feng looked at the screen in disbelief. That brat, he's actually doing it for real. With such a feat, he is worthy to be my son. Li Wanting narrowed her eyes. At this moment, she felt very proud. She could definitely brag about this scene for at least 10 years. Chapter 106, Ye's romance is 10,000 times stronger than yours. Jiangnan, Jinghua Middle School. School playground. At this moment, countless gazes fell on Lin Xiaoyang at the same time, filled with envy, jealousy, and disbelief. Classmate Xiaoyang, Shireen Goddess is your sister. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Are you kidding? Didn't you see that the person who confessed his love was Lin Xiaoyang's brother-in-law? And the goddess of poetry also happened to have the surname Lin. There are no coincidences in the world. Besides, they went to school together. Feeling the gazes of thousands of people, Lin Xiaoyang felt a little guilty and her face flushed. Cough. Well, you guys are fine too, right? He secretly shrunk his neck. This was not exactly the school beauty or class flower, but he had known that this would be the case. He just didn't expect his brother-in-law to cause such a stir. The pressure was enormous. He really wanted to run away, but he was afraid that the female classmates would push him down and kill him. Mamma mia, what should I do? Brother-in-law, come save me. That's right. At a certain moment, Lin Xiaoyang thought of something and took out a stack of thick photos from his school bag. As an apology, he said, "This is my sister's signed photo, you guys share it." After saying that, Lin Xiaoyang placed the photo on the bench and then ran away at lightning speed. What the hell? The signed photo of the goddess Shireen, my god. Hurry up and grab it, there are also signed photos of the god Yichen inside. Everyone retreat. With a shout, all the students at Jinghua Middle School exploded. Thousands of little magical beasts scrambled for the autographed photos, and the commotion really scared the homeroom teachers in each class. Hearing the commotion behind him, Lin Xiaoyang let out a deep breath, patted his chest, and said, "Hee, I'm still resourceful. I'll sneak away while no one's looking." Lin Xiaoyang hadn't taken a step when he was stopped by a voice, "Lin Xiaoyang." A beautiful figure then blocked Lin Xiaoyang's path, and it was none other than his beautiful homeroom teacher. At the moment, the beautiful homeroom teacher was quite anxious, but she forced herself to remain calm and suppressed the slight blush on her face. "Teacher Lili?" "Ahem, hello." At this moment, Lin Xiaoyang was as embarrassed as he could be. He knew that his homeroom teacher was his sister's fan. It wasn't impossible for the teacher to let you go, unless. Then the beautiful homeroom teacher's gaze falls on Lin Xiaoyang's school bag, and you give the teacher your sister's signed photo. Lin Xiaoyang, let me find it. Having just fled in a hurry, Lin Xiaoyang carefully inspected his school bag, but before he could open it, it was taken away by the beautiful homeroom teacher. On the face of it, you are the idol brother of the teacher, so go. Really? Thank you, teacher. Lin Xiaoyang heard this and felt like he had been pardoned. He slipped away with a squeaky sound, and the beautiful homeroom teacher looked at her student's bag in her hands. Her face flushed. She felt a little bad for treating her student like this. Cough cough, never mind. Everything is worth it for Shireen's autographed photo. She secretly made up her mind that it was all worth it for the signed photos of goddess Shireen. In no time at all, the beautiful homeroom teacher found 2 signed photos in her bag. One was a signed photo of Lin Shireen and the other was a signed photo of Yi Chen. Yes. One is of a goddess and one is of a god, he. The beautiful homeroom teacher now revealed a sly smile. She had noticed just as Lin Xiaoyang had left, which was how the previous scene had come about. It could be said that this was the most satisfying robbery she had ever had. Just then, the beautiful homeroom teacher looked down at the concert broadcast room and couldn't help but be stunned. The number of fans in the broadcast room had broken 10 million. Oh my god. In an instant, the beautiful homeroom teacher was shocked. Goddess Shireen is so happy, buying the broadcast rights for all advertising screens in the country. I'm so jealous. Amidst the chaos, the singing continued. I said I won't hide. I must do this. I won't listen, but I must love. Love harder, so you understand. I favor you. Pain is also enjoyable. Listening to the song that penetrates the heart, especially that handsome face, the beautiful homeroom teacher's face is about to press against the screen, just to be able to get closer to the male god. If the teachers and students of Jinghua Middle School saw this kind of scene, I wonder how big a sensation it would cause. However, the scene at Guangzhou was even more explosive. Tug. Tung. Every figure stood up from their seats. Their hearts were truly trembling with excitement, and their hands could not remain still. Soon, 200,000 people were standing like this, listening to Yi Chen's romantic confession. This is the scene that every girl hopes will happen to her, but unfortunately, it's not them. If Yi Chen were their boyfriend, that would be great. What's so great about goddess Lin Shireen? She just looks better than they do, and has a better figure than they do. Even the stars in the VIP section looked at Lin Shireen with shock in their eyes. Goodness, these two have hidden it very well, but the timing of this confession is just right. Such a gesture, confessing to the whole country at the last minute, is enough to silence the idle tongues of all parties in the music industry. After all, with such a generous gesture, it will only enhance Lin Shireen's fame, and there will be no damage to her reputation at all. Ah, good boy. Such explosive news naturally quickly reached Lin Ziming's ears at the Lin family villa. Watching the boy's confession on the screen, he smiled. The boy wasn't as annoying as before, at least this wave of work was done well. Cut it out. Lin Ziming's mother rolled her eyes at him. Yes, Yeezy's romance is 10,000 times stronger than yours. Puff. Hearing their mistress's words, many of the maids in the villa couldn't help but burst out laughing. However, they hurriedly looked away from their master with trepidation, and Lin Ziming blushed. The maids who had walked to the side secretly opened their phones and watched the operation of their master's confession. Good guy, the national confession master is so awesome. That's amazing. If a guy confessed to me like that, I'd be willing to go against the world to be with him. May we be together till the end of our lives, forever and ever. What if I feel like I'm in love with the young master? The maids chattered away, and Lin Ziming couldn't help but sigh as he listened to the indistinct murmurings of his own maids. It seemed that having such an outstanding son-in-law was not a good thing for him. Thinking about this, Lin Ziming recalled that since the young man's family banquet, his family's status had plummeted. What was he going to do if this continued? Chapter 107, Going in Both Directions, Lin Shireen quits the music scene. Look! A beautiful maid at the Lin family villa is staring at the screen with wide eyes. Oh my god, the young master is showing the marriage certificate with the young lady. What? Hearing her companion's words, several maids looked over together, all with wide eyes. Is the young master crazy? Sure enough, the concert venue exploded like never before. That's a marriage certificate. I can't believe it. The goddess Shireen has married the god of men. In an instant, the audience was dumbfounded, and the three people in the VIP seats, Prince Hang, were also stunned. Good guy. You're awesome, boss, getting married with your wife to be so quickly. Do Ya Live, which had already broken 10 million views, immediately exploded. 11 million. 13 million. 15 million. The number of followers skyrocketed exponentially, and it was clear that the Dosha platform had a lot to do with it. After all, this was the boss's highlight moment, and naturally, he had to push it as much as possible. As the concert ended, fans at the scene and in the live broadcast room were buzzing with excitement. He went all out with his confession and bought the national advertising rights. Goodness, they had never seen such a lavish person before. This pompous plot, which should have been in a TV series, actually happened right in front of their eyes. But at this time, another piece of explosive news came out, and the source was Lin Shireen's studio. Thank you for your support over the years, fans. I have become better because of you all along. With immediate effect, I will withdraw from the music scene. Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, all public opinion immediately and overwhelmingly focused on Lin Shireen. What? The goddess is withdrawing from the music scene? No. Goddess Lin Shireen is a completely queen-level existence, and she's withdrawing at this time. Could it be because of Yi Chen? Will she be staying at home to raise a family? No, goddess, don't do it. Yi Chen, give my goddess back to me. For a while, the internet was in an uproar, as it was obviously hard for people to accept this. Heading to the villa in the car. Quit the music scene? Yi Chen was also quite surprised as he looked at the internet, which was in an uproar. Of course. Lin Shireen didn't think much about it. Her dream of music had already come true, and it was time to quit. And after quitting the music scene, she wouldn't have to pretend and hide when she went out. Lin Shireen had been thinking about this for a while. Even if the guy hadn't announced their relationship that day, she would have announced it and then quit soon after. In the past, she had been single-mindedly pursuing her dreams, but spending time with a certain guy, she discovered that there is nothing more important than being happy and together as a family. You gain by giving. Back then, she gave up time with her family to pursue her dreams, and now it's time to moderate her pace of pursuing her dreams, because that way she will be happier. The playground at Jiangnan University, where many students are dumbfounded. Oh my god, goddess Lin Shireen has quit the music industry. A love story that goes both ways, how romantic. Yishan confessed his love for Shireen all over the country, and Shireen retired from the music industry for the love of him. Should they do this? Showing off their love like this, have they considered the feelings of those of us who are single? But the dog food is so sweet, what should I do? There is no doubt that a love story that goes both ways is always enviable. Jiangnan, Mu family villa. Ding dong. Mu Lao was admiring the authentic lanting preface, a birthday gift from his grandson and daughter-in-law, when his phone rang. Hello, Yiling. What? Shireen has announced her retirement from the music industry. Okay, I got it. After hanging up, Mu Lao frowned slightly, but when he saw the comments online, he couldn't help smiling. Do young people nowadays know how to have fun? He shook his head slightly, then bitterly smiled with envy. It's good to be young, you can do whatever you want without consequences. It seems that Xiao Shireen has understood a lot about the way of giving up. In this regard, Mu Laoshi did not feel sorry. He has lived most of his life with so-called fame and fortune, and long ago he has come to look down upon it. However, with a little emotion, Mu Laoshi's gaze fell on the authentic lanting preface. He didn't know where the little guy found such an authentic work. Looking at the many antique calligraphy and paintings in the collection room, there is no doubt that Mu Laoren has placed the lanting preface in the most conspicuous place, and it is undoubtedly the most precious of all his antiques. Back to the villa. Hello, young master. Hello, young lady. Hello, young miss. The maids greeted, looking at the young master's family full of envy. They naturally saw the heated discussions online, and it was precisely because of this that they could not help but envy. The young master and young lady rushed towards each other. It was so sweet. The way they interact with each other is so sweet. It is estimated that only the young lady can match the young master, and only the young master can match the young lady. It is already late at night in the room. Phew. Lin Shireen looked at the hot comments online and let out a small sigh of relief, feeling much more relaxed. Lin Shireen was not worried about the current hot topic. After all, this kind of heat will soon pass, and the heat in the music scene and entertainment industry can change very quickly. Come. To celebrate the official announcement of our relationship, my husband will give you a full body massage. Yi Chen said with a smile, and then we'll have some wine and talk about the water bill. Oof. Who's afraid of you? Lin Shireen was obviously relieved, and her mood was much better than usual. Today was truly a day worth celebrating, so naturally she wanted to relax. After 3 rounds of wine and a fierce battle, the two beautiful people snuggled together, enjoying the warmth after the battle. Such a moment is quiet and beautiful. If time could be frozen at this moment, it would definitely be the happiest thing in the world. What are your plans next? Yi Chen asked, sniffing the sweet smell of his lover's hair in his arms. I think I might take over the Lin Group, right? Lin Shireen thought for a moment and said, and then added, my father has long wanted me to take over the Lin Group. Over the years, he and my mother have always wanted to travel the world. It will also fulfill one of their wishes. Really? As he listened to his wife, Yi Chen's mouth curved up. Then he thought of something. Right, my dear, there's something I need to tell you. Oh? Yi Chen's words caused Lin Shireen to flinch. Tell you what? What is this guy going to tell me? Yi Chen gave a meaningful smile, then took out a contract from the drawer of the bedside table. This gift, I've wanted to give it to you before, but I never found the right opportunity. A gift? Is it? Obviously, looking at the document handed over by her husband, she couldn't help but think of the previous 2 times. However, when she opened the document, Lin Shireen's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. What? This is the contract for the transfer of 49% of the shares of the Lin Group. Chapter 108, the Cherry Blossom Organization was attacked, and the Okada Zaibatsu was destroyed. 49% of the Lin Group's shares. Looking at the transfer contract in her hands, Lin Shireen was unable to react for a while, and her thoughts drifted to her father's phone call that day. The person who acquired 49% of the Lin Group's shares was this guy. How could this be? It was you who acquired 49% of the Lin Group's shares? She clenched her teeth. She knew how worried her father had been during that time. After all, in the face of the unknown, any action taken by this person could affect the future of the Lin Group. Before, the Lin Group had some financial problems, so they just acquired a small number of shares. Lin Shireen, you call 49% of the shares a little? After listening to someone's words, Lin Shireen was not calm, and glared at him and said, do you know how my father has been living this period of time? Every day he can't sleep well, always thinking that there is a problem with the group. Hearing the girl's words, Yi-chen was slightly startled. Is that true? The father-in-law has seen big winds and big waves, so he shouldn't. Humph. Lin Shireen looked at the share transfer contract in her hands. If my father knew that the person who acquired 49% of the group's shares was you, he wouldn't break your legs. After complaining for a while, Lin Shireen's gaze fell on the contract. But then again, are you really going to transfer these 49% of the shares to me? You know, this is worth almost 30 billion. That's nothing. He waved his hand dismissively. Since the father-in-law is so worried, it is all the more reason to give it to you. By then, even if he doesn't want you to marry me. Whatever. Hearing someone say that, Lin Shireen glared at him angrily. She was unwilling to let herself marry this guy. They had slept together and had even received their marriage certificate. The little guy was infatuated, but it was useless if the old man didn't want it. Putting the contract aside, Lin Shireen let out a sigh of relief. Yi-chen, thank you. The next day, at the Lin family villa. Ding dong. Lin Zining, who was still half asleep, heard the ringtone of his phone. Seeing that it was his daughter calling, he answered as usual. Hello, Shireen. What did you say? The 49% of the group's shares is Yi-chen. Okay, I got it. After hanging up the phone, the only trace of sleepiness in Lin Zining disappeared. Lin Zining's mother was also shocked by Lin Zining's reaction. What's wrong, Lao Lin? Lin's mother thought something had happened to her daughter and son-in-law, and asked with concern. After all, a lot had happened during this period of time. However, Lin's father pretended not to hear, and continued to mind his own business. That brat. He actually hid it from me for so long. Lin's mother. Lin, what actually happened? Lin's father was now pale as death. What happened? Do you know who acquired the 49% of our group's shares? Yi-chen, that little bastard, your good son-in-law. As he spoke, Lin Zining's face was full of gnashing of teeth, showing how much he cared about this matter. He had thought of 1,000 things, but never would he have guessed it would be that little brat. It's just that little brat. Where did he get so much money? What? Lin Zining's mother was also stunned when she heard Lin Zining's words. The one who bought 49% of the group was Yi-chen. Are you sure? Obviously, Lin Zining was really a little bit unable to believe it, and thought he had heard it wrong. Are you sure? Lin Zining was full of bitterness, his heart was full of mixed emotions. Your precious daughter said it herself, do you think you can be sure? But that brat seems to want to transfer the 49% of the group's shares to Shireen. Turning to Shireen. Lin Zining's eyelids twitched slightly. Those were shares with a market value of nearly 30 billion yuan, which was too precious. Did Shireen accept them? Seeing Lin Zining, who had not lost his temper, Lin Zining vaguely guessed what was going on and asked, if it's not for this reason, I can't think of why the old man wouldn't go find his son-in-law and fight to the death. Lin Zining did not answer, but nodded silently. Even so, it already explained everything. It seems that it is time to hand over the group to Shireen. After thinking for a moment, Lin Zining sighed slightly. After this incident, he felt even more that he was unable to do anything, and obviously he could not refuse to grow old. Although the group will not have major problems under his leadership, it will be difficult to make further progress, at least in his hands. Have you thought it over? Lin Zining's mother did not refute when she heard what Lin Zining said, but remained calm because they had been preparing for this day for a long time. Well. Lin Zining seemed to be somewhat relieved. He had not been able to properly accompany you all these years, so let's take this opportunity to spend some time together as a couple. Che. What a character. Lin Zining's mother rolled her eyes at Lin Zining, but since her daughter's situation had finally stabilized, she let it go and put her biggest worries to rest. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Cherry Blossom organization. Swish. Streaks of figures appeared not far from the headquarters of the Cherry Blossom organization. Looking at the Cherry Blossom organization, which had dominated Fusong for decades, a coldness welled up in the eyes of the leader of the Jones family. Do it! At the sound of the order, hundreds of figures rushed towards the headquarters of the Cherry Blossom organization like a tiger into a flock of sheep. What people? Pooh! The elite of the Cherry Blossom organization had not even had time to react before they were ruthlessly killed on the spot. The experts of the Jones family struck with great decisiveness and ruthlessness. All the senior members, not a single one left. The expert of the Jones family snorted coldly. After this, everyone will know that anyone who offends the Jones family will be punished. Yes, my lord. The expert of the Jones family, who had originally wanted to hold back, heard this and their eyes lit up. They had not killed so wantonly for a long time. 1 person. 3 people. 5 people. After a quarter of an hour, the Sakura organization's masters were more than half dead or injured, and the top management was completely wiped out. Somewhere in the shadows, Takahito Hidenabu Hidatani arched an eyebrow, because those who had been killed or injured were all dissidents and top management. Now that these stumbling blocks had been removed, it was the perfect time for him to take control of the Sakura organization. On the other side, the Okada Zaibatsu. Smith arrived with his family's best fighters, and in a single glance, countless Okada Zaibatsu masters were killed or injured. Okada Zaibatsu's master, Okada Sofu, glared at Smith angrily. "Smith, you're ruthless." Okada Sofu clenched his fists. "I will not let you go even if I become a ghost." Boom. A shot hit Okada Sofu in the heart. Even after he turned into a corpse, his eyes still stared viciously, obviously unable to accept his death. Smith gave a cold smile and then looked at the Okada Zaibatsu, killing, not sparing a single one. Chapter 109, the Okada Zaibatsu was destroyed, and Angel Shueching pushed 3,000 assassins aside. The Okada Zaibatsu was bloodshed on the spot. The scene of the family being wiped out was quietly unfolding. Faced with the Jones family, it was clear that the Okada Zaibatsu, which was completely in the hands of the Japanese, was not enough to look at. The Okada Zaibatsu was completely wiped out in the blink of an eye. The order was passed down to immediately take control of the many industries of the Okada Zaibatsu and to incorporate them into the Jones family name with lightning speed. Ah! A miserable scream came from the side at this time. No good. A formidable enemy is approaching. Figures came at high speed, and when they arrived in the middle of the field, they began to massacre the Jones family experts. The Jones family, which had already suffered some casualties, was caught off guard. Had ha ha. Had ha ha. Soon, there were hundreds of killers on the other side, led by none other than Zhao Ziyan. Obviously. It was the Zhao Minghu siblings who made the move, and the people accompanying them were from Kuanping Security and the Blood Slaughter Hall. After Yi Chen's special training, the strength of these people has improved qualitatively. Damn it! Smith looked at the suddenly attacking enemies with a cold face. Who are you? Hiss. A fierce attack came, and the person who struck was none other than Zhao Minghu. One blow severely injured one of Smith's henchmen, who coughed up blood and staggered back, his eyes changing as he looked at Zhao Minghu. This person is so strong. Smith's henchman immediately ordered the Jones family experts to protect the family head and retreat. On the other side, the Sakura organization was also being attacked. Sakura organization, what a pity. The top 10 forces in Japan, the Evil Light Club and the Moroa organization, have benefited from this and have revealed their fangs. Nearly 3,000 assassins have surrounded the Cherry Blossom organization, and not a single fly can get out. Lord Hideyoshi, no fewer than 3,000 assassins have surrounded us. Hidehito Takeda's right-hand man had a cold expression on his face. Now that they had taken control of the Cherry Blossom organization, it was obvious that a greater crisis was imminent. As he listened to his subordinate's report, Hidehito Takeda narrowed his eyes. The Evil Light Society and the Moro organization, what a grand gesture. That's good. Now that an enemy has popped up, it's just right to use them to establish our authority. Lord Shueching, I'm afraid you'll need to do it yourself. As the voice fell, 3 women clad in golden armor appeared in the arena. These 3 were the beautiful angels. The one in the middle, who was the leader, was none other than the Lord Shueching mentioned by Xiao Tian Wujingung. She was the second in command of the 3,000 beautiful angels, and her strength was second only to Angel Yen. Gulob. Seeing the 3 angelic Shueching women in front of him, with their important parts covered, angelic faces, and devilish faces, several of Hidenori Hiden's henchmen couldn't help but swallow. This woman, so beautiful. This did not surprise Hideyoshi in the least. After all, when he first saw the 3 angels Shueching, he was also shocked. He had never imagined that the master would have such beautiful and extremely powerful women under his command. As for strength, he had naturally experienced it. Angel Shueching had defeated him in one move, and if it were a life or death battle, he definitely would not have survived more than one move. You don't need to do this if you are working for the same master. Angel Shueching revealed a curved smile, and then turned to the two people beside her and quickly settled the matter. Yes, Commander Shueching. The two armored women behind her nodded and disappeared in a flash, leaving Hideyoshi Shinden stunned. There was no denying that these two were stronger than him. When Hideyoshi Shinden arrived at the headquarters of the Cherry Blossom Organization, he suddenly saw two beautiful angels clap their hands together and rush off in two directions. The next moment, a massacre broke out. The two beautiful angels each had two short, snow-white swords in their hands. As they flew past, the 3,000 assassins were like paper cutouts, destroyed and dead on the spot. One strike and they were dead. Indeed, the gap between the two sides was too great, they were completely not in the same league. In an instant, the 3,000 assassins had already died on the spot. There were more than 1,000 dead. The two beautiful angels in the massacre scene seemed to have turned into two Grim Reapers. Their bodies were already splattered with blood, adding a touch of sensuality. Guliolu. Shou Tianwarren and his henchmen all swallowed their saliva. Those two armored women are so strong, their strength is beyond their imagination. Impossible. The 5-star assassins from the Evil Light Club and the Morua organization were full of horror. They couldn't believe what they saw. In an instant, they killed thousands of assassins, which was beyond their understanding. Invincible. This was the unanimous thought of the 2,000 surviving assassins. It was clear that everyone had already lost heart. Are you kidding? How can we fight this battle? The two people in front of us are probably enough to wipe out all of us. Ding dong. At that moment, two phone calls sounded at the same time from the two 5-star assassins from the Evil Light Club and the Sanluo organization. What? Half of the senior management of the Evil Light Club have been killed, and the president has been injured and is unconscious. I'll be right back. The 5-star killer from the Evil Light Club looked extremely displeased, because he learned from the message that the person who made the attack was none other than the two armored women in front of him. In other words, there are not only the two armored women in front of him, but also other people who are just like the armored women in front of him. Although the 5-star killer from the Mara organization said something, his solemn face already said it all. Their Mara organization also suffered heavy losses, and most of the senior management was killed. Retreat. The 5-star killer of the Sanluo organization didn't even think twice before he wanted to take the killers in the organization and leave. However, no good. Before he could react, he felt a tingling pain in his neck. The next moment, he found that the hand that touched his neck was covered in blood. The 5-star killer from the opposite Evil Light Club had already turned into a corpse. How could this be? With a strong sense of unwillingness, the 5-star killer of the Senro organization fell to the ground, following in the footsteps of the 5-star killer of the Evil Light Club. The two were also the highest commanders of this operation to lead the siege and kill. With the death of the general, the 2,000 killers at the scene immediately panicked. After a minute or so, 2,000 bodies appeared in the field. At this point, all 3,000 killers who came to kill the Cherry Blossom organization were completely annihilated. The Cherry Blossom organization was already covered in blood, like the Hell of Shura. At this moment, in the middle of the field, there were only two beautiful angel women with blood dripping from their swords. No, to be precise, it was more like two beautiful blood angels standing in the middle of the field. The most terrifying thing was that the two beautiful angel women had not been injured in the slightest. Hiss. Takahito Hidatani sucked in a cold breath. My goodness, what kind of demon has the master subdued? It's terrifying. With such strength, he is at least 10 times, no, at least 20 times stronger than him. The group of Sakura organization assassins gulped repeatedly. Holy cow, looking at the two harmless beauties, they are so ruthless when they fight. Angel Shueching then fixed her gaze on Hidenori. From now on, Hidenori will be the leader of the Sakura organization. Do you have any objections? Cough cough, I dare not. Chapter 110, A Strange Mission, a Reward of 100,000 Private Mercenaries? The Imperial Capital Airport. Wow. Lin Xiaoyang exited the Imperial Capital Airport, inhaling the fresh air. Brother-in-law, this is the Imperial Capital. It is indeed much more prosperous than Jiangnan, and this is my first time here. Lin Xiaoyang was overjoyed. His parents had been quite busy and had no time to bring him to the imperial capital to play. As for Lin Shireen, she was naturally even busier with all her concerts and appearances. Look, there they are. Yi Chen and Goddess Shireen. Many reporters waiting at the imperial capital airport all gathered around in a flash. They had thought the rumors were false, but they had never expected Yi Chen and goddess Shireen to really come to the imperial capital. Mr. Yi, may I ask if you and Miss Lin Shireen are really married? Miss Lin, did you quit the music scene because of Mr. Yi? Mr. Yi. The sound of chattering interviews could be heard, as could the sound of cameras clicking. At the moment, Lin Shireen obviously had not disguised herself, because there was no need to. After all, she had already quit the music scene, and the matter would soon fade away. Make way. Just then, a team of security guards came from afar. The two teams of men, with their backs straight, were none other than the Kunping Security Imperial Capital Branch. An aisle immediately opened up in front of the extended Lamborghini. You've got to be kidding me. It was their honor to clear the way for Yi Xiao, and they could brag about it for at least half a year after they returned. The one leading this time was a trusted subordinate of Zhao Menghu, so naturally they didn't dare to be careless. After the supercar disappeared, many reporters regretted that they should have insisted on asking a few questions. 20 minutes later, the Marriott Hotel. Presidential Suite. Hey! After washing up, Lin Xiaoyan couldn't help but let out a small exclamation when he saw the message pushed to his phone. Is this the opening of the chess exchange channel on Xiyun? Brother-in-law. Chess masters from all over the world can now exchange skills with each other? After a pause, Lin Xiaoyan looked at his brother-in-law with a wicked smile and said hopefully, "Brother-in-law, why don't you play a few games of chess with people from other countries?" Chess network? Exchange chess skills with people from other countries. Yi Chen looked over and, before he could say anything, heard the system's voice in his ear. Ding! The host triggered a random task, defeating chess players from all over the world and winning 500 consecutive games. Reward, 100,000 private mercenaries, plus 80 billion renminbi. Upon hearing the voice in his ear, Yi Chen was taken aback. 100,000 private mercenaries? My goodness, is the system crazy? Forget about the 3,000 beautiful angels before, after all, they were opened from a mysterious blind box, and now for a normal mission, the specifications are as high as 100,000 private mercenaries? In addition, there is 80 billion renminbi, which is also a big temptation. That's fine. There is no reason for Yi Chen to refuse the system's reward, so he nodded slightly. He was idle anyway, so he might as well play a few games to relax. Lin Shireen, play a few hands to relax? Obviously, she didn't believe that someone would just play a few hands. Let's start, Dad. The little guy heard that his dad was going to play chess again and urged him with a smile, as if he couldn't wait to see his dad show off. On the other side, at the Imperial Capital Chess Academy. Vice President Xiao, come quickly. A scream was heard, followed by another voice, the mischief maker is online. The mischief maker is online. Upon hearing these words, the entire venue was shaken. Vice President Xiao, who was talking with Xin Tianchang, also looked solemn. Xin, I'll show you a chess master. After a short while, the two arrived at the mischief maker's attention. Nickname, the mischief maker. Win rate, 300 wins, 0 losses, 0 draws rank, professional 3rd Dan. Oh? Looking at the information about the worldly Chaos Demon King, Xin Tianchang was slightly taken aback. This worldly Chaos Demon King has won 300 consecutive games, which is indeed extraordinary. Extraordinary? Hearing Xin's comment, Vice President Xiao gave a bitter smile. Xin, you may not know, but before this, everyone at the Chess Academy, including me, has already fought against this worldly Chaos Demon King. Hearing Vice President Zhao's words, Xin Tianchang was taken aback, and then looked at the worldly devil with surprise. You've lost, so is this person a professional 9th Dan? This is very likely the case. Vice President Xiao continued, Lao Shun, this worldly devil initially broke the Demon Blade stance, which I am most adept at, and ultimately used the divine move. This person's chess strength is far above mine. Hearing Vice President Zhao's words, Xin Tianchang once again looked at the worldly devil on the screen, and his eyes changed. Although his chess skills are slightly better than Vice President Xiao, he is still no match for the Dean. If he doesn't know his opponent's strength, doesn't that mean his chess skills are also far above his? In that case, this worldly Chaos Demon King is extremely formidable. That's for sure. Vice President Xiao gave a bitter smile. He has a deep understanding of this worldly Chaos Demon King's chess skills. Vice President Xiao, someone has challenged the worldly Chaos Demon King. At this time, a voice rang out, and all eyes fell back on the screen. To everyone's surprise, it was Fusu Masanowikin who had issued the challenge, and he was a professional 5th Dan player. Oh. When Shen Laosher saw the words Masanowikin, his eyes lit up. Masanowikin is said to be a famous genius in the Fusa Chess Association. If what you say is true, there will probably be a lot to see today. The Huaxia Chess Academy has declined somewhat over the years. It's not that there aren't any geniuses, it's just that compared to other countries, there are not enough of them. This situation is made even more worrying by the fact that many of the great chess players have either retired or are semi-retired. Fortunately, he has discovered the chess genius of his good friend's grandson, Yi Chen. At just 20 years old, he already has the level of a professional 6th Dan player. Given time, he will surely become the pride of the chess academy. He was just about to tell Vice President Xiao about this, but was interrupted by the actions of the Mischief King, who was obviously much more interesting than the little guy. After all, this Devil Mayhem has a professional 9th level chess strength, and can be given this name, so logically he shouldn't be very old, right? Pop. While Shang Tiancheng was thinking, the two of them had already begun. 5 or 6 minutes later, the outcome was already decided, and the famous Japanese player Masakazu Shono was defeated in a crushing defeat. Yi Chen had the task of winning 500 consecutive games, so naturally he would show no mercy. And this was just the beginning. 5 games. 10 games. 20 games. As one Fusa player after another was defeated, the crowd at the chess hall watched with relish, while the Fusa Chess Association was blown away. Although the account belonged to Masano Kazutake, the person who had taken over was already a professional with a strength of 7 Dan. If the chess players of various countries knew about this, I wonder what their reaction would be. It was in this room that the operation of hanging out and beating the chess players of various countries quietly went online. Chapter 111, a sky-high auction in the Principality of Nilo, in the city of Stein. 100 games. Masano Kazutake knelt for 100 games in a row, and the entire Fusa Chess Association was truly dumbfounded. Hagya, it's impossible. How could that Chinese troublemaker be so strong? The vice president, who is a professional 8th Dan, is no match for him, so what's going to happen? Could it be that this person's chess strength is equivalent to a professional 9th Dan? This, it can't be. For a moment, the Fusa Chess Association exploded. No way. Each of the professional 9th Dan players is a national treasure level existence, and such a character would not be so bored. President, the American Chess Association has made a move? While everyone in the Fusa Chess Association was exploding, the American Chess Association quietly began to be hung up and beaten as well. An hour later, the Fusa Chess Association obviously also doubted life, and the professional high 8th Dan player was directly defeated. The players from the countries of the Stick and the North Bear were all being hung up by the Devil King, and of course they were all using their small pieces. If they used their own pieces, it would have caused a huge mess. The number of people gathered in the room where the Devil King was located was no less than 1 million. My, this Devil King from China is someone. He's terrifying, and his chess skills are so strong. Yes, it feels like even a professional 7th or 8th Dan would not necessarily be his opponent. I bet this Devil King is at least 30 years old? 30? I think he's at least 40. Yes, the same opinion as the one above. The room was full of people, and many clicked on the personal information of the troublemaker. Nickname, Troublemaker. Win rate, 500 wins, 0 losses, 0 draws. Rank, professional 5th Dan. Looking at the Demon King's record, chess players from all over the world were silent. It might be easy to win 100 games in a row, or even 200, but 500 games is a bit much. Not to mention professional 5th Dan, even professional 8th Dan, or even high 8th Dan, it's unlikely that anyone could do this. Hey, brother-in-law is awesome. Lin Xiaoyang smiled happily, and anyone who didn't know him would think that this was just his usual score. Lin Shireen looked at someone else's winning percentage in amazement, and was quite curious about how good this guy's chess skills really were. She had previously checked the winning percentage on the chess network, and the highest record was only 218 consecutive wins, while this guy had a hard-won 500 consecutive wins, which was really a bit excessive. Thinking about this, and then looking at the number of people in the room that exceeded 1 million, it was not difficult to understand. Gulyolu. Just then, the little guy let out a protestative cry from his little tummy. Daddy, I'm hungry. With a super cute face, the little guy looked up at his father with his swan-like neck. Oh. Let's go eat. Since they had come to the imperial capital, they had plenty of time to prepare for a rest today and sightseeing tomorrow. After 10 minutes or so, they arrived at the Marriott Hotel restaurant. Not long after they started eating, there was a murmur of discussion coming from a booth not far away. Everyone there was dressed in extraordinary attire. Did you hear? There's a heavyweight finale at the Marriott Hotel auction today. Of course, it's said to be the second most prosperous city in the Principality of Nilo, Stanham City, that's up for auction. I've also heard that the Principality of Nilo has been at war with the surrounding principalities a lot recently, so I guess this is a way to relieve the financial pressure. Stan City is a piece of fat meat that many people are eyeing, and it is estimated that it will be auctioned for a sky-high price today. Hurry up and eat, the auction is about to start. Listening to the discussion in the booth, Yi Chen's eyes appear to plan. He needs to know that he will soon have a private mercenary group of 100,000 people. Such a large-scale army must have a fixed residence. If he can auction off Stan City. Upon thinking of this, Yi Chen had already made a decision. After dinner. The little guy was a bit sleepy, so Lin Shirin took him back to bed, while Yi Chen took Lin Xiaoyong to the top floor of the Marriott Hotel to attend the auction. Brother-in-law, this auction is really extravagant. Lin Xiaoyong arrived at the auction venue and looked around at the rich and powerful people. The status of these people was much higher than those he had seen in Jiangnan before. Although he didn't know what they did, he could guess from the aura they exuded. The two arrived at the auction, which had already been going on for quite some time. Yi Chen watched as one antique after another was sold, but he was uninterested. After all, these were far inferior to the Orchid Pavilion preface. Good. Just as Yi Chen was bored in watching the auction, the auctioneer narrowed his eyes and his voice rose a little. Next, it was time to auction the final item. As you can probably guess, after all, many people came for this auction item. Then the auction item's relevant introduction suddenly appeared on the big screen, and it was a map of the Principality of Nilo's capital, Stan, as well as various data on the value created in Stan each year. I have to say, the Marriott Hotel auction is very professional, because they know very well that this is the only way to get a good price for Stan. They get a big cut of the commission alone. I won't hide the fact that the Principality of Nilu has recently been suffering from a severe financial deficit. Coupled with the fact that the border countries are eyeing it hungrily, there is no choice but to bid for the city. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so I hope you will seize it. After a bit of warm-up, the auctioneer cut to the chase and the auction began. The starting price was 10 billion renminbi. Each bid was no less than 1 billion renminbi, and the bidding began. As the auctioneer's voice fell, there was an uproar in the crowd. Who knew that the starting price was 10 billion? But when I thought about the value created each year, which is more than 1 billion, I got excited again. 10 billion. Before long, someone bid. After all, the capital city is full of wealthy people. 11 billion. Soon, someone bid again, and the atmosphere in the room heated up. 12 billion. 13 billion. 15 billion. After a few minutes, the Stein City auction reached a staggering 30 billion. At this point, there were far fewer bidders, but the bidding was getting more intense by the second. 85 billion. In the end, the young master of the Chun family in the imperial capital called a price, and all parties around him stopped bidding. On the one hand, the price was too high, and on the other hand, the Chun family was a first-class noble family in the imperial capital. If you offended them, even if you managed to win the bid, you might not be able to enjoy it. 100 billion. While all parties retreated, Chen Xiaotao, the young master of the Chen family, had already raised the corners of his mouth. A voice came from Yi Chen, and it obviously lasted for a long time before he finally made a move. However, Chen Xiaotao frowned. On this piece of land in the imperial capital, there were actually people who did not give him face. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes and fall on a certain kid, with a surging hidden murderous light in his eyes. Chapter 112, Sister, Brother-in-law, Good Night. 100 billion. Undoubtedly, this bid stunned everyone, and their gazes fell on Yi Chen. This kid is so bold, daring to compete with Chen Xiao of the imperial capital for something. However, this kid can easily call out 100 billion, so I guess his identity is not bad. It is just that I don't know who is stronger, him or Chen Xiao. Although 100 billion is a lot, for a family like the Chun family in the imperial capital, it is actually not too much. It's just that he can't come up with that much money at once. Brother-in-law, you. Lin Xiaoyang was dumbfounded as he watched. What did he just hear? 100 billion? Has brother-in-law gone crazy? My God. Although he was not familiar with the situation of his own group, he had probably heard from his father that the market value of their Lin group was only about 60 billion. Brother-in-law's bid was enough to buy their Lin group 1.5 times over. Ghoul. Lin Xiaoyang couldn't help but swallow. He knew that his brother-in-law was rich, but he never imagined that his brother-in-law was so rich that he wouldn't even bat an eyelid at 100 billion. This gentleman has bid 100 billion, does anyone have a higher bid? The auctioneer scanned the crowd, and for a moment, his gaze rested on Chen Xiaotao. Obviously, if anyone in the crowd could make a bid, it would be this young master. Good. Seeing the silence in the room, the auctioneer understood, 100 billion for the first time. 100 billion for the second time. 100 billion for the third time. With a loud thud, as the hammer fell on the table, the last item of the auction was suddenly won by Yichen. Lin Xiaoyang. Listening to the auctioneer, Lin Xiaoyang felt like he was dreaming. In just a moment, his brother-in-law spent 100 billion? Cough cough, is my brother-in-law a bit of a spendthrift? Congratulations to this gentleman for winning the Principality of Niluo Stan City. The people around them glanced at each other, looked at Yi Chen with a complex expression, and finally their gaze fell on Chen Xiaotao, who had a pale face. It was no surprise that the kid would be targeted by Chen Xiaotao in the imperial capital. That kid, looking for death. The auction ended, and Chen Xiaotao narrowed his eyes. Find out for me, who is this kid? Yes, young master. One of Chen Xiaotao's subordinates replied respectfully, and then passed a photo over. Soon after, he received the message: Yi Chen, 21 years old, student in the music department of Jiangnan University, husband of top pop diva Lin Shirin, master of Li Qiyue, the young master of Taiji Gate, suddenly rose to prominence 6 months ago. Oh. Chen Xiaotao was slightly startled as he read the message on his phone. That kid, he's quite interesting. However, since he has nothing to do with the many clans in the imperial capital, there is no need to worry about him. Thinking about this, Chen Xiaotao's eyes then flashed with a cold light. Find a few people and quietly get rid of that little brat for me. Yes, young master. The subordinate beside him gave a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, and then dialed a phone call. In less than half a day, that brat will be dead. Chen Xiaotao nodded slightly, his mood improved a lot. Let's go. That kid is finished. Although they didn't know what the two were talking about, from the curve at the corner of Chen Xiaotao's mouth, it was obvious that a revenge plan had definitely been set in motion. Meanwhile, Yi Chen was negotiating with the Marriott Hotel auction. Mr. Yi, this is the purchase contract for Stan City. After a pause, the person in charge of the auction continued, Congratulations, Mr. Yi, on becoming the Lord of Stan City in the Principality of Nilo. In addition, the Duke of the Principality of Nilo, in order to thank you for your generosity, has specially entrusted us to inform you that from now on, you will be the Count of the Principality of Nilo. At the same time, the area within 100 kilometers around Stan City is your fiefdom, and this order takes effect immediately. Oh? Upon hearing the words of the person in charge of the auction, Yi Chen was taken aback. He obviously did not expect that there would be a pleasant surprise in addition to the purchase of Stan City. The Duke of the Principality of Nilo in the surrounding 100 kilometers is quite something. It seems that he wants to show his goodwill and throw an olive branch? After the transaction was concluded, Yi Chen took Lin Xiaoyang and left the top floor of the Marriott Hotel. Brother-in-law, you are now the noble Earl of the Principality of Nilo. Lin Xiaoyang looked at her brother-in-law with disbelief on her face. The scenes just now were like a movie playing in front of her eyes, and she still felt like she was dreaming. Sort of. Yi Chen said with a smile, and soon they arrived at the presidential suite. You're back. Back in the room, the little one had already fallen asleep after Lin Shirin washed him, while Lin Xiaoyang was excitedly talking. Sister, you don't know how much of a spendthrift my brother-in-law was today. Just now, at the hotel auction. Then, Lin Xiaoyang chattered about a scene that had just happened at the auction, and as she told the story, Lin Shirin couldn't help but be stunned. 100 billion to bid on Stan City? The Count of Principality of Nilo? Obviously, Lin Shirin didn't expect that guy to go to an auction and make such a mess. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of horizontally pushing chess players from various countries and winning 500 consecutive games. Reward 100,000 private mercenary groups, with a bonus of 80 billion renminbi. As Lin Xiaoyang chattered on, Yi Chen heard the sound of the system reward being credited into his account. The 100,000 private mercenaries just happened to arm the stand city that was auctioned off. Bring up the attribute panel. Name, Yi Chun. Age, 21. Skills, God-level cooking, God-level music, God-level martial arts, God-level bone-setting massage, God-level chess, God-level calligraphy, God-level medical skills, God-level treasure appraisal. Items, Apollo, Ferrari LaFerrari, Lamborghini Poison, Kowloon Villa No. 1, 100% of Kunping Security, 100% of Mirage Entertainment, 3 Lucky Cards, 100% of K-Song Music, 49% of Lin's Group, 100% of Shark Fighting Live, the plot of Devil City No. 1, and 100,000 private mercenaries. Wealth, 1,170.8 billion renminbi. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Chun felt quite good. Even though the auction cost 100 billion, with 80 billion in income, it only cost 20 billion. Half an hour later. Sister, brother-in-law, good night. Lin Xiaoyang closed the door and gave her brother-in-law a wink. Lin Shireen looked at the expression on her younger brother's face, and her face flushed with a strong urge to hang him up and beat him. Look at you. Back in the room, Lin Shireen's beautiful eyes turned white at someone. Why did you buy a city for no reason, just to show off? Before she could finish, the in a good mood Yi Chun began the 69 water payment operation. After a while, the beautiful sound in the room could be heard in every corner of the room, but unfortunately no one knew about this scene. Chapter 113, Your son wants to kill Yi Xiao. You're telling me there's a misunderstanding? Outside the Marriott Hotel. Several sneaky-looking men with fierce expressions were hanging around outside the hotel, which attracted the attention of the security team leader. As an elite member of the Kunping Security Imperial Capital Branch, he had some discerning eyes. What kind of people are these? At the wave of the security team leader's hand, more than 10 security guards behind him subdued them on the spot. The security team leader looked at the hostility on the bodies of these people and knew they were no good. What are you doing? The leader, a yellow-haired man, was shocked. They were all fugitives with blood on their hands, and if they were discovered, they would definitely spend the rest of their lives in prison. Moreover, they didn't expect the security guards to be so good at martial arts, and they were quickly subdued. What are you doing? The security guard captain sneered coldly. Do you think I'm blind? You have such a heavy aura. If you don't confess honestly, I'll call the chief of the interrogation division. Chief of the interrogation division. Upon hearing the security team leader's words, several of his subordinates beside him panicked and begged him not to call the chief of the interrogation department. We came here to. Shut up. Huang Mao's face turned cold when he saw his subordinates confess, and he glared at them fiercely. Pop. The security team leader slapped him directly, and the corners of Huang Mao's mouth were split. You know, this security team leader has undergone special training by Yi Chun. Shut the hell up. That slap stunned Huang Mao, and under the shock, several of the younger brothers gulped and swallowed their saliva, not daring to hold out any longer. I'll speak. It was Qin Xiaotao of the Chun family in the imperial capital. They gave us $1 million to kill Yi Chun. What? Upon hearing the younger brother's words, the security team leader's mind exploded. With one hand, he picked up the younger brother like he was a chicken, his eyes widening with anger. Say that again. This is Qin Xiao of the imperial capital, telling us to kill someone named Yi Chun. Pop. In anger, the security team leader slapped the little guy directly onto the ground, and with a thud, his head hit the ground and he passed out. You want to die. The security team leader heard that these people were going to do something to Yi Xiao, and he directly cursed their ancestors for the 18 generations. Damn it, beat them to death. Yes, Captain. The many security guards were also raring to go. These few things have a lot of nerve. Ah. The piercing screams resounded in front of the Marriott Hotel. It was already night. Fortunately it was rarely visited, otherwise it would have caused a lot of trouble if it happened during the day. A quarter of an hour later. Huang Mao and the others were lying on the ground like dead dogs. They were unconscious after being directly fucked. It would be light if they weren't killed. The head of security kicked Huang Mao half a meter away with one kick, breaking at least 4 of his ribs. He called the chief of police and said that there was trouble at the Marriott Hotel. Hey, it's the captain. A few security guards looked at Huang Mao and the others excitedly. Damn, it feels so good to beat people up. If only we could do it again, that would be even better. We just weren't satisfied yet, and those bastards passed out. Hey, Boss Lei. Oh no, President Lei. The security team leader called out baldly, hastily correcting himself. Hey, what the hell? Chen Xiaotao, the young master of the Chen family in the imperial capital, seems to have hired some criminals to kill Yi Xiao. Yes, the Chen family in the imperial capital. After hanging up the phone, the security team leader glanced at Huang Mao and the others and said, "The Chen family in the imperial capital is going to have a bad time this time. But that young master of the Chen family is asking for it. It's bad enough that he offended Yi Xiao." Kunping Security, Imperial Capital Branch. Bang! Lei Bao slapped the wooden desk in front of him and shattered it. What a Chen family in the imperial capital! Prepare the car and notify everyone to go with me to the Chen family. Yes, Mr. Lei. One of the subordinates spoke out crisply and then turned around to carry out the order. 5 minutes later, 20 buses surrounded the Chen family in the imperial capital. Naturally, they greeted the top management of the Department of Justice before leaving. "Mr. Lei, we are uncertain about the reason, and we are curious, so we ask Lei Bao, who has a gloomy expression. Damn, the prodigal son of the Chen family hired someone to kill Yi Xiao. What?" Upon hearing Lei Bao's words, many of the key personnel on the bus were filled with anger. The Chen family in the imperial capital is looking for death. A first-class family dares to offend Yi Xiao. "Mr. Lei, should we go and destroy the Chen family?" At this time, a backbone with a full face of murderous intent said sinisterly. Pop! Lei Bao slapped the backbone on the head. "Go to hell. It's easy to destroy the Chen family in the imperial capital, but how to take care of it later, don't cause Yi Xiao trouble." Cough cough, yes, Mr. Lei. The backbone smiled sheepishly, not daring to utter a word after being slapped. Indeed, he had been beaten up by Lei Bao quite a lot in the past. Creak! As he spoke, the bus braked sharply and came to a stop. "Get off the bus. Surround Chen's villa and don't let a single fly out." After getting off the bus, Lei Bao, carrying a golf club, looked unkindly at the brightly lit Chen's villa in the imperial capital. Pat ta, pat ta, pat ta. Pat 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 pat. Pop! The new Chen family subordinate hadn't finished speaking when he was directly disabled by a backbone. "If he dares to say anything else, I'll destroy him." Gulu! The sound of threats came out, and none of the dozens of Chen family experts dared to move. Are you kidding me? The lesson of the previous car is right in front of them. How can they be so stubborn? If they stick their heads out at this time, they will only die. It turned out to be President Lei. Chen Zitian came out of the villa and saw that Lei Bao had brought thousands of people to surround the Chen family, which said it all. "Chen Zitian, you have raised a good son." Lei Bao glanced at Chen Zitian and said, "Your son hired a few criminals to kill the boss of Kunping Security. $1 million is a big sum." Clunk. As soon as Lei Bao's troops set out to investigate the crime, Chen Zitian's heart went cold. That spoiled brat had actually tried to kill the Kunping security boss. Cough, cough, this is a misunderstanding. President Lei, this must be a misunderstanding. Chen Zitian did not dare to admit it, otherwise these people could do anything. A misunderstanding? Lei Bao slapped Chen Zitian in the face. Your son tried to kill Yi Xiaowu, and you're telling me it's a misunderstanding. Chen Zitian was shocked. Just then, Chen Xiaotao returned from outside. Bastard, who do you think you are, daring to hit my father? I'll make sure you never leave this house. Pop. Before Chen Xiaotao could finish speaking, he was slapped directly to the ground. The person who struck him was not Lei Bao, but his father Chen Zitian. Dad, you. The sudden slap stunned Chen Xiaotao. He was helping his old man, but his old man slapped him. Shut up. Chen Zitian directly slapped his rebellious son again, without mercy. Say one more word, and I'll kill you. Chapter 114, the small bench has been moved, and we are waiting for Yishin to start performing. Chen Xiaotao felt a chill run through his body, and he suddenly didn't dare to fart. At this moment, he realized that he must have caused a terrible disaster. President Lei. It's my fault for not teaching my son properly, and I have offended Yi Xiao. Taking a deep breath, he swore and pointed at the sky. President Lei, don't worry, if this kid dares to be rude to Yi Xiao again, I will personally waste him without you having to do anything. As he spoke, Chen Zitian took out a check. Here is 1 billion RMB, as an apology from my son to Yi Xiao. Keep your son in check. Lei Bao handed the check to the key person next to him. If I find out that your son has bad intentions towards Yi Xiao, there is no need for the Chen family in the imperial capital to exist. Yes, yes, yes. Chen Zitian nodded and bowed. If this scene were known to the outside world, it would surely set off a huge wave. General Lei, take care, and you too, brothers. Chen Zitian was truly terrified as he saw Lei Bao and his entourage leave. 20 buses, this is a lineup that not only the Chen family, but also the 4 great families of the imperial capital would be afraid of. Pop. After Lei Bao and his entourage left, Chen Zitian's face was furious, and he wanted to beat the hell out of the evil spirit in front of him. Rotten bastard. Tell me exactly what happened today, don't leave out a single word. Dad, Chen Xiaotao was really scared. He never expected that hiring a few people to waste a kid would cause so much trouble. Tell me. His eyes were wide open, his stance as if he was going to devour Chen Xiaotao. He gulped and swallowed his saliva, and immediately told him what had happened today. However, Chen Xiaotao could not understand how that kid, who was obviously just a student, had suddenly become the boss behind Kunping Security. Dad, actually today Chen Xiaotao naturally did not dare to hide anything and told him what had happened during the day. Hearing that his son had clashed with that existence that he could not afford to offend at the auction, his face turned green. You wicked boy, how many times have I told you? Although the Chen family is a first-class family in the imperial capital, there are still many people who can wipe us out with a flick of the hand. With a loud thud, Chen Xiaotao was kicked over. I have been smart all my life, but why did I give birth to such a useless son? He glared fiercely at his son and turned away, because if he stayed any longer, he was afraid that he would lose control of himself and kill his own son. However, Chen Zitian, who had returned to the villa, took a deep breath and looked in the direction of the Marriott Hotel. The owner behind the Kunping Hotel was a young man in his early 20s, which was unbelievable. Such a young talent was not something that the 4 families of the imperial capital could achieve. It really made people curious about the origins of Yi Chen. The next morning, after getting into the car, the little guy, who had slept all night, started the live broadcast with full energy. Wow, the invincible little fairy, good morning. Are the god of men and goddess going out for fun? I'm so jealous, I want a boyfriend like him too. The love that goes both ways, the sense of CP between friends, I admit I'm jealous. The invisible dog food is the most lethal, Yishin, you'll have no friends like this. Hot discussions and comments appear on the screen, especially for the goddess Shireen. One look at her rosy complexion and you can tell that Yishin has been working hard. But that's right. Who could resist such a beautiful woman by their side? Flying cow in the sky rewards the adorable fishball X6666. Lonely dog feeds the dog rewards the adorable fish fin X888. Bitch blows up rewards the adorable rocket X1888. Tang Bohu lights the mosquito coil rewards the adorable blue Demonis X999. The rewards have sprung up like bamboo shoots after rain, outshining countless popular internet celebrities. This is indeed because this is the first public appearance of Yishin and Priestess Lin Shireen after their official announcement of their relationship. However, it seems that the two have reached the pinnacle of the lives they admire. They have achieved success and fame, and have shed all their pretensions. Nowadays, the two have returned to the true nature of life, which is undoubtedly what they admire. Ding ding ding. Just then, a phone rang, attracting the attention of the fans. Hello, President Shun. Seeing the caller ID, it was none other than Xin Tiancheng, the president of the Jiangnan Chess Association. Lin Shireen wondered why her grandfather's friend was calling. Ha, Yi Xiaoyu, congratulations on announcing your girlfriend to the world and winning the beauty. Xin Tiancheng exchanged pleasantries and congratulations, and then stated the reason for the call. Yi Xiaoyu, I heard that you are in the imperial capital. It so happens that today is the Imperial Capital Poetry Conference, so why don't you come and have a look? Imperial Capital Poetry Conference? Lin Xiaoyang was beside him and exclaimed in surprise, Sister, it seems that someone has invited my brother-in-law to the Imperial Capital Poetry Conference. Daddy, shall we go to the Imperial Capital Poetry Conference? A sweet, syrupy voice came from the little one, and especially the little one's full of anticipation, small eyes, completely unable to bear to let someone refuse. He petted the little one's head and agreed, while Shen Tiancheng across the table was filled with anticipation. Yes. In the car, the little one heard that her father was taking her there, and her little face beamed with joy. Although she didn't know what the poetry conference was. It didn't matter, what mattered was being with her father and mother, and she would be happy no matter where they went. Wow, Yixin is going to the Imperial Capital Poetry Conference. That's where all the scholars gather, it must be super lively? Hey, by the way, Yixin is quite talented with words. It would be even better if Yixin could put on a show. The bench is ready, just waiting for Yixin to start performing. Performance +1. Performance plus 10,086. 20 minutes later, in the poetry competition venue. GG. The reporters, who had been waiting for a long time, set up their long and short cameras and pointed them at the entrance, because they had just received news that Yixin, who had announced his marriage, and the pop diva Shireen, the goddess of poetry, would appear here. With such a big scoop, how could they miss it? GG. A stretched supercar arrived in the venue, immediately attracting the attention of the fans. After all, someone driving such a luxury car could not be an ordinary person. They opened the door and got out of the car, and when they saw the people getting out of the car, they all had a shocked expression. Quick, go over there. It's really Yixin and Shireen the goddess, the big favorites are here. With a shout, the reporters all rushed over, but the Kunping security personnel responsible for maintaining order were startled. Oh my. Stop them. I must stop these reporters. The person in charge of maintaining order, a Kunping security backbone, had beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He hadn't heard that Yi Xiao was coming, and there could be no mistakes. Chapter 115, Killing someone without punishing their heart, beating someone without hitting their face. In the main hall. The reporters came forward one after the other, and the sound of shutters rang without any regard for money, obviously not wanting to miss any precious moments. As for the audience, they also looked over when they sensed something unusual. Hiss. Wow, look, Yixin and Goddess Shireen are here. Shrimp? As soon as these words were spoken, even more people looked over. At this moment, the entire venue exploded, and the phenomenal shockwaves immediately spread throughout the arena. For a while, the Kunping security personnel were under a lot of pressure. Holy cow! Yi Xiaohe and his wife, this influence is a bit too great. Yi Xiaoyu. Just then, Shen Tiancheng came to the arena and led a group of people into the venue, which calmed the enthusiasm of the reporters and fans. Wow, it's no wonder that I'm Yixin. The influence of these two people is also a bit too big, isn't it? Hey, who let them be so famous? Both of them can obviously eat based on their appearance, but they have to rely on talent instead. Yes, it's fine to rely on talent, but they're also so outstanding. Male God, what are you participating in a poetry brigade for? Why aren't you at the villa with this lowly, making sweet love? After a lot of heated discussion, it suddenly resurfaced again without warning. As the saying goes, where there's a lot of attention, there's a lot of trouble. Soon, he became the talk of the town. This person was none other than the talented Gu Jusi, a member of the Beijing Writers Association. Cut it out. He's just a guy who got lucky after singing a few songs. Gu Jusi didn't deliberately hold back his voice, and the live broadcast room immediately exploded. Brother-in-law, that guy. Lin Xiaoyang was unhappy. In his opinion, his brother-in-law was a godlike existence, and he now respected his brother-in-law very much. Ignore it. Yixin shook his head slightly, naturally not getting entangled with such people. After all, that would only lower his level of cool. What? But although he didn't care, some people just didn't have any discernment, and some people were being told the truth, right? If that was the case, then he would just try to attract less attention. Obviously, Gu Jusi wanted to use this to make his name known, so that it would become popular, right? Young people nowadays are really impulsive. Shen Tiancheng looked at Gu Jusi. He had never seen Yi Chen suffer a loss before. Wow, that guy really needs a beating. Many people in the audience couldn't bear to watch anymore. Damn, what right does that so-called literary genius have to slander their Yixin? Yi Xiaoyu. Why don't you show everyone your skills to shut people up? Shen Tiancheng glanced at Gu Jusi, obviously ashamed of his behavior. Yes, Daddy. The little guy naturally wouldn't let go of the opportunity to set his own father straight. That person is so hateful. Brother-in-law, get him. Lin Xiaoyang even spoke with expletives. Lin Shireen slammed her younger brother's head, and the kid learned from whom? He didn't act like this before, so vulgar. That's fine. With nothing to do, Yi Chen agreed, and he was itching to show off some skills. Someone. Get the pen and ink ready. Xin Tiancheng then instructed the staff, and then with a cough to attract attention, he said, before the poetry competition begins, let Mr. Yi Chen present us with a poem. Everyone welcome. Clapping, clapping, clapping. The sound fell, and the audience erupted. All eyes fell on Yi Chen, and the reporters, who had not succeeded before, focused their long and short cameras on Yi Chen one after the other, recording every important moment. Soon, Yi Chen came to the table. On the big screen, there was a close-up of the writing table, which was extremely eye-catching. Gu Jussi glanced at the man on the stage and sneered. If this kid can write good poetry, my name Gu Jussi will be written backwards. Before he could imagine Yi Chen making a fool of himself, Yi Chen had already licked some ink, swung his brush, and written the 3-character Song of Everlasting Regret on the table. Of course, Yi Chen was not targeting Gu Jussi, but was simply relieving the itch of his calligraphy skills. As for that person, Gu Jussi, he did not have the qualifications to be targeted by Yi Chen. The Han Emperor loved beauty and longed for the country to fall in love with him. The Yang family has a young lady who has just come of age, kept in seclusion and unknown to others. She is naturally beautiful and can't help but be self-absorbed, and one day she is chosen to be by the king's side. A glance back and a smile bring forth 100 charms, and the other concubines in the palace are left without color. On a cold spring day she is granted a bath in the Huaqing pool, a hot spring water slippery and cleansing her skin. Her maid helps her up, weak and delicate, for she has only just received the king's favor. What? Gu Jussi's eyes widened, and he stared at the big screen in shock. That kid couldn't have written that poem. Wow. Lin Xiaoyang opened his mouth wide, full of surprise. Although he didn't know what his brother-in-law's poem meant, it felt very awesome. At least, it sounded very high-class. Then Lin Xiaoyang's gaze fell on the shocked Gu Jussi, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, denigrating his brother-in-law. How dumbfounded he must be. Hey, this is how a slap in the face comes out of nowhere. For a moment, Lin Xiaoyang felt as if he had slapped that damn guy, and it felt so good. Go, Daddy, you're the best. The little guy also cheered for Daddy, and from the silence of the full stadium she could guess a bit, it must be Daddy's writing that's super awesome. 666666, awesome Yi Chen. Is this a narrative poem? Does Yi God even know about this? The Emperor of Han was obsessed with beauty and sought to conquer the country. He ruled for many years but was unable to find it. The diction, the rhythm, wow. A cultured person can really turn a phrase. Everyone was just dumbfounded. Hey, if I were there, I'd be dumbfounded too. Gu Jussi, damn, so the clown was me. Ye God, that's not even close. The existence of the worst 5 fighters in the world can't kill you. Gu Jussi, you two upstairs, stop showing off, there are no more tangerines to send you. The enthusiastic comments immediately set off a comment frenzy, with no less than thousands of comments every second. 100,000. 300,000. 500,000. As Yi Chen dazzled the audience with his skills, the number of live broadcast fans skyrocketed. But this was just the beginning. After all, it had been a long time since he had expressed himself through calligraphy, so naturally Yi Chen wanted to have fun. The golden hairpin adorns his beautiful face, and the lotus bed is warm for a spring night. The spring night is short, the sun rises high, and from now on the king will not rise early. There is no leisure for enjoying the banquet and attending to the court, and the spring night is dedicated to nighttime entertainment. There are 3,000 beauties in the harem, and all 3,000 love is focused on one body. His feet were unsteady, and Gu Jussi's face turned pale. A mouthful of rebellious blood surged up and almost came out. Killing someone without killing their heart, and not hitting someone in the face, this guy is too ruthless. Good guy. Xin Tiancheng looked at the scene and was also stunned. This operation really underestimated him. Not only is his chess skill extremely high, but his literary talent is also so impressive. There are 3,000 beauties in the harem, and all 3,000 are pampered. This is so well written, wow. Words of emotion, at this moment, no amount of words can express Xin Tiancheng's mood. Somewhere in the arena, Wei, the honorary president of the Writers' Association, had a gleam in his eyes. This little guy is no ordinary person. Chapter 116, Couplets Competition vs. Honorary President Wei. On the big screen, calligraphy was expressed. The audience was silent. Master-level calligraphy, combined with such an immortal poem, was undoubtedly the best counterattack. Although Yi Chen had never taken Gu Jusi seriously, Yi Xin was still the same Yi Xin. Never suffers, and takes revenge overnight. The audience was also extremely excited, especially those literati and scholars, and for a moment, the way they looked at Yi Chen changed. They couldn't imagine it. The person who wrote such an immortal poem would be a young man in his early 20s. This literary foundation is something that I'm afraid no one could achieve without 20 years of hard work. I really don't know how this guy did it. Sure enough. Watching a certain guy's operation, Lin Shireen sighed, did that guy want to show off? Long before she arrived, she had this feeling, and now it has happened. Hey! Lin Shireen couldn't help but bitterly laugh. Even if she retires from the music scene and tries to keep a low profile, can't she fade out of the public eye? That guy who's being a pain in the ass really loves the limelight. Sister, look! Lin Xiaoyang's scream sounded, and her brother-in-law continued. Lin Shireen, Then, her beautiful eyes fell on the big screen. Before parting, he wrote a poem with a vow that only the two of them knew. On the 7th day of the 7th month, in the hall of eternal life, no one was there to hear our private words in the middle of the night. In heaven, I wish to be a pair of mandarin ducks, and on earth, I wish to be joined at the hip. Heaven and earth have an end, but this hatred will never end. After writing the last character, Yi Chen let out a sigh of relief, and his heart felt so good. At that moment, the number of fans of the live broadcast room of the invincible little fairy had already exceeded 1 million. What a crazy number for a poem to have 1 million followers. Bravo! Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause broke out, and the person who started it was Wei Lao, the honorary president of the Capital Writers Association. The entire audience erupted into an unprecedented frenzy. Yi Xin is awesome. This poem is so good that it is not inferior to the ancient masters. It's hard to imagine how high Yi Xin's literary attainments are. I thought I had overestimated him, but I never imagined that Yi Xin is much more awesome than we know. Master, please accept your disciple's knees. My mother asked me why I was kneeling, and I said I had met the ancestor of poetry. The scene exploded instantly, especially when his gaze fell on Gu Jusi. The teasing and mocking expression was not hidden at all. If Gu Jusi was not shocked at the moment, he would be embarrassed and could pick apart the Great Wall. This young friend is really talented. Wei La could not hold back and came to the scene, praising Yi Chen and calling out his name. Everyone says that scholars look down on each other, and Wei La also had a competitive spirit for a while. However, as soon as Wei Lao appeared, Shen Tiancheng was taken aback. Yi Xiaoyu. This is Wei Lao, the honorary president of the Imperial Capital Writers Association. You must know that Wei Lao is far more famous and talented than him, so it is not an exaggeration to call him that. Oh. Upon hearing Shen Tiancheng's words, Yi Chen was taken aback. Honorary president of the Imperial Capital Writers Association? My friend, do you know anything about couplets? Wei Laomi's eyes narrowed, obviously testing him. I know a little. Yi Chen smiled, which made Wei Lao's eyes narrow even more, because he felt an invincible confidence in the young man in front of him. Is that so? Wei Lao then stroked his beard and smiled, wondering if the young man could have a competition with him in couplets? Shen Tiancheng was stunned when he heard this. Did Wei Lao sure come forward just to compete with Yi Chen? Wow! Lin Xiaoyang stared with wide eyes, looking at the field in disbelief. My God, sis! Brother-in-law, you have been challenged by the honorary president of the Imperial Capital Writers Association? Shut up! Lin Shireen glared at her younger brother, her eyelids fluttering as she looked at the field. Things seem to be getting bigger and bigger. If I had known, I shouldn't have agreed for the two of them to come here. Hey! It's too late to say anything now. It's an honor. Yi Chen also wanted to see how powerful the honorary president of the Imperial Capital Writers Association was. It just so happened that he hadn't thoroughly enjoyed the Song of Everlasting Sorrow yet. Good. Upon hearing this, Wei Lao laughed heartily. Among the younger generation of today's literary world, you are the best. As for me, an old man, I won't hold back. Obviously, Wei Lao was also a little impatient. After all, he also wanted to see how amazing the younger generation of the Chinese literary world was. In that case. After a moment's contemplation, Wei continued, how about if I provide the first line and you provide the second? Fine. Yi Chen waved his hand nonchalantly, just the kind of sharp-witted conversation that would grab everyone's attention. At this moment, the number of fans in the Invincible Little Fairies live broadcast room broke the 2 million mark. Yi Chen versus Honorary President Wei. Who will win? They were looking forward to it. Let's get started, then. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Lao came up with the first couplet, listen well, my young friend. 1,000 mountains are not ink for a painting. When Yi Chen heard this, everyone was still reeling from the previous one, and already the sound of the next couplet rang out, flowing water has no strings, the eternal zither. Wonderful. Xin Tiancheng heard this and immediately praised, 1,000 mountains are not ink for a painting, and flowing water has no strings for the eternal zither. Wow, that's amazing. Good boy. Wei Lao tried him out a bit, but was shocked. This kid's literary attainments are deeper than he thought. In that case, I won't be polite. A true expert can tell at once if someone is any good. Obviously, Wei Lao sure knew that the strength of this young guy in front of him was much higher than he had imagined. The mountains are quiet and the water flows open to paint the scenery. The kites fly and the fish leap to understand the heavens. Yi Chen remained calm and composed, easily handling the situation. Gu Juxi's face was even paler than snow, looking at the guy with disbelief. How was it possible that the kid was not even slightly inferior to Wei Lao in a fight? Wei Lao narrowed his eyes, his competitive spirit growing. The Dharma is boundless, always observing freedom and tranquility. Merciful clouds spread far and wide, and the Buddha is always seen in meditation. Yi Chen continued to respond with flowing lines, and the speed and breadth of his knowledge made Wei feel once again, and then the speed increased quite a bit. The sparse smoke and flowing water have lasted for thousands of years. The mountain and lake views are shared on the same floor. 500 arhats crossing the river, and 1,000 Buddha children in the heart of the waves on the shore. A beautiful woman faces the moon, and there are 2 beauties in the world and in heaven. The 2 people were competing to see who could come up with a faster and faster couplet, and the crowd could hear their minds buzzing. Wei's eyes were getting more and more excited. It had been many years since he had had so much fun competing with couplets. Good. Wei paused for a moment, and then came up with a finale, Wangjiang Tower, Wangjiang River, Wangjiang Tower looking down at Wangjiang River, Wangjiang Tower for thousands of years, Wangjiang River for thousands of years. Hiss. Hearing Wei Lao's killer punchline, the crowd around him gasped in shock. Indeed, he is seasoned and crafty. This is too ruthless. Just listening to it makes their brains ache. What's the point of even responding? However, Yi Chen raised the corners of his mouth and said, moon imprinting well, moon imprinting shadow, moon imprinting well imprinting moon imprinting shadow, moon imprinting well for 10,000 years, moon imprinting shadow for 10,000 years. Beautiful. Xin Tiancheng immediately applauded when he heard Yi Chen's second line. As for the audience at the scene and in the live broadcast room, they were all dumbfounded. My goodness, is this really something a person can do? Chapter 117, something big has happened, Yi Chen is being besieged by the music industry? My goodness, Yi Chen is amazing. Honorary president of the Writers Association, sure. But how old is Yi Chen? Hey, my idol is awesome. Should some people's names be written backwards? Gu Juxi, is that how you want me to be called, Juxi? A brilliant move that hits where it hurts. The fans in the live broadcast room couldn't stop talking, truly all impressed by Yi Chen's talent. You can't help but be convinced. You haven't seen the honorary president of the Writers Association, and you're already impressed. Who do you think you are? Brother-in-law, I love you. Lin Xiaoyan's shocking confession drew a disgusted look from Lin Shirin. Daddy, kisses. The little guy is not to be outdone, and he gives a flying kiss directly, plus that face that everyone loves, it's so cute it kills. Snap. At this moment, the reporters were so excited that they almost exploded in place. Big news. Not only did Yi Chen compose the first poem of all time, but he also had a wonderful battle of couplets with Wei Lao, the honorary president of the Writers Association. It was so awesome. Hey, tomorrow this news will definitely shock the entire network. The reporters couldn't contain their excitement as they discussed the news. They knew that if they made a big splash, their bonus for the month would be equivalent to half a year's salary. Wei Lao nodded happily, as he hadn't felt this good in a long time. Then his gaze fell on Yi Chen, as if he could see the future of the Chinese literary world. He believed that the literary world would be full of promise in the near future. Young friend, I was wondering if you would be interested in joining the Daidu Writers Association. Oldway threw out an olive branch and invited him, saying that with your literary attainments, it would be no problem at all to be the vice president. Thank you for your kindness, Oldway, but I'd rather not. Yichen smiled slightly and politely declined, saying that fame and fortune had never been his concern, and that he would rather spend time with his mother and daughter. Damn it! Gu Jussi's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the scene, not believing what he had heard. That guy actually refused. Does he know what he's doing? He's the vice president of the Imperial Capital Writers Association, which is an unparalleled honor. Obviously, he can't figure out why the guy would refuse such a generous offer. When the live broadcast fans heard this, they exclaimed 666, and for a while, they forced Graco to be on their level. What's wrong with being invited by the honorary president of the Writers Association? It's only natural to accept, but it's even better if you don't accept. The seat that ordinary people would think about for their whole lives was discarded by Yishin like an old pair of shoes. This feeling seems quite good. Soon, a poem by Yishin, a long song of hatred, and a video of him and the honorary president, Wei Laodu, writing couplets together, spread all over the internet. What? Yishin wrote a timeless poem? A glance of her smile is charming, and the other concubines are all pale in comparison. This rhetoric, is it Yang Guifei? I'm Yishin, and I'm 1,000 times better than those literary experts. The male god is amazing, I wish Yishin was my boyfriend. Yishin, stop writing poems, come home with me and have some babies. Without a doubt, at this moment, Yishin really became popular again. Countless fans were hooked, and holy cow, just after announcing his marriage to the goddess of poetry, he became an instant internet sensation. It's true. Even if Yishin is no longer in the music scene, he is still top-notch. However, when someone becomes popular, there is bound to be a lot of controversy, especially among those young singers who were previously suppressed. At this moment, they came to life, and just like being pumped up with adrenaline, they received a lot of attention. Yi Chen's songs do not have any aesthetic characteristics. When we evaluate someone, we cannot just look at the sales, but also whether they have artistic appeal. Who is Yi Chen? I have never heard of his songs. It can be said that his appearance has set the music scene back 15 years. As for why Yi Chen's songs are so popular or what the inside story is, I don't know. But his songs are trash to me, and I never listen to them. An avalanche of bad reviews is imminent, and even Mirage Entertainment's emergency public relations efforts are still inadequate. It's obvious that many young singers in the music industry want to become famous by stepping on Yi Chen's corpse. Bullshit. How dare you slander my Yishin? Have you no shame? Yishin's karaoke music achievements are there for all to see, are you blind? A bunch of shameless people, bring me my 40-meter-long broadsword, I'll chop these bastards up. Anyone who offends Yishin will have their entire family exterminated. The heated discussion has sparked off a flurry of comments. However, the many young and fresh faces on the other side are not just there for show, not to mention the fact that there are also famous singers of many years standing among them. Pfft, what a load of rubbish. Someone like Yi Chen, who can't even sing in tune. If I were him, I would have died on the road a long time ago, and I would not have come out here to make a fool of myself. He thinks he's something just because he sung a few songs, and people like him deserve to quit the music scene. Yes, it's a relief for the music industry. The overwhelming number of comments and the fierce war of words with Yishin's fans show how much Yishin's sudden success has affected people's lives. Now that Yishin has left the music industry, he has naturally become the target of slander. They have revealed their ugly faces and started to divide up the market, intent on stepping on Yishin to get ahead. Jiangnan University, dormitory. Holy shit. The boss is going crazy from being yelled at. Li Bin's eyes widened as he stared at the computer screen. Something big has happened. It seems like the boss has been besieged by the music industry. Fucking things. If you have the guts to do it for real, why do you have to do something that can't be seen in the light of day? Wang Zihang and Dong Cohen glanced at each other, and then went to Li Bin's computer screen. They were shocked to see the exploding internet, and they were enraged for a moment. Damn it, when the boss was in the music industry, I didn't see him act so arrogant. A bunch of despicable little shits, damn it. Although the two of them were not happy about the trolling, they knew that the boss had definitely got into big trouble. If this was not handled well, the boss and his sister-in-law would both lose their public image and reputation. These people are so malicious and evil. The Jiangnan University exchange group also exploded. Damn it, how dare they slander Senior Yi Chen like that? Shit, Senior Yi is in for big trouble. Has the taboo of the music scene been lifted? What a disgusting face. Hey, it's true that before, Senior Yi Chen moved too many people's cakes. I feel that this is just the beginning. Yes, with Yi Chen's temperament, once he strikes back, it will be devastating. For a while, the Jiangnan University exchange group was abuzz with heated discussions, with 99+ messages being posted every second. For a while, many singers in the music scene were directly criticized as dogs. At the same time, the idol image of some students also collapsed in their hearts. The music scene turned out to be so deep, and at the beginning, they were really blind, and they actually worshipped such animals. As the situation developed, more and more people became aware of it, but Yi Chen had no idea about it at all. However, what happened next became a lifelong nightmare for many shameless singers in the music scene. Of course, this is all a later story. Chapter 118, the counterattack begins, and the upside-down song explodes all over the internet. And leaves the poetry conference scene. Ding dong. Lin Xiaoying's phone rang, and when she clicked to open it, she saw the message. Brother-in-law, something big has happened. It seems like you've been exposed online? Ha? Upon hearing her brother's words, Lin Shireen looked around, and couldn't help but frown. These singers, they've got some nerve. Is it true that people are indifferent when you're not around? Lin Shireen had heard her predecessors say that the music industry was cold and ruthless before. She didn't believe them at the time, but now a scene like this had incredibly and truly confirmed what they had said. It was true. When someone is successful, the people around them are all good people, but when someone is down and out, the people around them are all bad people. Lin Shireen felt a myriad of emotions, and when she thought about her career in the music industry, if she hadn't announced her retirement, she was afraid that she would have already become a diva by now. She could naturally see that if this matter was not handled properly, both of them would be in a dilemma if they were not careful. Yi Chen, what do you think? Lin Shireen looked calm as if it had nothing to do with him, which made her even more curious. This was unlike the guy's character. It's just kids playing house, so just ignore it. Yi Chen waved his hand and then headed towards a scenic spot in the imperial capital, not letting it affect his mood at all. You. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Lin Shireen let out a small sigh. But I don't really care, because it's not good for you to get involved. After thinking for a moment, Yi Chen dialed Wei Yiming, the president of the karaoke music platform. Hello, Yi Xiao. After the call was connected, Wei Yiming on the other end took a deep breath. He had tried countless methods, but they had had little effect. Obviously, the boss was calling with important instructions at this juncture. Yi Chen glanced at the online reviews. Since these people are looking for death, don't blame me for being ruthless. I know what's going on online. I'll send you 2 songs later, which should be enough to settle this matter. In addition, after this matter is over, anyone who publicly defames me will be blacklisted on the karaoke platform, and all signed songs will be terminated. Yes, Yi Xiao. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Wei Yiming knew that the boss had begun to fight back. But can 2 songs really settle this whole thing that has caused a stir across the internet? After hanging up the phone. Ding dong. Wei Yiming then received 2 songs, one of which was called Upside Down Song, and the other was Rakshasa Sea City. Click on Upside Down Song to play, and then the haunting melody began to play. Throw a turtle into a yellow potty. It will feel noble. Ride a donkey to the palace ball. It can compare itself to the princess. The sun cannot illuminate the ghosts at night. Domestic animals can hardly understand the taste of the world. The song spread, and Wei Yiming immediately burst out laughing. This song is unbelievable, worthy of being the boss, it's awesome. It's not suitable to swear at people, it's perfect for this moment. 2 songs can end this matter, no exaggeration at all. Wei Yiming narrowed his eyes and then looked into the distance. Damn, this is not the end, it's completely backfiring. This subtle mockery makes people feel like they are being targeted. Yi Xiao, this is too ruthless. After listening to the 2 songs, especially the second one, which is even more memorable, these 2 songs are too strange and completely different from the boss's previous style. However, to achieve the best effect, the impact of the 2 king bombs is even more violent. Then, after a phone call, the entire karaoke platform blocked and promoted Upside Down Song, and the first king bomb was tested. After the page refreshed, a song appeared in Yi Chen's singer column, and it was exactly Upside Down Song. A few minutes later. Pop, has Yishin of Wari struck back? Forgive me for laughing unkindly at such a novel counterattack. My goodness, this is a metaphorical godsend, he he he. Yishin is worthy of the name Yishin. A cultured person is so awesome when they curse. They feel noble when they urinate into a urinal, and they compare themselves to a princess when they ride a donkey to a banquet. Godlike. Yishin, please accept your disciple's knees. It exploded as soon as it went up, and it directly blew up the karaoke platform. Yishin really dared to sing, but the karaoke platform was ruthless enough to block the promotion across the entire network. This is a rhythm that strongly supports Yishin. 5 minutes, 100 million views, 70 million reposts, 10 million comments. 10 minutes, 5 million views, 2.8 million reposts, 900,000 comments. In less than a quarter of an hour, the number of views had already exceeded 10 million, and the number of comments had soared to over 1 million. It was easy to imagine how furious everyone was. The online army of trolls suddenly had their eyes wide with shock. Yi Chen, shameless. Such a vulgar song, the song is like its creator. Ban it. What are you waiting for? I have to say, a song has directly disorganized the online army. Damn, how can I curse like this? It feels like it's not on the same level as the critical damage of this song. Yi Chen's fans, however, are laughing with tears in their eyes. Puff, ha ha ha, 6666666. Awesome Yishin, so cool and awesome. One person is comparable to thousands of troops, Neil. Hey, you scum across the street, try beeping for me again. The sun cannot shine on the ghosts at night, the animals cannot understand the taste of the world, well done. A stalk of green onion in the field of sorghum pretends to be bigger than the club, these lyrics are awesome. There was an uproar, and the online reviews were devastating for many netizens, not to mention the two songs, just this one song. Jiangnan University, dormitory. Wang Zihang and the other two guys' eyes widened, holy shit. What the hell? Holy shit. 5. Hey, now those singers and young actors are going to cry themselves to death in the toilet. Just ask, is it awesome or what? The Jiangda exchange group also exploded and fell to the ground, it was really amazing. Yangcheng, a scholarly family neighborhood. Ah, Lao Yi, you've got a great son. In the neighborhood park, the neighbors were dumbfounded and gave him a thumbs up, looking happier than if they had won the lottery. That's right. Father Yi looked calm, and then looked at his mother. I told you, worrying about this kid is completely unnecessary. Heck. Mother Yi gave her husband a dirty look. I was worried, and I don't know who was checking the online comments every minute. Father Yi, cough, I was just seeing when my son would strike back. He wiped a cold sweat from his guilty conscience. How could he not worry about his own child? He almost lost his reputation just now. Meanwhile, they arrived at the entrance to the scenic area. A demonic voice suddenly came from the ear, which was the upside-down song of the turtle entering the bedpan and riding the donkey to the dance party. Swish. Lin Shireen widened her eyes, and then she couldn't help but burst out laughing with a puff sound. The little guy tilted his head and listened carefully. Momo, is dad cursing people? Chapter 119, Rakshasa City is now killing its way through the music scene. Lin Xiaoyan looked at the online reviews and for a moment, he looked at Yi Chen with admiration. Brother-in-law, this song of yours has killed its way through the music scene. He looked at the real-time data from the karaoke platform. 100 million plays, 30 million retweets, and 10 million comments. The shocking statistics caught Lin Xiaoyan's eye. This was even more shocking than his brother-in-law's 500-game winning streak on the chess network. Just 1 hour later, the number of views had already exceeded 100 million, and the number of comments had exceeded 10 million. It's exploded. Hey! Just then, a scream suddenly erupted from the crowd. Look, it's Yishin. He's the Yishin from Upside Down Song. Oh my god, I can actually see a living person. Everyone's eyes turned to look, but no one dared to go up to him because the Upside Down Song was so full of anger that they were really a little scared. That's awesome, a song to end public opinion. Hey, he's my man, Awesome Godzilla. The song was released less than an hour ago, and the number of views has already exceeded 100 million. What does that mean? Such a phenomenal event, beating everyone in the music industry. The people around him were talking excitedly, and just then. Rakshak Kingdom is 26,000 li to the east. Crossing the Chao Sea 7 times, it passes through a 3-inch strip of yellow mud. Just for that there is a Ichu River. The river flows through Gogo Camp. The boss of Gogo Camp is called Mahu. The name of the flower field at Shirley is infamous. She has 2 ears, shoulders, and a 3-hole nose. And another demonic song appeared. The familiar voice made everyone freeze for a moment, and then they looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. What, this? Yishan can't be, there's a second song. OMG, what sins have those singers in the music industry committed that they dare offend Yishan? Nima, this will not only kill the rhythm of the music industry, but I'm afraid that many singers and young stars will be killed. Rakshasa Sea City Rakshasa country, where beauty is ugly and ugliness is beautiful, subverts 3 views and distorts reality. This song is even more ruthless than the last one. Yes, this is no longer a satire of the music industry, it is completely the world as it is. Mom, yeah, my mind suddenly opened up. Everyone around was full of admiration, and at the same time, they felt that Yi Chen was not just talented. You are. Lin Shireen wanted to say something, but ultimately sighed. She had been worried sick before, but it turned out that this guy had been prepared. No wonder it was said online that it was just playing house. Compared to this guy's shamelessness, it was just playing house. They were completely on different levels. Even Lin Shireen felt a little sympathy, no, pity for those singers whose shameful deeds had been exposed. Who would have thought that the slap in the face would come so quickly? Lin Xiaoyong giggled foolishly. At this moment, there was not a single online army member in the entire network who dared to show their faces, and there was not a single one of those demons in the music industry to be seen. Awesome! You are worthy of being my brother-in-law, invincible. It can be said that Lin Xiaoyong has never admired someone so much. My brother-in-law is simply a god. No. I should remove the word simply. My brother-in-law is a god. The scene of the poetry conference in the imperial capital. Old Wei, something big has happened. At that moment, a voice spread, and then the voice continued, Yi Chen alone has killed his way through the music scene. The internet is going crazy. Immediately afterwards, the sound of playback came from the person's phone. No matter how you wash it, it's still a dirty thing. That horse owner doesn't know that he's a donkey. That bird again doesn't know that he's a chicken. How can there be a pig and a dog in the drawing room? Where did the shoehorn come from to make a wish? Ha! Upon hearing the sound, Wei Lao and the others then saw Yi Chen's 2 songs and the whole story. The music industry originally wanted to step on Yi Chen to get to the top, but they never expected to be directly killed by Yi Chen. Screams spread, and then everyone quickly looked at their phones. They didn't know what had happened until they looked, and they were shocked. My goodness, what the hell happened in the past hour? You have to know that their poetry competition hasn't even ended yet. Gu Jussi gulped and swallowed. What a ruthless move. Under these circumstances, those singers who took action are afraid that it will be difficult for them to make it. If they use such tactics against me, the consequences are unimaginable. But one thing is certain, they will definitely die a miserable death. The audience exploded. Amazing. 2 songs in a row, killing those ambitious people without them daring to fart. It was completely one-sided and crushing, with no resistance at all. There must be something hateful about the poor people, and that is what the music industry has done to all the singers this time. Ah! Just then, a scream came from the crowd. Oh my god, the karaoke music platform has terminated all cooperation with those singers who have joined forces. What? When this was said, the whole audience was dumbfounded. What a joke, terminating all cooperation with all the singers who have joined forces. They have just learned that the singers who have joined forces account for as much as 70%. This kind of star who stoned the fallen blacked out, the loss of how much, it is absolutely difficult to estimate. This K-song platform crazy, completely digging their own grave behavior. Shen Tiancheng can't understand it anymore. Even though the K-song platform now occupies more than 80% of the domestic market, it can't withstand such a toss. Coincidentally, Phantom Entertainment also immediately terminated all cooperation with the same singers. In addition, Dosha Live is also the same. For a time, those singers who had been so confident were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that things had developed to such a state. As for the singers who called to inquire, the answer they received was that the decision had been made by the higher-ups, and they could only execute it, with no right to interfere. Everyone in the entire music industry felt threatened. Without the cooperation of these three parties, they were no different from being half frozen. Almost 70% of the singers' careers had been interrupted, which was a major event that had shaken the world. And at this moment, they don't have time to worry about fighting back against Yichen. They'll be lucky to be able to protect themselves. As for the remaining 30% of singers, they avoid them like the plague, keeping their distance from the singers who have fallen on hard times, for fear of being dragged down with them. Human relationships are as thin as paper, and after falling on hard times, everyone is a villain. The same situation arises again. Such a ridiculous scene can be considered a way to treat others in the same way they have been treated. Not only that, but these singers who have had accidents are also being avoided by their friends in the entertainment industry, and various endorsements have also ended up being terminated due to the questionable character. The aftermath of these two songs can be said to have ruined the careers of at least 90% of those who have acted. As for whether they can fight back and rise again, that is unknown. This day became Black Friday in the music industry, but it also laid the foundation for the music industry to rise again after its fall. Of course, this is all in the future. Chapter 120, starting immediately, the Green Dragon Mercenary Group, will take over Stan City. Ding dong. After a day of fun, Yichen was on his way back to the Marriott Hotel. His phone rang, and when he saw the caller ID as Principality of Nilo, he answered, "Hello. Your Excellency Count Yichen, I wonder when you will come to take up your post in Stan City, Principality of Nilo. To be honest with your Excellency, there are internal and external troubles in Stan City right now, and various forces want to take it for themselves." I understand. Yichen hung up the phone when he heard a voice. "Brother-in-law, what's wrong?" Lin Xiaoyong looked curiously at his brother-in-law. Today was so exciting. His brother-in-law had single-handedly killed his way through the music scene and turned the entire network upside down. At this moment, his admiration for his brother-in-law was like the endless flow of the Yangtze River, or the unstoppable flooding of the Yellow River. "It's nothing." Yichen waved his hand and smiled indifferently, but a fierce light flashed in his eyes. It seemed that it was time for the 100,000-member private army to make an appearance. Oh. Lin Xiaoyong naturally didn't suspect anything, returned to her seat, and looked at her driving brother-in-law with eyes full of admiration. "System, place the 100,000-member private army outside Stan City." "Okay, host." At the same time, in the dense forest 100 kilometers outside Stan City in the Principality of Nilo. "My lord, the city of Stein is just ahead." One of the subordinates pointed in the distance and reported to the man leading the group, who exuded a murderous aura, that this man was Xiao Tianjian, the leader of the 100,000-member private army. Ding dong. At that moment, Xiao Tianjian received a message on his phone. "Xiao Tianjian, take your men and take control of the entire city of Stein, but anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy." "Yes, master." Xiao Tianjian respectfully replied to the message, then looked in the direction of Stan City, narrowed his eyes, and obeyed the master's order to control Stan City. "Anyone who resists, kill." At that moment, the gates of Stan City were opened by various internal forces. Count Tuzan, within the territory of Duke Nero, drove a chariot into the city gates, a smug curve at the corner of his mouth. Once Stan City was secured, it would unite with his own city and form a mutually reinforcing situation. At that time, breaking into the Duke of Nilu's mansion will be just a matter of time. Rumbling. Just then, there was a distinct feeling of an earthquake in the city of Stein. Everyone looked up at the sky and suddenly saw rolling dust. At the top of the city gate, a sentry. "Count Tuzan, something is wrong. A large army is approaching at great speed." Boom. From an unknown location, a bullet was fired, killing the sentry on the spot. Then, all over Stan City, long spears were raised against the mere 30,000 troops in the field. Outside Stan City, an even larger army had already arrived. "How dare you? Who dares to attack Stan City?" Bang. Then Xiao Tianjian's henchman kicked out with one foot, instantly killing the general under the command of Count Tuzan. Obviously, he was too weak. Starting immediately, the city of Stein will be taken over by the Green Dragon Mercenary Group. But anyone who resists will be beheaded. You. Count Tuzan was furious, but before he could say anything, Xiao Tianjian's sword decapitated him, and his body collapsed to the ground. Clang. With the death of Count Tuzan, the 30,000 soldiers under his command immediately dropped their weapons and threw down their spears. Damn, they were fighting against 100,000 fierce troops, how could they win? What's more, Count Tuzan was dead, so even if they won, it would be useless. Kill. Many ambitious people naturally would not sit around and wait to die, and they all charged towards Xiao Tianzhan to kill him. They were fast, and there were at least 1,000 of them. Sigh. Just then, dozens of figures appeared from behind, all of them holding bows and arrows. They drew rootless arrows at random, strung them and let them fly in a flash of light. Within moments, hundreds of people had fallen on the spot, with no arrow missing its target. After 2 or 3 waves, all of the thousands of people had met a violent death on the spot. In an instant, the scene fell silent. Holy cow, are those guys even human? 5 arrows shot at the same time all hit the enemy, and there were dozens of people like that. Invincible. This was the reaction of the crowd. Not to mention the city of Stan, I'm afraid even the Principality of Nilo could be overthrown. Although the army of the Principality of Nilo is several times that of the city, the quality is much worse than these guys in front of me. Xiao Tianzhan took control of Stan City with 100,000 mercenaries without a fight. It's because the disparity in power between the two sides is too great. Control the entire city. Xiao Tianzhan waved his hand, and 100,000 troops entered Stan City. However, if there is any resistance, those who commit crimes will be beheaded without reporting directly. Yes, Lord War God. Clatter. At that moment, the 100,000 troops were divided into several directions, and they settled the entire city in an orderly manner. Their execution was far superior to that of an ordinary mercenary army, and it was not an exaggeration to say that this army was a divine army. A slum in Stan City. Please, my lord, spare me. This is the only food we have left. How can we survive if you take it? A disheveled woman, holding her child, implores the bandits who took their food. These are the bullies in the slums around here. Now that Stan City is in turmoil, these people obviously want to take the food rations from these poor people and run away. Pop. One of the bullies slapped the woman so hard that blood came from the corner of her mouth. Mad, if you make a sound, I'll kill you now. Sir, these people are really looking for death. The thug was furious. They hurriedly left, not bothering to argue with the woman. With a vicious smile, he stabbed the woman in the chest. Since she was so eager to die, he would not waste his time on her. Boom! Before the thug could get anywhere near her, he was suddenly kicked and sent flying. All those who resisted were killed on the spot. Yes, General. The tens of thousands of troops that had arrived immediately took control of the entire slum, and the bullies group was directly slaughtered. The warlord frowned, and with immediate effect, the Green Dragon mercenary group would take over Stan City. Anyone who oppresses the people will die. Come here, hang the bodies of these people in the slum to warn the people of the city. Immediately afterwards, the heads of the bullies were beheaded and hung high in the slum, which was extremely creepy and eye-catching. Gulyolu. The sound of gulping saliva could be heard from the slums. With a thud, the lady was the first to kneel, followed by the other figures. Thank you, my lord. The people of the slums banged their heads on the ground. They knew they had a good lord this time. If you want to thank someone, thank the count. From today onwards, whether you are a noble or a pauper in Stan City, you are all people of Stan City. Anyone who dares to offend Stan City will have their entire family wiped out. Go! As soon as the warlord's voice fell, he led the army to the next location. Similar scenes occurred in the streets and alleys of Stan City. This purge killed an unknown number of bullies and those who took advantage of the situation to amass wealth. Countless people in Stan City looked in the direction of the Earl's mansion, and a rare light appeared in their eyes. It seemed that this time, the Earl was a bit different from the past. Chapter 121, A mission has arrived, and the literary world is being humiliated. The next morning. Well. The golden morning sun shines on her beautiful face. Yi Chen, who is next to her, opens his sleepy eyes and can't help but smile when he looks at her beautiful face. Ding dong. While looking at this beautiful woman, Yi Chen suddenly receives a message on his phone. Master, Stan City is under control. All rebels will be killed. Very good. Yi Chen nodded slightly and typed away. Next, all you have to do is abolish slavery in Stan City and then open the granary to distribute grain. After you've done both, tear down the slums. It's the modern age, and you're still doing capitalist stuff. Yes, master. Xiao Tianzhan solemnly replied, and then began to make preparations. A series of measures had already been planned as early as when Yi Chen took pictures of Stan City. What was happening now was just the beginning, and it was not for him to worry about what would happen next. He deleted the message without a second thought, as it was better for this girl not to know about these things. In fact, it was not a big deal, at least not in his opinion. Then, Yi Chen browsed the current online news. Surprisingly, there was no longer any angry comments from the internet army, but instead, there was unanimous praise for Yi Chen's Rakshasa Sea City and Upside Down song. Of course, many netizens could not help but sneer at the current music scene. Shocked, the novel Long Yuan from the Jiujing Novel Network has taken 70% of the Chinese novel market in one fell swoop. I didn't know until I looked, but I discovered that the actual novel website is completely controlled by Fusong Holdings. In a sense, this is a sinister move. After all, Fusong has already transmitted uncivilized culture to China more than once. From elementary school textbooks to adult values, everything is a move to fundamentally disintegrate China. Ding! The host has triggered a random task, beating up the Jiujing Novel Network and pushing the Fusong anime industry sideways, with a reward of a mysterious blind box X1 and a bonus of 100 billion RMB. Oh. I was just a little upset about this phenomenon when the voice of the system rang in my ear. Hang up and beat Jiujing online literature? Push the Fuso anime industry sideways? This is messing with things. However, compared to this, Yi Chen was more concerned about the mysterious blind box and the 100 billion reward, which was quite a temptation. To push the Fuso anime industry sideways, I'm afraid I have to hang up and beat Jiujing online literature first? Yi Chen pondered for a moment, and then he already had an idea. If he wants to beat him up, he can only do it his way. Then, he dialed Lu Menjing's phone number. Hello, Yi Xiao. Lu Menjing's lazy voice came from the other side, obviously just waking up. Menjing. I have a task for you, help me acquire a novel website, and call it Kuanping Novel Website. Yi Chen laughed at the thought of the plan, and the two rewards made him full of energy. Acquire a novel website? Obviously, upon hearing the words of his boss, Lu Menjing was stunned. Yi Xiao, what is this? It's nothing. You don't like Jiujing Novel Website, so you want to send them back to their hometown. Yi Chen said evasively, and then continued, I will give you a novel later, and you can see for yourself how it operates. You can just write my name as the author without hiding it. The reason for this is that after all, his name is the best publicity, especially since his two songs just blew up the entire network, and this is the perfect time to release a novel and enter the literary world. At this, Lu Menjing was about to say something else, but Yi Chen had already hung up, leaving a slightly confused Lu Menjing. However, soon, she received a file from Yi Chen. This is Naruto. Looking at the four big characters, Lu Menjing was stunned. Could it be that this is a novel set in the background of Fusong? She clicked on the file. It was quite a lot to take in, but she was a little overwhelmed when she read it. What a novel world Naruto was. That Uzumaki Naruto, gee, it was better than the novel Dragon Source from Fuso by more than just a little. It was unbelievable. Where did Yi Xiao get all this from? He didn't really write it himself, did he? Looking at the novel, which had more than 5 million words, Lu Menjing's mouth twitched, but she didn't know that it had only cost Yi Chen less than 10,000 renminbi. Originally, Lu Menjing had wanted to dabble with Jiujing Shangshu, but unfortunately, Long Yuan was gaining a lot of momentum at the time, and it was shelved because it involved Fusong. Now that her boss had spoken, she naturally didn't hesitate. Soon, Kuanping Shangshu was acquired and established. Lu Menjing directly created an account with her boss's information, and then uploaded Naruto directly to Chapter 20. This was intentional on her part, after all, the Dragon Source was updated with 3 chapters every day, and now 20 chapters at once would definitely attract everyone's attention. Of course. The crucial point was that her boss had just had 2 songs go viral across the entire network, and using her boss's information to start a book at this time would definitely be twice as effective. Thinking about this, the page refreshed and it was uploaded like that. Kuanping Novel then promoted the novel of their boss on the homepage, and the music prodigy Yi Chen moved to the literary world and entered Kuanping Novel with Naruto. The novel website that Lu Menjing originally acquired had no less than 30 million views, and at its peak it could reach hundreds of millions. She had gone to a lot of trouble to acquire the novel website. However, with such traffic, everything was worth it. The eye-catching recommendation immediately attracted a lot of people, and they clicked in. Once she started reading, she was blown away. Holy shit, is this really written by Yi Chen? This Naruto was written by Yi Chen, it's unbelievable. Naruto Uzumaki is super interesting, but his father is so great. Hey, Yishin is awesome, Fuso Ninjutsu can actually write such an interesting novel. 66666, it's no wonder it's by Yishin, this is much better than the Long Yuan on Jiujing Literature website. Brothers, support it, and press Dragon Source to the ground and rub it. In an instant, the comments went viral, and the number of views for Naruto immediately skyrocketed. Lu Menjing, in order to better recommend her boss's masterpiece, even promoted it on the Dosha platform. This wave of promotion directly pushed her boss's masterpiece, Naruto, to the forefront. Marriott Hotel, Lin Xiaoyang, who had just woken up a little while ago, was watching the Dosha video. At one point, "Hey, this is Naruto, and the author is actually my brother-in-law." With a strong sense of curiosity, he clicked in. Lin Xiaoyang couldn't stop watching once he started, and he couldn't come back from it for a long time. My goodness, this work by my brother-in-law is poisonous, it's definitely a masterpiece. Chapter 122, is it true that there are hundreds of millions of people urging for more? Marriott Hotel. Boom. Lin Xiaoyang's door was opened, slammed hard against the wall, and his face was full of excitement. He knocked on his brother-in-law's door, saying, "Brother-in-law, open the door quickly, it's urgent." Lin Shirin, who was in the middle of a tender moment, heard the harsh voice. This Lin Xiaoyang, he's itching for trouble again. She muttered something, but she still got into her pajamas, and it was hard to be quiet for a while. What? Open the door, ignoring her sister's words completely, her face staring at her Yi-Chen with excitement. Brother-in-law, hurry up. Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, my Sasuke, so exciting. Lin Shirin, Naruto? Uzumaki Naruto? Sasuke? What's with this and that? Oh. Hearing Lin Xiaoyang's words, Yi-Chen was taken aback. Goodness, it's only been one night, and Naruto is already quite capable. Xiaoyang, how do you know about Naruto? Although he was sure it would be popular, Yi-Chen still asked, after all, it would be strange if this work of Fusang's wasn't popular. Although he didn't know how good Fusang's highly recommended Dragon Source was, it was no match for Naruto. How do you know? Lin Xiaoyang looked at his brother-in-law and saw that he was fired up. Brother-in-law, you don't know that your Naruto has gone viral. Lin Xiaoyang then handed his phone to his brother-in-law. Lin Shirin looked at it curiously, and when she saw the number of clicks, she couldn't help but be stunned. 300 million clicks. Sister, you probably don't know that this is just the result for one day. No, to be precise, it's for one night. Lin Shirin. Hearing her brother's words, Lin Shirin couldn't help but be shocked. In one night, the number of clicks on the newly uploaded work broke 300 million. What did this mean? Nod, the novel file has been sent to you. Really? Lin Xiaoyang couldn't contain his excitement. Without thinking, he sneaked up and kissed his brother-in-law directly. Mua. Hey, thanks brother-in-law. Yi-Chen saw this and his mind went blank. Wow, it seems like I was kissed by my brother-in-law. Click. Shut the door. Lin Shirin's beautiful eyes fell on her man, threatening him fiercely. Tell the truth, when did this happen? You little brat. This is outrageous. She immediately started a counterattack, and before long, Lin Shirin leaned against her man's chest, listening to him tell her about what happened yesterday. What did you say? Lin Shirin looked at her man incredulously. You want to enter the world of literary fiction and drive the culture of the rising sun back to its homeland? Are you crazy? Looking at her man, Lin Shirin sighed. Can't you just be honest, now that the heat of Raksha Haishur has not yet subsided, you're pulling this stunt again, hey? On the other side, the scholarly family community. Uzumaki Naruto. A voice rang out from the leisure area, followed by a young man across the street. Orochimaru, where do you escape? I am Yuan Fei Rigian. A group of teenagers chattered and chased after each other, which made the adults look on in awe, but they looked at Yi Pengfei with envy every time. Old Yi, your son is truly a prodigy. The next-door neighbor, Lao Wang, smacked his lips. He killed his way through the music scene yesterday, and now he wants to kill his way through the literary world and the novel world? Hey, I don't know what's going on in that kid's head, how can he write such weird stuff? The kid's got talent, what can I do? Yi Pengfei shrugged. He was also quite shocked by this, especially since his son had killed the music scene. He himself was still in a daze. By the way, Lao Yi, my beastly son is screaming at me to ask you for the sequel to your son's novel. I wonder if you coughed. Can you get it for Xiaoye? Yi Pengfei, this. Yi Pengfei obviously froze for a moment. I'll give it a try, but I can't guarantee anything. after all, the operation of the website is at stake. After saying that, he went over to the side and finished the phone call. He looked at the file on his phone in disbelief. Wow! Over 5 million words, when did that kid do that? Looking at the number of words in the file, Yi Pengfei's mouth twitched. He couldn't imagine how long it would take to type over 5 million words. However, if too much is exposed, there could be quite a few hidden dangers. After thinking for a moment, Yi Pengfei copied the next 200 chapters, but there were also hundreds of thousands of words, which was enough for those children to read. After going back and forth, when a few of Yi Pengfei's friends learned about it. Hey, Lao Yi, I owe you a personal favor. Now I can be at peace. After a few brief words, the few of them left. After finally getting it, they naturally had to go back and brag to their grandchildren. Phew. After seeing off his friends, Yi Pengfei let out a sigh of relief. Looking at the comments online, he thought, that brat is really something. He's made me look good these days. At the same time, on Kunping Novel Network, many fans of the book were clamoring for an update. Overnight, the number of times they urged for an update skyrocketed past 100 million, showing just how desperate they were. The comments skyrocketed. But then, at a certain moment, the page refreshed and the comments section instantly exploded. Wow, it's been updated. 20 chapters in a row, I love you, Leaf God. You're worthy of the name Leaf God. Next to it, Dragon Source only has 3 chapters a day, and they're so short and weak. Leaf God, my man, I'm a fan. Big guy, let the storm rage on. The comments section, which had already reached over 1 million views, soared exponentially, and the heat skyrocketed. Fire. Yes, with the explosive 20 chapters, Naruto became popular once again, and major websites fell one after the other. Kunpeng Group, President's Office. Oh. Lu Menjing, who was monitoring the data of Naruto, refreshed the interface, and was shocked to see that the number of requests for more chapters had directly exceeded 1 million, and the data was still soaring by the tens of thousands. Ha, no wonder it's Yi Xiao. This phenomenal situation is even more explosive than I thought. Lu Menjing mused as she looked at the soaring data. Although it's very good, I'm afraid it's not enough to take over the domestic market of Jiujing Novel Network with this one. Yi Chen has given her full power of attorney, and she dares not be arrogant in the slightest, so naturally she will go all out. In that case, let the storm come even more violently. Lu Menjing arched her eyebrows, a flash of wisdom in her eyes, and then added a sentence at the end of the latest chapter. In view of the enthusiasm of the fans for more, if the number of requests for more breaks 100 million within an hour, I promise to add 20 chapters. Immediately afterwards, the fans exploded. What? The number of requests for more breaks 100 million within an hour, and 20 chapters will be added? Yishin is awesome. The number of requests for more is counted directly in billions, which is 10,000 times more than Long Yuan. Damn, what are you guys waiting for? Urge for more updates. Hahaha, is a billion urges for more updates a lot? I'll contribute 1. Come on, count me in. I'll register my parents' phone numbers and add 2 more. It's boiling over. It's exploding. It's crazy. Kunpeng Novel Network is exploding with fire at this moment. In an instant, countless readers have flocked to Kunpeng Novel Network, and this is only the beginning of Lu Menjing's heinous plan. Chapter 123, Little Devils, just wait, Yishin's blade is already sharp. Jiangnan University, Dormitory. Pop. Li Bin stared at the computer screen with his eyes wide open. At this moment, he had just finished reading the 20 chapters of the novel that the boss had updated. My Nima. Second and fourth, come quickly. The boss has done something that will blow the sky open. Wang Zihang and Dong Kun were both stunned, and the first thing they did was to put down what they were doing and come over. Are you kidding? If it could make the third son act like this, then the boss must have done something they never dared to think of. Sure enough. After the 2 men's gazes fell on Li Bin's computer screen and they saw the words, their pupils dilated. Holy shit, an update every hour for over 100 million views. Nima, is the boss crazy? Without a doubt, at this moment, 10,000 thoughts were racing through the 2 men's heads. Damn it, this is not just a breakthrough, it's a complete breakthrough. What the heck? Phew. After taking a deep breath, I don't care, I'll contribute to the boss first. Wang Zihong took a deep breath and directly urged for more updates like crazy. Although he effectively urged for more updates only once, that's not important. The rest was him venting his excitement. Dong Cohen was even more direct. He went to the family group, where his parents, uncles, aunts, and cousins were all urging him to hurry up and post more updates for his boss. Hundreds of millions of updates, boss, you're going to break the sky. To Dong Cohen's surprise, his family members quickly sent him messages. Father Dong, you brat, you have a great boss. He's my idol. Mother Dong, Cohen, I've already urged him to post more updates. If I were 10 years younger, I would definitely chase after your boss. Uncle, Xiaokuan, I've already sent it to my colleagues at the company. They know Yishin is your boss, and they can't help but envy you. Aunt, big nephew, I've sent it to a large group of trainees, contributing 5326 to the rush for updates. Hee, wait until you thank your aunt. Looking at the exploding family group, Dong Cohen let out a hee laugh. He thought to himself, I've done my part for the boss, right? At the same time, there was a school exchange group for Jiangnan University. Wow. Damn, top, this must be resisted. There are more than 30,000 people in our Jiangnan University, and there must be no less than 30,000 people urging for more. Fuck him. Hey, it is said that the author of Long Yuan, Hito Ichiro, is a famous author in Fusang. This time, let's see how Yishin presses him to the ground and rubs him, ha. Damn, I've long been unhappy with these little devils. Damn, it's just one word, fuck, go Yishin. +1. +1 6666666. Crazy. It just keeps getting crazier. Lu Menjing was afraid that she didn't know that the few words she typed didn't matter, but it set off an unprecedented sensation across the entire network, and the urge to make the next chapter available surged like someone was on drugs. 1 million. 2 million. 10 million. Half an hour later, the number of people urging for more chapters soared past 100 million. Yes. It was only half an hour, or to be precise, 29 minutes and 32 seconds. This record was half as fast as the time Lu Menjing had set, which showed just how outrageous the current situation at Kunpeng Literature had become. Lu Menjing looked at the computer screen and was a little dazed. What is this? Obviously, looking at the 100 million renminbi on the computer to speed up the writing really stunned her. My god, did I underestimate the potential of this book? It seems that the potential of these fans can be pushed even further. Thinking about this, Lu Menjing didn't waste any time and directly uploaded the promised 20 chapters. She kept her word and couldn't lose her integrity, especially at this critical moment. The page refreshed and the fans were ecstatic. Aha, I'm awesome. He did what he said he would do, and Yishin is truly invincible. Another 20 chapters, gee, this is so exciting, it's just bursting with energy. The little heifer is riding the power lines, flashing with lightning the whole way. If heaven hadn't given birth to Yishin, the literary world would be like a long night forever. Grandma, no wonder he's the one who sang Rakshas's Sea City, Yishin is mighty and domineering. Hey, little devils, just wait, Yishin's sword is already sharp. The number of comments skyrocketed, and with the influx of a massive number of fans, the number of comments at this moment has already soared past 8 million. This is unparalleled in Kunpeng literature, no, to be precise, in the history of novels. Jiangnan University, in the dormitory. Pop. Dong Cohen read the newly published 20 chapters and slapped the table hard, breaking 100 million in half an hour, well done. Damn, but the boss is really ruthless. He just broke 100 million and uploaded 20 chapters, he is truly the number one boss who spoils his fans. But why do I feel like this operation is not over yet? The three of them are having a heated discussion. They know the boss too well, and now it's just exploding. But the boss's temperament cannot be measured by common sense. However, while the whole network is exploding, Jiojing.com is facing an unprecedented crisis. Jiojing.com, headquarters. Baka. The person in charge of the website, Kidami Masahiro, smashed his fist on the table, you bastard. That Yi Chen, how dare he? Naruto, you bastard, can someone tell me what the hell is going on? Kidami Masahiro was furious. Their novel network has already controlled 70% of the domestic market in China with the book Dragon Source. At this rate, they will soon reach 80%, or even 90%. By then, they will be able to carry out a more thorough cultural invasion of China. But just at this time, someone came along and spoiled their plans. How could they accept this? And right now, not to mention entering the 80% market, it is even debatable whether they can keep the 70% market they have. Baigong Jun, this Naruto by Yi-Chen is coming on strong, and the update speed is unprecedentedly high, but the quality is not bad at all. It is very likely that the Chinese authorities have intervened. Yes, I agree, it seems that the Chinese authorities are aware that we are eating too much of their market. Whoever it is. Shigeo Kitami narrowed his eyes. The delivery of the Japanese culture plan cannot be delayed. Spend a lot of money to turn the situation around. In addition, tell Ichiro Kido to speed up the uploads and throw out all the manuscripts in his hands. Give me 20 chapters a day, no. 30 chapters to be uploaded. Obviously, Kitamiya Masao sensed an unprecedented crisis. He was convinced that if they lost this battle, their cultural transmission plan, which had been planned for more than 10 years, would come to nothing. Yes, Kitamiya-kun. Soon, someone was assigned to deal with this matter, because if the cultural transmission plan was delayed, none of them could bear the responsibility. With a bang. Before Kitami Masao could calm down with some tea, the office door was broken down. Oh no, the author of Naruto, Yi-Chen, has posted another update. Chapter 124, oh my god, if he god isn't crazy, I'm going to go crazy. What? When Kitamiya Masao heard this, he almost choked to death on a mouthful of tea. He snatched his phone and saw the latest message. In view of the enthusiasm of the fans, within an hour, if the number of updates exceeds 200 million, 20 more chapters will be written. Boom! Seeing this, Kitamiro Kitamiya's eyes widened. Bakaya, are you? With a bang, the phone was smashed to pieces, and a mouthful of backblood almost spurted out. Damn it, that Yi-Chen is too much of a bully. Guards! Find where that Yi-Chen is and kill him for me. Kitamiro Kitamiya originally wanted to have a good contest in the marketplace, but who would have thought that they were completely no match for each other? Who can withstand such a joke-like amount of updates, and with the momentum it is gaining, it is clear that Naruto is taking the absolute initiative. Yes, Lord Kitami. The subordinate's face was grim. As long as Yi-Chen was eliminated, all problems would naturally be solved. Soon, Shingo Kitami received the message, Imperial Capital, Marriott Hotel. Good. Very good. Squinting his eyes, Shingo Kitami's face showed ferocity. I want to see who will maintain the creation after this Yi-Chen is dead. With a cold snort, Kitami Shigeo glanced in the direction of the Marriott Hotel. To be honest, the kid wasn't too far from here. Once the kid dies, I'll blow the whistle on this. By then, the Chinese market will still be in Fuso's hands. However, while Kitami Shigeo was daydreaming, Kunpun literature and art website exploded again. What, again? Damn, 200 million renminbi in a hurry within an hour, grandma. Hey, but upload 20 more chapters, I'll hurry it up. Count me in, I'll top the 200 million demand for more chapters. Get moving, all of you, break the 200 million in half an hour. Ha ha ha, Yi-Chen did a great job, I'll give you more chapters, all of them. The Long Yuan author has fainted in the toilet. The comments section was boiling over, and indeed they didn't expect Yi-Chen's operation to end, which was undoubtedly much more than they expected. 1 million. 5 million. 10 million. Amidst the heated discussion, the number of people urging for more has already exceeded 10 million. It's only been 7 or 8 minutes, and the speed is truly abnormal. Jiangnan University, dormitory. Ah, good job, boss. Damn, I knew the boss was up to no good. Hey, I guess the level of excitement is about to skyrocket again. The three of them were dumbfounded and impressed. They could say that the boss had used the opportunity to strike while the iron was hot to perfection. Looking at the soaring number of requests for more chapters, not to mention if this continued. Maybe, in an hour it would really reach 200 million. Marriott Hotel, room. Wow, brother-in-law is awesome. After watching the brother-in-law's masterpiece for a while, Lin Xiaowang was curious to see how the online effect of the brother-in-law's masterpiece was, and this look directly exploded. My brother-in-law is crazy, breaking 200 million views an hour, I'm sure I'm not dreaming. Lin Xiaoyong, excited, came out of the room, but found that his brother-in-law was leisurely watching TV with his sister, while the little one was eating his favorite snacks. Wait, what? My brother-in-law didn't even care about the explosive views just now. Seeing his younger brother come out, Lin Xiaoring glanced at Lin Xiaoyong, the young master of the Lin family, and said, Lin Xiaoyong, you still know how to come out, you might as well starve to death. While talking, he glared at someone. Lin Xiaoyang ignored him and looked strangely at his brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, have you been watching TV here the whole time? What's wrong? Obviously, Yi-Chen knew nothing about what was going on online, and not only him, but also Lin Shireen and her daughter. Sure enough, Lin Xiaoyang's heart pounded. His brother-in-law's heart was too big. He didn't even know that he had set the literary world on fire. Cough, brother-in-law, you can read it yourself. Lin Shireen listened to her brother's words, her face full of wonder, and looked at her brother's phone, and she couldn't help but be stunned when she looked at it. In view of the enthusiasm of the fans, within an hour, if the number of more than 200 million is exceeded, then chase more. What? After seeing a string of words, Lin Shireen was stunned, and her incredulous gaze fell on the guy next to her. When did this happen? Yi-Chen, Within an hour, 200 million people have urged for more chapters, and there are 20 chapters of more. Yi-Chen couldn't help but look in the direction of the demon capital. Good guy, Menging is capable enough. Cough cough, what? I gave the operating rights of this novel to Menging, and she has been doing it from the beginning to the present. You. Lin Shireen was at a loss for words upon hearing this. The whole network is going crazy, and the author himself is oblivious? If those fans knew, I wonder how they would feel. Lin Shireen then looked at the number of requests for more chapters, which had now reached 180 million. Sigh. Lin Shireen, who had really seen a lot, let out a cold breath. Lin Xiaoyang's mouth twitched. Sister, it's only been half an hour. Puff cough cough. Lin Xiaoying's sudden voice made Lin Shireen freeze in place, and she almost choked on her own saliva. What? Half an hour, 180 million people urging for a new chapter. 186 million. 187 million. 188 million. As she watched the insane urge for a new chapter, Lin Shireen felt like her heart and lungs were being squeezed by an invisible hand, and time just kept passing. Finally, at a certain moment, the number of people urging for updates broke the 200 million mark, and at that time, 40 minutes had passed since the release time. This has been broken. Lin Xiaoying also looked at the scene in shock. Her brother-in-law's masterpiece completely defied the heavens and exceeded imagination. Holy cow! Less than an hour to 200 million people urging for updates, crazy. This has not only killed the novel world, it has completely destroyed it into a mess. Wow. I knew it, Papa's books are always awesome. Invincible, Yi-Chen is awesome. Godzilla. Yi-Chen is awesome, please accept my knees. Oh my god, crazy, if Yi-Chen isn't crazy, I'm going crazy. The comments skyrocketed, undoubtedly pushing this masterpiece to new heights. Lu Menjiang looked at the number of people urging for an update on the computer screen. 200 million people urged for an update in just 40 minutes? This is really a bit surprising. She let out a deep breath. After uploading 20 chapters, a bold idea suddenly sprung to mind. I wonder if the number of requests will increase even more. Chapter 125, what? The Naruto manga version is out. Masterpiece, comment section. 20 chapters in one go. The speed of updates is awesome. Hey, Yi-Chen, my idol, I'm impressed. 40 minutes of urging for an update, and it's already reached 200 million views. Who else is doing this? What's this Lon Yuan thing? Compared to Yi-Shen's Naruto, it's nothing. Pfft, what's that Lon Yuan thing? It's not even worth 30 or 50 million views, not even close to Yi-Shen's 10-minute record. For a while, Lon Yuan was cursed like a dog in the comments section, and even the comments section under Lon Yuan's work exploded, much more active than usual. Of course, it was all just spitting out words. At one point, a discordant voice came out. Go ahead, refresh the page and see for yourself, Yi-Chen has gone crazy again. What? Upon hearing this voice, many people refreshed the page and came to the place where they could urge for an update. Their eyes were about to pop out. They had indeed witnessed an unbelievable scene. Thanks to the support of the fans, and to thank everyone, if the urge for an update breaks 300 million in the next hour, 40 chapters will be added. A loud roar. This wave of manipulation has shaken countless people. It's so awesome, it's almost unbelievable. Damn it. Within an hour, the number of people urging for more chapters exceeded 300 million? Ahem. Marriott Hotel, even Yi-Chen, who was quite confident in Naruto, coughed dryly, and Menging was really messing around. Lin Shireen angrily glared at someone. This bastard, really, calm down, can you die? Although it wasn't him who operated, but this novel was from his hand. 330 million more an hour. Lin Xiaoyang's eyes bulged. At the moment he was completely like a dream. However, before he could react, the number of more had already broken a million. Under such heat, the number of more skyrocketed faster than ever. Jiujing Shangshu, headquarters. Damn it! Kidami Masao's lungs were about to explode as he watched the new round of operations. The murderous intent in his eyes was stronger than ever. Die! This Yi Chen must die. Someone, have the assassins succeeded yet? Kidami Masao's face was cold. If that Yi Chen doesn't die, they will lose too much of the novel market in Fusu, which will affect the anime and shares in various fields. Lord Kidami, 30 assassins are in position, and Yi Chen will die in half an hour at most. Very good. Hearing his subordinate's words, Kidami Shigeo's anger eased slightly. However, at the same time, not far from the Marriott Hotel, more than 30 bodies lay sprawled on the ground. Boss Lei, all the assassins are dead. A key figure narrowed his eyes as he looked at the bodies in the field. Lei Bao looked at the more than 30 bodies. The ninja from Fusu had dared to attack Yi Xiao. Boss Lei, I found out. Just then, another cadre took out his mobile phone, and it was Kitai Shinsho, the person in charge of the Jiujing Literature Network. It was him? Hearing the person who sent the killer, Lei Bao understood. It seems that he was forced by his boss, otherwise he would not have done so. Soon, an hour passed. The number of people urging for an update reached 310 million. Lu Menjiying's mouth curved up in an arc at this figure, and the 20th chapter was uploaded without any nonsense. Up to now, a total of more than 100 chapters have been updated. Then, I received a message on my phone. President Lu, the latest data shows that the market share of Jiujing Novel Network has reached 60%, and that of Koanpeng Novel Network has increased to 20%. Very good. Seeing such a result on the first day, it is only a matter of time before we take over the market share of Shokufu. Ding dong. At that moment, Lu Menjiying's phone rang, and she answered it immediately when she saw it was her boss's phone. Hello, Yi Xiao. Even though Yi Chen was not there, Lu Menjiying still got up respectfully. On the balcony of the Marriott Hotel, looking at the three people playing, Yi Chen looked into the distance. The operation is going well, you've worked hard. It's nothing. It's all part of my job. After a few words, Yi Chen got to the point. At the moment, the novel is enough to crush Jiujing Novel Network, but it's still not enough. Next, I'll send you the comic book version, uploaded according to these instructions. After a short while, he hung up the phone. Lu Menjiying was stunned, and looked at the beautiful scenery outside the demon capital in a daze. The comic version. Ding dong. Before Lu Menjiying could think about it, her phone received the file. When she opened it, she was amazed at how fast it was. How many tricks did Ji Xiao have up his sleeve? After muttering, Lu Menjiying uploaded the comic to the Kuanping Novel comic interface, and also turned on the seal in promote mode. At this moment, fans who knew about this operation were even more blown away. What, the Naruto manga version is out? Holy shit, what speed, I'm invincible, Yishin. The manga is out, it's awesome. Hey, Mad Dragon Source is going to be abused and there won't be any left. Once Yishin appears, no one can get past him. Is it really okay for the male god to beat Long Yuan like this? I hope the Yishin comic soars to the sky. The comment area is full of enthusiasm, not to mention the number of people reading the comic. On the one hand is the novel that has exploded, and on the other hand is the newly released comic. My goodness, which one should I read? Jiujing Comic, Headquarters. Pop. Kitamiya Masao didn't wait for the news that Yi Chen was killed, but learned that the Naruto comic book version was released. What a great China, is this going to wipe out my Fuson? A strong sense of unease welled up in his heart. If it is allowed to develop, something big will definitely happen. Lord Kidami, something big has happened. Just then, a subordinate barged in, saying, "We have fallen 70% in the Chinese market." What? When Kidami Masao heard this, his face changed drastically. A 70% fall means that their market share in China is now only 60%. Damn it! They have worked so hard to gain that 1%, and now it's gone in a single day. Jiangnan, Lin family villa. Ahem, this kid. Lin's father coughed, and looked at the online comments with emotion. He had never imagined that his son-in-law was so capable. First, Rakshasa City killed its way through the music scene, then the masterpiece Naruto killed its way through the literary world of novels, and now there are even comics. What is Xiaoye up to? Lin's mother gasped in shock. She, too, had not expected her own son-in-law to be so outstanding, beyond her imagination. Ha ha. Lin's father narrowed his eyes and looked at the online comments. He heard that the market share of Fusang Jiujing Xiangshu in China had dropped by 60%, and now it happened to coincide with the birth of that brat's Naruto. I'm afraid this brat is playing a big game. Perhaps he wants to use his own strength to drive the Fusang literary world out of China. What? Upon hearing Lin Fu's words, Lin Mu's pupils suddenly contracted, and then she gasped, expel the Fusang literary world from China? With the potential of this work by Yi Yi, it might actually work. Chapter 126, I can't finish reading it, I simply can't finish reading it. Once the manga was released, the entire network was abuzz. There is no denying that this move has made the already popular Naruto novel even more explosive. It's only been half an hour, but the number of people urging for more has already reached 200 million. Hashtag shock, literary prodigy Yi Chen, with his novel Naruto, has won the championship. Number 200 million people urging for more after half an hour, revealing the mystery of Naruto's rise to fame. Hashtag the author of Rakshasa City, with his masterpiece, is here. Hashtag Yishin, literary legend, the pride of China. Hashtag compared to Long Yuan, Yishin's works are more like the culture of Japan. Eye-catching headlines are popping up all over the internet, and the previous fever for Rakshasa City has been overwhelmed. It is easy to imagine how shocking this Naruto is. Puff, ha ha ha, Yishin is awesome. Officially supported by dad.part, this operation is out of control. Yishin is awesome, the rhythm is invincible. Hey, if no one else, I will obey Yishin. From now on, I will be a fan. Yishin, stop singing and come home with me, okay? We'll have lots of little ones, oink oink oink. Damn it, the short people in the literary world of Fusang, if you have the balls, try to beep at me again. Before, Rakshasa City killed its way through the music world, and now a Naruto has killed its way through the literary world of novels. I wish the comic version of Yishin a huge hit. I once had a friend who was just as awesome as Yishin. Whenever he thought about his glorious past, he would get so excited that he would stand up from his wheelchair. I'll just ask, who else is there? I'm the invincible Yishin. As things were brewing, the Yi family was forced to cancel their vacation. Are you kidding? If Yi Chen became famous, he would definitely be swarmed by fans asking for autographs and pictures. While the outside world was exploding with interest, Yi Chen took his family on a private jet. Wow! Daddy, are we really going to Stan City? The little one looked at the beautiful white clouds outside the plane and asked excitedly. This was her first time going abroad. Of course. Yi Chen petted the little one's head, while Lin Shireen rolled her eyes. How can you say that? If it weren't for the mess you made, we could have gone abroad. Lin Xiaoying watched her sister spit out her words while eating melons, but her little hand was refreshing the screen of her phone. Hiss. When she saw the number of Chui guns on the screen, Lin Xiaoying's pupils widened and she couldn't help but gasp in shock. Oh my god. Brother-in-law, you're being too ruthless. Lin Shireen glanced over at the number, and when she saw it, she couldn't help but be shocked. This, the number of Chui guns? 560 million, how is that even possible? Indeed, this figure stunned her. What kind of joke is this? 560 million, what does that even mean? You have to know that the population of China is only just over 1.4 billion, this operation is crazy. Obviously, at this moment she completely understood just how explosive the book her man had written was. Phew. Luckily, they had already left the imperial capital, otherwise if they had been photographed without noticing, it would have been a huge problem. Lin Shireen thought with some fear, especially when she saw that the number of requests for more chapters was still soaring. Just then, the data refreshed, and a string of text appeared in her field of vision. To thank all of you fans for your support, I will add 20 more chapters, no more delays, for many years to come. Pa. Upon seeing this, Lin Shireen was about to calm down with a gulp, but she immediately spit it out, completely flustered. She still wanted more chapters. Air. Lin Xiaoyang was also dumbfounded at this moment. Looking at the text on her phone, I said, my goodness, Aunt Menjing is so capable. 20 more chapters, just as promised. Even the Emperor of the Liver would not dare to do that in this world. Hee hee, Daddy is the best. The little one was grinning from ear to ear. As for what had happened, she didn't care. What mattered to her was that Daddy had definitely made a big splash again. The comments section exploded instantly. OMG, crazy, I'm going crazy. Yishin, I love you to death, take my knees. Ha ha, so good to burst the chart. Yishin, I'm invincible, just ask who else. Hey, Mad Fusan Long Yuan is a joke in front of Yishin. The existence of a War 5 dregs, Long Yuan author your sister's people. 120 chapters, against the heavens. Lu Menjian continues to ignite the chase, and her steady stream of updates can be described as being run like a finely tuned machine. It can be said that she is taking the potential of Naruto to the extreme. 120 chapters a day, calculated at 2,000 words per chapter, 5 chapters is 10,000, 120 chapters is 240,000 words. A man who updates 240,000 words a day. Who wouldn't love it, let alone Yishin's magnum opus? Jiangnan University, dormitory. Holy cow! Holy cow, holy cow! Li Bin stood up with a thud, his eyes glued to the computer screen without blinking. Holy cow, the boss has updated again. Another 20 chapters, crazy. Awesome. Boss, you're the man. Wang Zihong and Dong Kuan were dumbfounded, watching the boss operate. They hadn't recovered from the previous shock when another 20 chapters came. Holy cow, I can't watch it all, I simply can't watch it all. Oh, that's right. Wang Zihong thought of something. I just sent the boss a message, saying that he's not in the imperial capital, but is traveling in the Principality of Nilo. Li Bin. Dong Kuan. Traveling. Upon hearing Wang Zihong's words, Li Bin and Dong Kuan's eyes widened, disbelief written all over their faces. Looking at the exploding online comments, I'm so lucky, with such a scene going on, the boss still has the time to travel. Damn it! If it were them, they would definitely be jumping for joy. No, if the boss is traveling, then who posted this chapter? Soon, Li Bin and Dong Kuan realized something extremely serious. It couldn't be that the boss had mastered the art of teleportation. Air. Wang Zihong paused for a moment and coughed. I've also asked this question. The boss said that from the beginning, he hasn't been uploading this novel himself, and he handed it over to the president of Kunpeng Group, who is also the boss's former housekeeper at the villa. Holy shit! Upon hearing this, Li Bin and Dong Kuan's envious eyes were about to pop out. The boss's vision exceeded theirs by 10,000 streets. What an enormous heart! The boss didn't even ask about something that would normally make someone ecstatic. Hey! They knew the gap between people was huge, but they couldn't believe the gap with their boss had reached a level beyond their imagination. Chapter 127, What's going on? Sold out? How is that possible? Half a day later. Stan City, Airport. Xiao Tianzhan, meet the Earl. As soon as he exited the airport, Xiao Tianzhan was greeted by thousands of people, and the lineup was not small. Lin Shirin was stunned. Ah, this. Lin Xiaowang stared with wide eyes, staring straight at the field. My god, brother-in-law, this. Don't be surprised. He was sent by the Principality of Nilo to help manage Stan City. Yichen smiled slightly, naturally not telling him that this was his loyal subordinate, and it was only appropriate to blame it all on the Principality of Nilo. Let's go. In this way, the group rode in the car towards the Earl's mansion in Stan City. Daddy, is this Stan City? It's so beautiful. The little guy looked outside the car at the completely different buildings from those in his home country, his eyes full of curiosity. Of course it is. Scratching his little son's nose, Stan City is the second most prosperous city in the Principality of Nilo. Hey, brother-in-law, this is awesome. Lin Xiaowang looked at the beautiful scenery flying past the window, and his excitement was beyond words. He could brag about this for a year. Hey! Soon, the group saw a lot of unkempt refugees pouring in from outside Stan City. The reason for their astonishment was that there were not just 800 or 1,000 of these refugees, but at least tens of thousands that could not be seen at the end of the line. My Lord Earl. The Principality of Nilo is currently in the midst of a rebellion, and neighboring countries are eyeing the Principality of Nilo. These are all people from other cities who have been affected by the war. Upon hearing Xiao Zhantian's words, Yi Chen looked at the tens of thousands of refugees. Indeed, it was never the capitalists but the common people who suffered in wars. Daddy, they are so pitiful. The little guy looked at the refugees outside, especially the many skinny children, which were pitiful and sympathetic. "Brother-in-law, why don't you help them?" Lin Xiaoyong was also touched by the scene here, which was completely different from what he had seen in textbooks. "Xiao Tianzhan. At your service." Xiao Tianzhan heard his master call him and responded without the slightest hesitation. These refugees must be properly arranged. Open the granary and release the grain to provide relief to the victims, and at the same time reclaim the land for these people to farm. Early on, Yi Chen had asked Lu Menjing to gather supplies for living. Now the inventory of supplies in Stan City is enough to feed the entire city for 10 years. "Yes, my lord." Looking at the street refugees, Xiao Tianzhan's eyes glowed with light. In the future, these will all be fresh blood to replenish the army. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. While Stein City was providing relief to the refugees, there were also huge changes taking place in the Chinese mainland. 60%, 50%, 40%. Fusu's market share in the Chinese literary world had shrunk drastically, falling to 30% in just 3 days, and this made the atmosphere at the entire Jiujing literature website unprecedentedly solemn. Kitamiya Masao could not imagine that their cultural transmission plan, which they had been planning for more than 10 years, had been destroyed by a masterpiece. "Lord Kitami, something's happened." As he considered a response, a subordinate came running into Shingo Kitami's office, saying that Yi Chen's novel was about to be sold online. "What?" Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Shingo Kitami's face changed drastically. "Sell the book and switch to the physical book market." Damn it! Shingo Kitami thought to himself that this was bad. You have to understand that if the novel became even more popular at this critical juncture, it would have no chance of turning the tables. Meanwhile, Kunpeng Novel Network is exploding. Cough cough, is this a dream? Yishin is selling physical books, and it's only been a few days. Hey, it looks like this is going to be a one-and-done effort to wipe out Long Yuan. Yap, let the storm come even more violently. I thought Yishin was going to kill the novel world, but I never expected it to go viral. This is the kind of Yishin, keep it hot, well done. Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association. Ha, worthy of being my master Li Qi. Li Qi watched his master's wave after wave of operations, especially the strange and weird Naruto world written by his master, which really made him unable to stop. Master Li, what do you think? The head of the gossip asked Li Lanshang, and the other several vice presidents around him also fell upon him one after another. Ha, from this operation, Yi Chen is definitely a man of character. Li Lanshang analyzed with a wise gaze. He previously dared to directly disclose his relationship with Lin Shirin, and then a song killed its way through the music scene. Now, he has suddenly emerged in the market, such as Long Yuan, which is close to monopolizing the market in Fusang. If the Wushu Association can persuade him to become the president in the future, Chinese martial arts will definitely become famous in all countries. Hearing Li Lanshang's words, the heads of the various martial arts schools nodded in approval. Li Qi's smile curled the corners of his mouth to the back of his ears, and the look was like he was saying, "Look, this is my master." Hey, this time, maybe the plan of the Fuso to invade the world of fiction will turn into bubbles. Yes, that Yi Chen really will not be content with mediocrity no matter where he goes. But of course, who would have thought that he could write a book to overthrow Fuso? Anyway, this is really fucking satisfying. The vice presidents were discussing this enthusiastically, while in their minds they were already imagining the future, when Yi Chen became the president of their martial arts association, and the Chinese martial arts industry crushed all the other countries. What happened at the Martial Arts Association was just a tiny part of a similar scene happening all over China. There was no doubt that Yi Chen's book would soon become a bestseller, and it would be like a shell exploding instantly. As the situation developed, the time for the hot sale quietly approached. Phew! There are only 10 minutes left before the sale starts. Not bad. Hey, it's 100 million copies, Yishin is ruthless. Yes, I've been eager for a long time to read it. Let's get started, I'm so looking forward to it. Today, what will happen with the upcoming hot sale of Yishin's books? I love you, Yishin, Zoxo. Although it was a long 10 minutes, it passed quickly amidst the enthusiastic discussion of the fans. 10, 9, 5, 4, 3. As the countdown continued, the discussion also died down, because they were about to start the buy process. After all, this was a very important moment, and they couldn't afford to be distracted. At a certain moment, the button for 100 million copies sold turned green, and many netizens in front of the screen pressed the button at the same time. Immediately afterwards, the green sold button data crashed like a landslide, and then it turned gray. Sold out. It took no more than 3 seconds from the beginning of the sale to the sold out status. Then the fans, who had been waiting for a long time, stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were seeing on the screen. Holy shit, what's going on? Sold out? How is that even possible? Chapter 128 Principle, is it really okay for us to indulge our children like this? Jiangnan University, Dormitory. Pop. Li Bin's eyes widened, and he sprayed a mouthful of tea all over the computer screen. Wow, in less than 3 seconds, how is that possible? I didn't even manage to grab one. Fuck. No way. Immediately afterwards, 2 stunned voices came from the side. Wang Zihong and Dong Cohen looked at each other in disbelief. Holy shit, boss, the first volume sold out in less than 3 seconds. That's fast. They realized something extremely serious. 3 seconds? Less than 3 seconds, and 100 million copies were sold. This is insane. You have to know that the hardcover edition of one of the boss's works sells for 36 renminbi, and 100 million copies is 3.6 billion renminbi. Gulu. Thinking about this, the 3 of them gasped in shock. It's crazy and awesome. No. Just then, Li Bin thought of something. Isn't the boss traveling in the Principality of Nilo? In other words, this operation has nothing to do with him at all? Boom. Not in the country? But operating here? Could it be the boss's beautiful personal butler? In an instant, the 3 of them were filled with envy. Damn, does the boss have to be like this? No one is even in the country, and a book will abuse the so-called dragon source from Fusang into a dog. How can this make people feel? However, just when everyone thought it was over, Lu Menjing once again dropped a bombshell. Kunping Novel Network then issued another official statement, stating that in view of the enthusiastic demand from fans, the literary prodigy Yi Chen's work Naruto will be sold in physical stores tomorrow at 8 o'clock. The first day of sales will cover many cities within China, with a total of 1 billion copies being put into circulation. This announcement immediately raised the boiling internet to a new level. Holy shit, what the hell? It's selling like hotcakes offline, and they're preparing 1 billion copies for a single day. Holy cow, I was going to complain that I didn't get a chance to buy Yishin's book, but who knew? Ahem, Yishin, I was wrong, please accept my knees. I'm invincible, Yishin, Long Yuan, come out and fight. Haha, awesome, it's still Yishin. Hey, I'll definitely go to the bookstore early tomorrow, or I won't be able to get any. Yangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Teacher Li, something big has happened. An exclamation was heard in the office at one point, and then everyone fell towards Li Wanning at the same time. What's going on? Obviously, Li Wanning didn't know how popular her son's book was. He only knew that his son had killed his way into the music scene. Cough cough, Teacher Li, you should take a look for yourself. Then the colleague put the tablet in front of Teacher Li, and when the other colleagues saw the message on it, their minds were blown. What? Teacher Li's son, that book sold 100 million copies online in 3 seconds, and it's going on sale offline tomorrow, with 1 billion copies ready for the first day. Oh my god, I can't be dreaming. Suddenly, the whole office was abuzz. However, just then, the school broadcast sounded, "Dear students of Yangcheng No. 1 Middle School, another semester will soon pass, and there is only 1 month left until the final exams. For those who enter the top 20, the school year level group will award a personally signed copy of the book Naruto by the senior Yi Chen. I hope that all students will study hard and strive for good exam results." Wow! Upon hearing this, Yangcheng No. 1 Middle School exploded. If you get into the top 20, the school will give you a personally signed copy of the Naruto series by Yi Shin. The principal is awesome, the school has finally done something right. Hahaha, an autographed copy of an idol's work, holy cow, I have to get it. But, come to think of it, it's not easy to get an autograph, and there are 60 of them. Hey, you know what, Teacher Li is Yishin's mom, 60 autographs is a piece of cake for her. Shit, how did I forget this? The scene was unprecedentedly boisterous, and the several grade directors looked at their principal dumbfounded. Ahem, principal, is it really a good idea to indulge the children like this? One of the grade 7 directors sighed and said, and the other 2 also looked over, obviously sharing the same concern. Indulge? The principal didn't think so, and this was not called indulging. It was simply standing in the children's shoes and giving them the sweetest thing they wanted. Moreover, the principal narrowed his eyes wisely. Do you think that the students in the top 20 of the entire grade will be dragged down by Yi Chen's novel? This. Hearing the principal's words, the 3 grade directors fell silent. Indeed, the principal was right. Those who could enter the top 20 were all students with excellent self-discipline. Okay. The broadcast is over, so it's settled. The principal smiled slightly and didn't care about it. I'll go find Teacher Lee. 60 autographed copies of Yi Chen's book should be no problem. After saying that, the principal walked in the direction of Li Wanting's office, leaving the 3 grade directors in disarray. Damn, it's the first time I've seen a direct reward of an autographed book for a good exam result. I've never heard of it before, let alone seen it. But with Yi Chen's current fame, I'm afraid that in the future, Yangcheng No. 1 Middle School will experience an unprecedented learning craze. Even now, they can think of the scene at that time. Moreover, they can't guess the principal's intentions. 1 month is enough to change many bad habits. This is. Li Wanting heard the principal's announcement, first stunned, then bitterly smiled. The old principal really is looking for trouble. Although 60 autographs is a piece of cake for her. Ha, Teacher Lee, it seems the principal is coming soon. The colleagues teased, and sure enough, as soon as the words fell, there was a knock at the door. Looking around, she saw in front of the door no one else but the principal of Yangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Teacher Lee, congratulations, your son Yi is something. It sold 100 million copies online in 3 seconds and ridicules the current music scene. After a few pleasantries and compliments, Li Wanting knew what his purpose was, but it was hard to say no when he praised her son like that. She then waved her hand and said, 60 autographed books, I'll have the kids sign them later. Chapter 129, 1 billion copies in stock, and they're gone. Some people are happy, some people are sad. Jiujing Xiangshu, here, was beaten to a pulp by a suddenly popular Naruto. Kidami Masao looked at the online reviews and his face turned ashen. He understood very well that once Naruto went on sale tomorrow, their cultural export plan, which they had been planning for more than 10 years, would completely fail. Originally, he wanted to send someone to kill Yi Chen, but the response was that Yi Chen had disappeared with his family. In that case, even if he wanted to use Yi Chen's death as a gimmick, it was no longer possible. Ding dong. While thinking about it, Kidami Shinya received a plan from the Fuso side, but he was stunned when he learned the opposite news. What? Abandon the Chinese market, are you crazy? The domestic animation industry is having problems, so I'll go back first, but the Chinese market must not be lost. After hanging up the phone, Kidami Shigeo's face turned pale. A fire in the backyard? Yes. At the moment, the Fuso animation industry is divided, with many clans in turmoil, causing problems in dividing the cake. Kidami Shigeo is in charge of this aspect. The next day, at dawn. Not far from Jiangnan University, in front of a bookstore, it is only a little after 6 o'clock, but there is already a long queue, with at least several hundred people at a rough count. From a distance, it looks quite spectacular. Some of these people are yawning, some are staring at their shaggy hair, and there are people holding mazes in front of them, who don't know when they arrived. Hey, there's still over an hour before it opens. Holy shit, there are so many people here. The bookstore 5 kilometers away is even crazier. Yes, when I went there at 5 a.m., there were people there, nibbling on bread and rubbing their little hands together. The scene was so cold. Anyway, Yishin is really popular this time. Yes, 100 million copies sold out in 3 seconds on the internet. What a concept. I heard that Long Yuan's fanbase has dropped by more than 90%. This is normal, okay? Compared to Yishin's books, Long Yuan is nothing, no, it's not even worth mentioning. But today, 1 billion copies are selling like hotcakes, I hope I can buy a few. The sound of chatter and excitement could be heard, and at that moment, the LSP trio happened to be coming out of the school. Today was the day that the boss's book went on sale, so they had to buy a few copies to show their support. 1 billion copies, the boss will be able to sell them all today. Dong Kuan said as he walked, but before he could finish, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. Eldest brother and second eldest brother, look, is that a bookstore in that queue over there? Wang Zihong and Li Bin looked around, and when they did, their pupils suddenly widened, and any trace of sleepiness instantly disappeared. OMG. Since when has a bookstore become so popular? Could it be that they're all here to buy boss's masterpiece? The two of them looked at each other, both guessing the other's answer. It was obvious that these people were here for Boss's masterpiece. Apart from that, they couldn't think of any other reason why these people had gathered here. And it wasn't even 7 o'clock yet. Wow. While the three of them were talking, the shutter of the bookstore opened, revealing the face of the bookstore owner. Wow. Seeing the long queue of people waiting to enter the bookstore, the owner of the bookstore gulps and swallows, suddenly feeling the pressure. Before he can say anything, the customers explode. Boss, hurry up and start. It's been ages since I last saw a book. Damn it, if you don't start soon, I'll tear down your bookstore. The noise continued to rise, and the bookstore owner's mouth twitched. There were quite a few fierce-looking people in the crowd, and it made him jump with fear. Sigh. The bookstore owner was not stubborn, and knew that he could not provoke these people. If he had known, he would have slept until 8 o'clock. Cough. All right then. The bookstore owner finally gave in to the intimidation of the crowd and said that if he opened a little earlier than 8 o'clock, it would be fine, but everyone should not push, as Yishin had plenty of books. I have reserved tens of thousands of copies for Kunping Publishing, which is more than enough. What are you talking about? Hurry up. The fans didn't care about this and just paid for the books and left, a series of actions flowing like clouds in water. Holy cow! These are Yishin's first books, so naturally they're going to be well treasured. Boss, give me 3. One person behind the counter took out 200 yuan bills, slapped them on the counter, took the 3 books, and was full of excitement on his face. He said, "Keep the change, this is for you as a tip." Hey, thanks, sir. The bookstore owner's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he hurriedly expressed his thanks. This purchase was much more profitable than if he sold 3 books. Here, I'll take 2. Give me 5. I'll take 1. Without exception, the customers queued up very consciously. They knew that this was the only way to get Yishin's books faster. If they scrambled and fought, it would just be a waste of time. Another thing was that they were all fans of Yishin, so naturally they couldn't let their idol down. Watching this scene, the 3 of them, Wang Zihang, also had mixed feelings. I can't tell, the quality of the biggest fans is quite high. But of course. The 3 of them discussed, but soon they noticed something strange. As customers left one after the other to buy the book, the line of people waiting to buy it not only did not get shorter, but actually got longer. Something was wrong. This is so wrong. It was like this for 10 minutes, for 20 minutes. It was still the same after half an hour. The bookstore owner was also stunned, looking at the still long line of customers. What the hell? I sold a few thousand copies of my book by myself. An hour later. The bookstore owner looked at the empty shelves and coughed. What? All the tens of thousands of copies of Naruto had sold out. What? This remark didn't matter, but the customers were unhappy. Tens of thousands of copies sold out? How is that possible? Yes, it's only been a short time. The boss wanted to raise the price, which was really not fair. The bookstore owner, At this moment, the bookstore owner really wanted to cry but had no tears. How dare he think about raising the price? How is that not unfair? Who is he going to talk to? There are tens of thousands of books, and he has invested a lot of money. He thought it would take at least a few days to sell out, but who would have thought it would sell out in less than a day? No, to be precise, in less than an hour. What a stroke of luck. Thinking of something, the bookstore owner immediately dialed the Kunping Publishing House. Hello, I want to place an additional order of 10,000, no, 30,000 copies of Naruto. What? The entire stock has already been sold out. The other party hung up the phone, and the bookstore owner froze in place, wondering what the hell was going on. 1 billion copies of a book were in stock, and now they were gone. Was this for real? Or was he being given the runaround? Thinking about this, the bookstore owner called several friends in the industry and the agent, and the answers he got were surprisingly consistent. The bookstore owner looked at the customers who had dispersed in disappointment, gulped, and swallowed his saliva. 1 billion copies of a book were sold out. Chapter 130, the animated version of Naruto is a hit, setting a ratings record in Fusang. Stan City, Earl House. Ding dong. Yi Chen's phone received a message. Yi Xiao, the first day of sales of Naruto sold out in less than 2 hours with over 1 billion copies sold. Jiujing Shangshu's market share in China is less than 10%, and Menging has lived up to her name. Seeing the message on his phone, Yi-chen was slightly taken aback. He obviously didn't expect that his personal butler, who was a veteran of the system's black market hacks, would be so capable. Very good. Well done. Starting next month, your salary will increase by 30%. Thank you, boss. When Lu Menjing heard about the pay rise, her eyes sparkled. However, compared to the pay rise, she now hoped more than anything to help her boss complete one task after another and go even higher in the business world. Don't thank me yet. It's not over yet. After a pause, Yi-chen continued, next, put aside work at Kunpeng Group for the time being and focus on expanding the market in Japan. Later, I'll send you the animated version of Naruto. When you arrive in Japan, someone named Shueching will come to you, and she'll help you deal with some of the hostile forces. After the call, Lu Menjing froze in place. She had thought that the matter was over, but she never imagined that her boss would even want to enter the anime market in Japan. You have to know that it is not their Kunpeng Group's home court, and it is not easy to occupy a place there. However, between her worries, Lu Menjing was in the Earl's mansion. Yeah. Lin Xiaoying couldn't help screaming, "Sister, something big has happened to my brother-in-law." Look. Lin Shirin's face changed when she saw the message on the screen. What? Sold out in less than 2 hours and 1 billion copies sold. How is that even possible? Lin Shirin's face changed slightly. Although she didn't really understand sales, the fact that it sold 1 billion copies on the first day already said a lot. Wow. The little guy saw the surprised expressions on his uncle and aunt's faces, and a smile of admiration hung on his face. He obviously knew that his father must have done something extraordinary again. However, if Lin Shirin and her younger brother knew that this was just the beginning of the anime industry in Japan, they would not know how to feel. At the same time, a major event was taking place in Stain City. Slums. Boom. The beehive-like slum was led by a subordinate of Xiao Tianzhan, a warlord, and was razed to the ground. From now on, there will be no more slums in Stan City. Except for the nobles, everyone else is a citizen, and both the poor and the homeless will enjoy the civil rights of Stan City in the future. The deafening voice swept through the entire Stan City, and the next moment. Plop. Thump thump thump. Hundreds of thousands of figures knelt together, thanking the Count for his grace. They were not kneeling before power, but before their reborn selves. However, Xiao Tianzhan received news from his subordinates at this time. Upon hearing the report from the other side, Xiao Tianzhan frowned. What did you say? The Duke of the Principality of Nilo was assassinated, and Nilo City is leaderless and disorganized. Okay, I got it. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Tianzhan's face was solemn. The death of Duke Ni Lu was no trivial matter. No wonder there have been many more refugees than usual recently. It seems that there must be another conspiracy behind this. Fusong, the capital city. A figure has just arrived at the Kunpeng Group branch. This person is Lu Menjing, who has come from China. President Lu, Osaka Animation has been acquired and the plan can start at any time. Lu Menjing listened to her subordinate's words, and then dialed a phone number that Yi-chen had given her. It was none other than Shueching, who of course did not know that Shueching was also the second in command of the 3,000 beautiful angels. Night fell, and the entire land of Fusong fell into silence. It was also in this room that the animated version of Naruto quietly hit the airwaves of Fusong TV and was simultaneously broadcast online. Unsurprisingly, it caused an unprecedented response. Nanny, this is such an interesting anime. Yes, the ninja world of Konoha Village, I love Boruto so much. Uzumaki Kushina is so pretty, I love her so much. A conscience anime, not only is the quality high, it updates 20 episodes at once. I feel like this anime is going to be huge, I'll buy the DVDs. Many netizens have commented enthusiastically, and in no time at all, Naruto was being shown without any promotion. In contrast, the anime that had just been released was barely getting any viewers. 1 million. 3 million. 5 million. The internet hit quickly, and the number of viewers soon broke through the tens of millions, and the ratings of Fuji TV soared. Fuji TV. Bang. The director's office, a sound of breaking in came, and then the head of the data department came in with a happy face. Director Egawa, something big has happened. Just now, the Naruto anime we released has set a 5-point rating. What? Hearing his subordinate's report, Oishi Egawa suddenly stood up from his seat. A 5-point rating? Even Oishi Igawa, who has seen many storms, took a cold breath and looked at the beautiful scenery outside the window in disbelief. However, he had no time to appreciate it at the moment. I remember that the highest rating was only 48 points, and this record of 5 points was set in less than an hour of broadcast. Awesome. Well, I'll give it my best shot, said Oishi, and ordered all departments to promote Naruto with all their might, to ensure that the ratings would remain stable. If they could break the record, all the better. Gulp. The department head swallowed hard and coughed. Not only that, but the online simulcast of Naruto has now reached 80 million views. Poof. Upon hearing this, Oishi Igawa tried to drink some water to calm himself down, but it all came out at once. His eyes widened. What? 80 million views, this? Oishi Igawa swallowed hard. This is a joke, right? There are only 100 million people in the whole of Japan, and now the online view count has reached 80 million. If this continues, the whole country will fall. Holy cow? Oishi Igawa never imagined that the online hit would be even more popular than the TV station. Block it. Block it at all costs. Oishi Igawa immediately decided that this would surely be a milestone masterpiece in the anime industry of Fusang, and at least for the next few decades it would be an unreachable ratings ceiling for Fusang TV. Ahem, Director Igawa, just now, Kitamiya Masao called and said that we should boycott Naruto and definitely not let it wreak havoc in the country. Bullshit. The director of the station, Igawa Oishi, glared at him. Kitamiya Masao is nothing, just a politician's dog, so he doesn't need to be bothered. Yes, director. The face of the data minister froze. He had heard that the director and Kitamiya Masao did not get along, but Kitamiya Masao did not know that his words had helped Naruto a lot, and the stir here had only just begun.